As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the much-anticipated Longines Distaff race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a model from the redesigned Prima Luna collection with a blend of classic Roman numerals, lustrous dials, and meticulously executed details. This collection speaks to those who understand that genuine luxury arises from the confidence of impeccable craftsmanship. Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Torrey Cup cocktail made with Maker's Mark bourbon and visit Plaza de Mexico to learn about the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup private selection. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. With NetJets, the most remote private destinations are within reach. NetJets owners have unrivaled access to a fleet of more than 1,000 private jets. Even making multiple cross-country stops in one day is effortless. Simply choose your departure time, and NetJets will take care of the rest and get you exactly where you need to be on time and with ease. Visit netjets.com. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships, Championship Saturday. Without further ado, we now ask you to please rise for the raising of the flag. And ladies and gentlemen, you can now get out your pens, pencils, and programs because we now have today's changes on the 12-race program here on Championship Saturday. We turn our attention to the first race, start of the early pick 5. Scratch number 12, Twirling Point, and scratch the also eligibles numbers 13 through 16. So again, numbers 12 through 16, all out of the opener. That's race number 1. The second race today begins the first pick 4 of the day, the early pick 4, scratch number 2, Tall Paul. Number 2, Tall Paul is out of race number 2. In the third race, the grade 3 Goldikova Stakes, scratch number 11, Certitude, and scratch number 12, Son of Hill. Numbers 11 and 12, both scratched out of race number 3. The fourth race is the first Breeders' Cup event of the day, the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. In race number 4, scratch number 4, Tamara, scratch number 5, Fibianch, and scratch number 6, Sweet Azteca. Numbers 4, 5, and 6, all out of race number 4. In the fifth race, the Prevision Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, scratch number 3, Arizona Blaze. Number 3, Arizona Blaze is out of race number 5. Number 13, Puro Magic draws into the race and will run. Also scratch the also eligibles numbers 14 through 16. Again, numbers 3, 14, 15, and 16, all out of race 5, the Prevision Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. In the sixth race, the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint, scratch the also eligible number 15, Valiant Fours. In the seventh race on the program, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, number 5, Scottish Lassie has been withdrawn. Scratch number 5, Scottish Lassie in race number 7. The eighth race is the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Start of the pick 5 races 8 through 12. We are clear there. No changes in race number 8. The ninth race is the start of the late pick 4. It's the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. In race number 9, scratch number 6, Sovereignty. Number 6, Sovereignty is out of race number 9. The 10th race is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf. We're clear there. No changes in race 10. The penultimate race on the program is race 11, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Scratch number 4, Mystic Dan. Number 4, Mystic Dan, scratched out of race 11. In the finale is race number 12, the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Scratch number 3, Atsilla. Number 3, Atsilla is out of race number 12. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have a revised morning line made by David Aragona. In race number 4, the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Here's the revised line. Number 1, Zeitlos, 15 to 1. 2, Splendora, 9 to 2. 3, Vava, 8 to 1. Scratch numbers 4, 5, and 6. Number 7, Holland Ice is 10 to 1. 8, Hope Road, 7 to 5. 9, Ricci, 2 to 1. 10, Prang, 12 to 1. Enjoy your afternoon on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Let's turn our attention to race number 7 on Championship Saturday. It is the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, going 1 mile and an eighth. Seismic Beauty for trainer Bob Baffert, and she has been the dominant horse on the West Coast as the 9-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what we see from Seismic Beauty in the race. She comes in off 3 consecutive victories. She seems to just get better and better with the distance. She does have a lot of speed. You're also going to see some speed in here from Scottish Lassie. I think you're going to see some speeds from some others as well, so she might take a little bit of pressure. But I say it all the time, Matt, the Bob Baffert horses are quick, but they're not rank. And so I think she'll have the opportunity from post position number 8 to sit comfortably outside of those other horses.
Coming into this race, I just assumed I was going to lock her up, and I just thought there was enough other speed, specifically with Jinjin. Jinjin, the only way that she can win this race is by going. Similar to what we saw in that spinster, I think this could be a pretty lively pace.
It was a shocking upset in that small field. Shocking on a number of levels. Torpedo Anna didn't run her race, and then her retirement is announced shortly after this. But Jinjin in this small field takes them gate to wire at 18-1.
The question I had about Jinjin is she just at her best at Keeneland? Does she just love Keeneland, and can she run this race that we're looking at over the Del Mar surface?
That's kind of my feeling, that I think maybe she's just kind of a Keeneland lover. But to be fair, I think the only way she can win this distaff is by going, and maybe that's not a good recipe for her success, but it could also hinder the big favorite in here, Seismic Beauty.
And I think it's the same for Scottish Lassie. If she doesn't go, she doesn't run her race either.
Would you guys agree that Torpedo Anna was the leader of this division throughout the year?
Yes and no. I mean, I think there were times when she didn't run, as fast, and the numbers weren't as dominant as they should be.
This was such like an easy transition until you said that. Darth Vader finishing second to Torpedo Anna last time out, beating the nose. This was kind of another surprising performance. But look, Torpedo Anna clearly was one of the best in the division, and Darth Vader tested her in the personal incident at Saratoga.
Darth Vader is another mare that's just seemingly getting better at the right time. I guess, Christina, the thing I have a difficult time reconciling, her 2 races that just jump off the page are at Saratoga. Similar to what we just talked about with Jinjin. The Molly pitcher, where's the excuse? She's just completely decimated by inferior company. I know she's kind of wise guy. I don't like her.
If I'm trying to find an excuse for the Molly pitcher, I think sometimes when horses run a really big race over an off track, they regress in the next start. And I think you can't always tell that from the way they're training in the morning. So that would be maybe the excuse. I do like the way that she really locked onto a target with Torpedo Anna in that last race. I know she didn't win, but she's going to do that same thing pace-wise here. If the pace from Jinjin, the pace from Scottish Lassie, if Seismic Beauty is out there, Darth Vader is going to be the one targeting them all.
Rishi, is your insight only continental Europe, or can we take you to South America?
I'm not going to go to South America, but I'm going to go with Nitrogen here. This is a horse that I quite like. We'll come to Nitrogen in just a minute. This is Sarawak Rim, who put in what I would consider, judged by my limited knowledge of work, it's a decent effort here, 6 and 114.40, and clearly a contender. But just looking at the overall strength of this race, and I know you guys have spoken about some of the leading contenders, I don't think there's a standout horse in this race. There's nothing in the race that screams to me that is a Torpedo Anna 12 months ago, or indeed a Beholder in years gone by. My thing is that I want someone who's tough. I want someone who's going to be involved, pitching in the closing stages, and I feel Nitrogen does that. I think she's a really consistent horse who generally runs her race. She's never far away. She's drawn on the inside post, and I can see her being involved. She may find 1 or 2 too good, but they're going to have to be in a serious race. They'll know they've been in a serious race if they put their head in front of her.
Christina, it's amazing how a year plays out. We thought Nitrogen, okay, she's the leader of the 3-year-old fillies on the turf, and now here she is taking on older horses with a real chance in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Who do you like in here?
I went with Seismic Beauty in the end. I do think Nitrogen is an exceptional 3-year-old filly, but I think she has a couple bad habits lately. Weaving, getting out a little bit, late stretch, slowly away from the starting gate. I don't think she can afford to do that against these types.
Matt, who you got?
Feel free to roll your eyes now. I went to Alice Verite.
What?
Who ran 4th in the distaff last year.
Okay.
This is a horse. She broke poorly that day, but if you watch any of her Japanese form, she actually can be very forward. As a matter of fact, in the Victoria Mile, she opened up by about 10 lengths down the backside, almost hung on to spring a giant upset. I think this pace is going to melt down. I don't think she's going to be up part of it. She at least showed a willingness to close. There was no pace in that distaff. I don't like this group. Give me a boxcar result. Give me Alice Verite. Japan's on the board.
So I get crickets when I mention Torpedo Anna as the leader of the division. You're picking a horse that ran 4th, beaten 7 lengths to Torpedo Anna last year. Makes sense. Let's go back to the turf. It is the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, Grade 1. And Christina, I think you have to start with how this plays out at Del Mar over the Jimmy Durante turf course, the trip that they have to go.
It's the longest Breeders' Cup race at the 1.5 miles, and they do start on the backstretch, but they do come up to that first turn pretty quickly. It's a little bit more than it's kind of showing you here. So I think it's to the benefit of horses that are drawn a little bit more to the inside to go ahead and be able to establish that early position. Longest Breeders' Cup race at the full 1.5 miles, a 3-turn event.
Rebels Romance, Rishi, when you talk about ageless wonder, that phrase was invented for Rebels Romance, but Rebels Romance is a horse who can go anywhere and compete at the highest levels.
Yeah, Germany, Saudi Arabia, the US, Dubai, Hong Kong, Qatar, and of course a pretty good horse at domestic shores in the UK as well. He won at Royal Ascot this year, and I remember interviewing William Buick after the success. Very emotional for the Godolphin team. It was a tough week for them, but Rebels Romance got them out of trouble, and William Buick said, he's my best friend. So he clearly means a lot to them. But the truth about Rebels Romance is, whilst he's an outstanding horse, he has been an outstanding horse. He may be not quite as good as Mini Hawk, that's my opinion, but watch him here at Del Mar. He is very good in all sorts of conditions, and particularly when he can get a soft lead, he's going to be hard to pass if he goes forward on William Buick, under William Buick from his good stall position. But I think Rebels Romance sets a very decent standard. But look at, say, Mini Hawk, who ran in the Arc. She started favourite for the Arc. And I think to myself, if Rebels Romance were allowed, being a gelding he's not, if he were allowed to have run in the Arc, Mini Hawk started favourite, I think Rebels Romance would have been a double-figure price for this race, which shows the gap between Mini Hawk and Rebels Romance. Mini Hawk, outstanding 3-year-old, who got better and better as the season went on, and this was her best performance of the whole season so far, because she and Darius have pulled well clear of some high-class horses, and Darius only wears her down in the closing stages. Now, one or two experts, some scribes, suggested that maybe if Ryan Moore had ridden Mini Hawk, he might have delayed the challenge and she would have won the Arc. I'm not sure about that. I thought Christophe Soumillon did everything he was expected to on her, and she ran a terrific race. So I think she's the standard setter. I think there's a fair gap between her and Rebels Romance.
Well, you brought up Dancing Brave, and I'll never forget how disappointed Brough Scott was after that. Is there any concern about coming from the Arc to this race in your mind?
In the old days, yes, I would have been concerned, but it's now not an issue. Have a look here. I mean, Aidan O'Brien himself with Highland Reel, who was second back in 2016. Also trained Found, who was 9th. St Nicholas Abbey, who was 5th. Sir Michael Stout trained Conduit, who won it in 2009 after finishing 4th. And further back, you've got Aidan O'Brien's High Chaparral, who was twice 3rd in the Arc, and he came on to win it in 2002, 2003. And I remember one of my favourites, Bill Sudsky, was 2nd in the Arc, and he came here and won it in 96 under Walter Swinburne when it was held at Woodbine.
When we're talking about geldings, Christina, and obviously you're going to get a lot of attention with Rebels Red, what about our 7-year-old gelding, Gold Phoenix? He loves this turf course.
He does. He's a very special horse. He's won the Del Mar Handicap 4 years in a row. And fortunately for him, the Breeders' Cup is here over his favorite course. I thought he ran the race of his life last year when finishing 4th. Perhaps he can come back and try to get a piece of it again. I wouldn't put him on top, but he's definitely a horse that we'll root for.
Okay, one of the more interesting horses, because of the way he walks around, is Goliath in here, and they've spent a lot of money to supplement him to this race.
They have indeed. They've supplemented Goliath. Looking forward to seeing what we get from him. He has a really nice turn of foot. The faster he goes, the better he looks out there. We're taking a look at last year's King George. Maybe Rishi can talk to it a little bit more. I think he has an excellent turn of foot, Rish, but it seems like it's a short burst. You have to time it just right with him.
I think that's a very fair point, Christina. I also think this was when Goliath was at his absolute best. Look at the horses around him. The horse that finished 2nd is Blue Stocking. She won the Arc. Rebels Romance back in 3rd. The horse who was in 4th, eventually finishes 5th, is Auguste Rodin, Derby winner in the UK, and of course a Breeders' Cup Turf winner himself. So this was high-class form, but this was in 2024. If this horse turned up, if the horse who won this King George in 2024 turned up, to this year's Breeders' Cup Turf, I think he's probably takes the beating. But he hasn't been that horse this year, and that would be my issue with Goliath. He's not quite the horse in 2025, even though he won a Grade 1 or Group 1 in Germany last time out. It wasn't quite at the level of his 2024 form. So, by all accounts, Mini Hawk, the outstanding horse, and I think she takes all the beating.
Rishi going with Mini Hawk, the 3-year-old filly, returning out of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe into the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Christina, you going Euro, or you think America could pull off an upset?
Euro, but maybe it's a little sentimental. Rebels Romance for me, hoping that he can make it 3 in the Breeders' Cup Turf. I've said this a few times on the network the last couple weeks. I did not pick him last year, and when he walked behind us here in the paddock, I knew I had made a mistake. He just has such a look of determination, and I love the inside post for him. I think he can go out there and make all the running like he likes to.
Matt, who you got?
Rebels Romance. I mean, I believe he's 6 for 7 on firm or good to firm going. This is the ground that he wants. And to Christina's point, that inside draw, you can kind of do what you want for William Buick. You go or you sit in the pocket. I just think he has every opportunity to win his 3rd turf.
The Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. The big news in here, Sovereignty. A fever got the best of him. He has been scratched as the 6-5 morning line favorite. You are looking at the adjusted morning line, but let's talk about fair odds now with Sovereignty out, Matt.
Yeah, and I think it changes things fairly dramatically, and you can take a look, take him out, the big horse. I think the likeliest winner is Fierceness down on the inside. You're not looking at that number wrong, by the way, for contrary thinking. It might as well be 1,000,000 to 1. But Fierceness at 7-2, which in my opinion would be a fair price, you're never going to get that number on him. The inside draw is no help of him. I think he's going to be in a really tough spot with contrary thinking to his outside. Nevada Beach is not a slow horse either. I think your value comes toward the outside. Basically from 5 on out, you need to decide based on the off odds what you think a fair number is. I know a lot of people are going to go to Forever Young. I think a lot of people will look at the winner of this race last year, Sierra Leone. I'm not sold on journalism as far as ready to take that step up. I also think he's going to take a little bit too much money in a spot like this, but you can go so many ways in this race.
Christina, just overall to that point, do you buy the 3-year-olds being able to be as good as their elder counterparts?
Well, I think as far as the 3-year-olds went, Sovereignty was already proven as the best of the 3-year-olds, right? So if I was leaning for a 3-year-old, it was going to be Sovereignty in here. I ended up starting to look at the older horses and most notably all the Pletchers.
Sierra Leone was one of those horses of the 3-year-old crop last year that was at the beginning of the Kentucky Derby Trail considered one of the best in the class. And then so many seconds and thirds followed. By the time we got to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, he was about 7-1. But he finally realized his potential.
He really did. Now, granted, he had a beautiful setup in here. They went gangbusters early on. The thing kind of fell apart a little bit. I would argue that the 2nd and 3rd place finishers actually ran better races, Fierceness and Forever Young. Having said that, Sierra Leone's got his buddy in here. Contrary thinking, the pace will be hot again. He should have every opportunity if he's good enough.
So last year, Forever Young comes to the United States, a gallant 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, nearly a winner. And then that 3rd last year in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Was it fair looking back? I know a lot of opinions that I trust. They felt that Forever Young was too close to the pace in last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, and we won't have that this year.
I think he was a little too close to the pace because it was the fastest half mile in the history of the Breeders' Cup Classic. I don't think position-wise it's a bad thing for him to be that close, but it's not good to be that close to 44 and 4 when you're going 1.25 miles. This race that you're looking at, to me, is one of the best races of the entire calendar year. This throwdown between Forever Young and Romantic Warrior, he ran a -5 on Thoroughgraph, Forever Young did in this race. If he runs this race, he wins the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Forever Young, Japan's hope again in another big international race, this time the Breeders' Cup Classic. The Pacific Classic is the defining race of the summer meet here at Del Mar, and what a gesture by Rapoli Stables and Todd Pletcher to bring Fierceness out to California. And Matt, it was nearly a disaster at the start.
Yeah, right out of the jump, right there. Johnny V holding on for dear life. This horse, for whatever reason, tried to duck the inside temporary rail. Things will be extended a little bit on Saturday. But I guess my takeaway, Christina, he was able to overcome all that against this field. This is a much better field on Saturday. If you have any kind of issue like that, or if contrary thinking happens to make your life miserable, I just don't know at a short price if I want to find out he can overcome it all.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought, he pretty clearly handled journalism in this race, and I like the fact that journalism is a little bit fresher coming into the Classic this year, but he can't have any of those things go wrong for him against the likes of Mindframe, of Antiquarian, and some of the others. And the inside post is a hindrance, no matter if he had done that in the Pacific Classic or not. If he had just drawn the rail, independent of what we saw in his last race, I think it's still an obstacle to overcome.
Christina, you brought up Thorograph numbers. Matt, I know you take a look at those numbers as well. Is there an angle here regarding Thorograph numbers?
There is. If you're looking for a horse that maybe is a bit outside the box, that has races fast enough to win, we're not talking about the Forever Youngs or the Sierra Leones or the Fiercenesses. Antiquarian is right there, and this is a horse that I've never really thought of as the cream of the crop, but he is slowly but steadily getting better. His run 2 back in the Suburban, he got a giant number, I believe it was a -4, and then he comes back here in this Jockey Club, and he gets the job done. Say what you will, I understand Sierra Leone had a compromised trip, avoiding a Rat Ortiz after he had been dismounted, but you can't take away from this horse, who is finishing just as well, if not better, I think, than Sierra Leone. He get his final quarter in 24-4, a 108 buyer, a -1.5, I believe, on Thorograph. To me, the price discrepancy between he and Sierra Leone is not going to be accurate. I think he is a much likelier winner than he's likely to go off. I think he's probably around 15-1. I'm going to pick him.
Rishi, we talked about the depth of the field, but look, the absence of sovereignty has changed a lot of opinions here. It's made it a very different race. Where are you going in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic?
We're going with last year's winner, Sierra Leone. That's the standard-setting race for me. The Breeders' Cup Classic in 2024. I thought Fierceness had a clean run through the race, Forever Young. Maybe a fraction too close to the pace, as already mentioned, on the set. And I think maybe if he's ridden with a bit more restraint, he could get a bit closer. I disagree with Matt. I think that Sierra Leone was the horse to take out of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I thought he ran a terrific race considering how far back he was in the early stages. But if you go back to the end of last year and you say to Chad Brown and Connections, what's the race that you want to win again with Sierra Leone? Is it all the races that he runs in through the season? No, it's the Breeders' Cup Classic. That's the one that they want to win. I presume that actually, when you look at his prep, I think it's beautiful in the way he's been built up for the race. The only horse I was afraid of was Sovereignty.
Okay, if we're going to talk Sierra Leone, we have to have a mention of the fact that he's got a rabbit in here. You talked about you can name any price on contrary thinking. Does that rabbit really help his chances in the end? Do you think this is needed?
Well, I think it kind of opens up the race a little bit because you are going to see them sort of string out, sort of. But I don't think that Fierceness is really worried about the fractions that contrary thinking is setting as a rabbit. Fierceness is almost going that quickly anyway. So if it's him or if it's Nevada Beach pressing him, is he really that much faster than these other horses that have speed?
Yeah, Matt, it's not like all of a sudden he jumps in on the far turn like, there's a rabbit in the race. Everybody knows. So there's almost 2 races going on. Let the rabbit go. We'll run our race back here.
But I do think that the draw kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. It's not to say that there's any kind of funny business going on, but if you're Florent Giroux on contrary thinking, not only is your job to ensure pace, it's to make Fierceness's life as difficult as possible. Don't allow him to get out. Don't allow him to get into his stride. If you just kind of hem him in there, you're not doing anything wrong. But if you can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, set up your uncoupled stablemate and possibly compromise the other big horse, nothing wrong with that.
So Rishi thinking that Sierra Leone's going to join Tiz now as the only horse to win back-to-back Longines Breeders' Cup Classics. Christina, who wins?
I ended up with Mindframe in the end in here. I think you listen to Todd Pletcher, and he's always thought that this was actually the most talented horse in his barn. I'm disappointed the way that it all worked out, that he didn't really get a proper prep, but he did run around there. They're training him into the race, and he's better than he was last year.
Matt, where are you going?
I'm going to Antiquarian. I just think this race, you take Sovereignty out, you take the draw into consideration, I think anything could happen.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Today isn't just another Saturday. It isn't just another day at the races. It's the moment the whole year has been building toward. Every stride, every second, every dream leading here. This is no ordinary stage. This is where the world gathers to crown the best of the best. They've come to prove they belong among legends, to chase immortality. It's bigger, faster, louder, because everything means more when the title at stake is world champion. Welcome to Del Mar for the 42nd running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, where the greatest are set to take their place, where legacies are about to be written. Today, 9 champions will rise. Each race, a test of courage. Each finish, a claim to greatness. And at the heart of it all, the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. This is Championship Saturday. The Cup is calling.
And hopefully we'll have answers to those calls throughout the afternoon. 33 minutes away from the first race on Championship Saturday. The dirt is fast, the turf is firm, 63, a little bit of a marine layer overhead. We expect that to burn off, but a beautiful day for racing. Welcome back to the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. Here paddock side, I'm Mike Joyce. This is Christina Blacker and Simon Bray joining me. We've had some scratches we need to talk about, and a gigantic scratch from the filly and mare sprint.
Yes, some significant scratches announced just a little while ago in the filly and mare sprint. Sweet Azteca, who was 2-1 on the morning line, is out. Tamara out of that race as well. In the turf sprint, Arizona Blaze will not compete. And Mystic Dan, your Kentucky Derby winner from a few years ago, will not run in the dirt mile.
Oh, yeah, unfortunate circumstances, so they will not participate. 2 Kentucky Derby winners scratched this year, Sovereignty and Mystic Dan.
The reason we're showing you the odds for the filly and mare sprint is because we do have a revised morning line with both Tamara and Sweet Azteca, 2 of the top 3 wagering selections taken out of this race. The new morning line favorite will be Hope Road at 7-5, Rishi at 2-1, Splendora comes down to 9-2, Vava down to 8-1.
Yeah, Hope Road was very impressive last time out at Saratoga. She comes in fresh since that effort. Ricci is a horse that has had a lot of experience in Southern California, both at 2 turns and at 1 turns. I think Splendora is going to end up taking a lot of money with those scratches as well.
Baffa could feasibly run 1, 2, 3 in there, no question about it. I don't know whether that's ever been done before, somebody running 1, 2, 3 in a Breeders' Cup race, but I could potentially actually see that happening. Which order? I don't know, but he's got 3 horses that absolutely could fill out the trifecta.
The old Baffert box. All right, we'll take that into consideration when we're making our wagers. We have a wagering menu for you to take a look at throughout the day. It's the best day of wagering in the world. And here's a look at all the sequentials. We have a number of pick 5s. We have a number of pick 4s. We have an altar of pick 3. We have a pick 6. Yesterday, the pick 6 paid $89,000. Had the horse who run second won, we would have had a carryover going into the day. But keep this in mind. On a day where we landed on 2 odds-on favorites, you had Ted Noffey and Stad winning the last 2 races of the pick 6. It paid $89,000.
Certainly worthwhile to jump into any of those pools, no matter which one seems most attractive to you. And often finding a horse that can anchor a double, a pick 3, a pick 4, if you feel really strongly about one of these runners, maybe with those scratches, you end up wanting to keep it narrow in the filly and mare sprint. You can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, you need to find a Valentina, though, because nobody had that horse yesterday, except for a select few. At any rate, we are 30 minutes away from race number 1. We'll be getting into the action in just under a half an hour. Here's a look at the full team. Joaquin Jaime joining us, as is Michelle Yu. And we start with Michelle. Happy Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Thank you so much, Mike. Happy Breeders' Cup Saturday to you as well. Looking forward to today. Even with the scratches, there is still plenty of intrigue left for this whole day. And for me, I'm looking forward to seeing 2 horses I consider friends by this point. I've seen them in multiple countries. The first one of those is Rebels Romance. How do you not love this 2-time Breeders' Cup winner? I think he just looked fantastic in his prep race for this over in the East Coast. And like I said, I've seen him in multiple countries. He just brings that A game every single time. I mean, we're talking about a 9-time Group 1 winner in 5 different countries. He would become the first male horse to win 3 Breeders' Cup races if he is able to convert this year's Breeders' Cup Turf. He's going to have to hold off Mini Hawk, but I have a big soft spot in my heart for this horse. The other horse that I'm really looking forward to seeing is another Globetrotter. It is Forever Young, another one that I've followed around the world here, and all he's done is come and throw down anytime he has come stateside. I feel like he's a lot more mature now watching his last race, especially. He actually switched leads on time. We've seen him around here so often in the morning, and he has just been the coolest cat. I love this horse, watching him all over and how much he loves his fans and how his connections really let us embrace him. He comes and he stops for selfies. He visits you guys at the set in the mornings on Breakfast with the Breeders' Cup. So looking forward to seeing him in the Classic. We'll see if he can improve upon his 3rd place finish in last year's edition, Joaquin.
Well, Michelle, 9 Breeders' Cup races today, and scattered through those 9 races, how about we have 7 returning Breeders' Cup winners that we will see here at Del Mar coming up later on this afternoon. We go back a couple years ago, 2023, Wide Barrio, he won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He'll be in the Dirt Mile this year. Fierceness, he won the Juvenile. He's trying to become the first horse to win the Juvenile as a 2-year-old and the Breeders' Cup Classic as an older horse. Last year, 5 returning Breeders' Cup winners. Citizen Bull, he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He will be in the Dirt Mile, taking on Full Serrano, who won the Dirt Mile last year. Sierra Leone in the big one, the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. He is looking to become the second 2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic, joining Tisnow, who did it in 2000 and 2001. As we take a look at him down the stretch, winning the Classic last year, your top 3 finishers from the Breeders' Cup Classic are all coming back this year, with Sierra Leone the winner, Fierceness being second, and Forever Young finishing 3rd. Michelle talked about Rebels Romance looking to join Beholder and Goldikova as 3-time Breeders' Cup winners. And then Straight No Chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, guys. He is looking to become just the 4th horse to win back-to-back editions of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So, guys, just a few historical items there and so many storylines to keep an eye on here on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Thank you, Joaquin. And we take a look at that Classic. There's a big name who was here last year that somewhat flew under the radar, mostly because he hadn't been racing much this summer, and that is, of course, Forever Young, the Japanese horse. As we take a look at his trip from Tokyo to Del Mar, could Forever Young get the Japanese their first Breeders' Cup Classic victory?
Oh, I think he's the best horse that they've brought over for Breeders' Cups, you know, in the last several years. One of the best that we've seen from Japan. And he's already proven himself in terms of his class here in the States, both with his effort in the Kentucky Derby a few years back and being involved last year as one of the top 3 finishers coming back. The effort that we saw, and we showed you that race from from Saudi in the Saudi Cup, I thought was one of the best races of the entire calendar year, Simon. If he runs back to that, he wins today.
Yeah, I mean, he beat Romantic Warrior in that race, who was a very, very top-class international runner. And yeah, I mean, look, we've seen him twice in the United States, and he's right there with Sierra Leone both times. So there's a lot of talk about him. He's looked good on our breakfast shows all week. He handles the situation here in the United States extremely well. A major player.
Well, Forever Young's effort in that Saudi Cup, that's a fastball that if he reaches back and brings that, I don't know that anyone's better than him. However, the measuring stick, fierceness, Sierra Leone, he hasn't bested those horses yet on U.S. soil, and that is a bit of concern. Let's take a look at the Pacific Classic now, because he did best journalism, was one of the top 3-year-olds of the year, and this was after a disastrous start. What happens here out of the gate, Christina?
Well, he comes away from the inside post position, and there's a temporary rail right there as you're going the mile and a quarter. And as that starts to go away, you could see he got in really dramatically, nearly kind of wanting to take a left-handed turn instead of running down the middle of the racetrack. Fortunately, John Velasquez able to recover very, very quickly and get him back on course. And then he made a very decisive split down the backstretch to go on to victory. Today, they have extended that temporary rail. It will go out farther to discourage that from being a little bit confusing for any runner, notably fierceness along the inside. And I think you'll also see John Velasquez with his stick in the left hand, just to remind fierceness, we're going straight, we're getting right back into the race, but he does need to establish some good early position away from the gate.
He does. I don't think he'll do it again. The interesting one, he ducked in where there was no gap. He ducked in where the rail was. So they've extended it, which is a good thing, but it could still happen, right? I mean, he didn't duck in and go onto the main track. So we'll see. I don't think he'll do it again. And John Velasquez is going to be well prepared for it this time.
I'm betting it was an aberration, because he's been a very professional horse throughout most of his career. Now, big news a couple weeks ago when the connections of journalism replaced rider Humberto Rispoli and employed the services of Jose Ortiz. New reins on journalism. Is Jose Ortiz a better fit than Humberto?
Oh, that's tough to say. I guess we'll find out this afternoon. I am intrigued to see if they do want a different strategy with the new rider. Do they want to see journalism a little bit closer to the pace today? I think we'll find out. I think for everybody in the race, with contrary thinking out there, knowing that fierceness has speed, no one wants to be too far back. You know, a horse like Sierra Leone is going to drop back because that's his style. But for the other runners, you need to maintain contact with some of those pace setters. Simon, you were on the Breakfast at the Breeders' Cup show every day this last week. He has been a picture this week, as he has been all year.
He's no different. I mean, he looks the same now as he did back in the spring. Obviously, he's a little bigger, a little stronger. This is Jose Ortiz. Aboard him for the first time. He rode at Churchill, got on a plane, landed here at 2 a.m., got up at 6, worked this horse, got back on a plane, went back to Churchill. Did he garner a lot out of this workout, Jose Ortiz? No, probably not, because it was just a routine workout, but he got a feel of him. I think the big question mark is, you know, I think it's very tough in this situation whether you employ new tactics, because this horse likes to sit and come from behind, or that's what we're led to believe to this point. Sometimes when you take a horse out of their running style, and it's well established, he started 10 times and try and do something different, it backfires on you. So Jose Ortiz didn't get to practice that in the workout per se. So we'll see. Maybe you try and ask him a little bit early on, and if he resents it, then you just end up with the same running style. But maybe he responds and he has him a little closer.
My concerns with journalism have nothing to do with the rider change, have nothing to do with the tactics of the race. My concerns with him in this race, I think he's on the precipice of being a great horse, but I think we've seen his fastball. I think we've seen his best race, and I don't think it's better than Fierceness, and I don't think it's better than Sierra Leone. We shall see if he has another step forward, but I don't know that that step forward is there for journalism. He's been remarkably consistent, and consistent at the highest level of this game. But there's those 1, 2, or 3 horses in that race that are better than him.
I would agree with you. And if you wanted him a little closer, maybe how about kind of try it 2 or 3 starts earlier? I mean, I don't know, maybe they did. I don't know the politics behind the scenes.
I think he's danced every dance, and he's been consistent at the high levels all the way through the Triple Crown, through the summer as well. But this is really the first time where he's had a little bit of a fresh inning and he's running out of his own stall.
Okay.
They sort of made the decision to run in the Pacific Classic. It felt like based on his training and timing to this race, and he only worked 2 or 3 times in between the Triple Crown and that race. So I do think we get a better version of journalism today, and what I would love to see from Jose Ortiz is if he can just make one run. Because many times in the trips that we've seen from journalism, he's had to go and come back and go and come back. And he's an exceptional horse to be able to do that and finish off his races. But what can he do if you just let him go down the racetrack once at full speed?
Well, we shall see. And then there's Mindframe. There's only one horse that's ever beaten Mindframe, and that's Dornick. Also, the situation here where he lost his rider in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, one of the more dramatic photos you'll ever see. Irad Ortiz lucky to escape injury. Sierra Leone a monster to avoid Irad Ortiz, find that trouble, and still run on for second. But Mindframe didn't get his final prep going into the Breeders' Cup.
He didn't, and so you're going to have to rely on, Todd Pletcher getting him ready off of works. He has had a pretty good campaign overall. It was a remarkable, feat of athleticism from all the riders involved. Really, Edgar Zayas, I think, was aboard White Abarrio that day. We had Irad Ortiz pulling that rider back on his own horse before falling. Sierra Leone to clear and to get over Irad without hurting him. It was a unusual event that fortunately everybody came away from in good order, but Mindframe didn't really get his final prep, and so now he comes into a 1.25 miles, an extremely deep field off just training.
I mean, arguably, I think you could say the best horse in there, well, you don't know because of what happened, but Sierra Leone, I think, ran a huge race because he was, he's a closer, but he was taken another 6 to 8 lengths further back than historically has been. I mean, he was way back. He was 15 lengths back and managed to finish second. So, a lot went on in that race. I think Sierra Leone takes a big move forward. And to your point at the top of the show, this is kind of what they were pointing for, this race for Sierra Leone. So I think he's going to run well as well. The rabbit had nothing to do with that, by the way, what went on there coming out of the gate.
Well, closing was in his game.
Yeah.
Leaping over Irad Ortiz in the 5th stride of the race, that was never in his game prior.
Right, exactly.
Let's talk about the Distaff condition, or the Distaff division. We've got the old guard versus the new guard, and take a look at the field right now. Seismic Beauty, deservedly your 9-5 favorite, and she looks to be the part. She is sensationally talented in the hands of Bob Baffert. She's accomplished, and she's running it home.
She's well drawn. She runs them off their feet. I think she's been in a strong group of distaffers here on the West Coast, basically from her own barn. But I think she's ended up taking on some pretty tough company. And the 3-year-old filly Nitrogen draws the inside post. She's already taken on older. She was second to Jin Jin in the Spinster, but the rail is going to be a bit of a challenge for her as she takes that next step into deeper waters
So
today.
there's always rumors Breeders' Cup weekend, and word on the street is that Scylla's going to outrun her odds at 15-1. I just keep hearing it time and time again. She had a lights-out work here. Atypical Bill Mott last work prior to the Breeders' Cup, 46 and change under ease. The phone started ringing. People started talking. So that's the price. Scylla, the 4, she's to 15-1 on the morning line.
I feel like the racing gods may owe Bill one this year, right?
It plays out like that
Or the Melbourne Cup in a couple days.
Yeah, true. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at odds for race number 1 as we get to the business at hand, and that is the early pick 5 here in the start of Championship Saturday. We're going to kick things off on the turf course, 1 1/16 in distance, the opening race, an N1X condition. Lukewarm favorite at 3-1 in Kansas Cat. No guarantee that Kansas Cat will be the favorite at post time either. These odds are subject to change as they are wont to do in pari-mutuel wagering. 18 minutes away from this opener. Christina, I know who you like.
My husband trains the current favorite, Kansas Cat. This is a horse that came initially from Argentina, had some good form there, spent a little time in Florida at Tampa, was on the board a few efforts over their turf course, and then came here to Southern California, and he's run very well. He was second, beaten just ahead off a pretty lengthy layoff back in August. That was over this course, going the 1.16 miles. And then last time, he was beaten 3/4 of a length at the flat mile. I think distance-wise, as we get back to the 1.16 miles today, the tempo is a little bit better for him. He's a horse that does well if you can sort of put him into the race. For that reason, I think Luis Saez will fit him perfectly today, get him out of the gate, move forward to establish a nice tactical position, and the slower tempo of the 1.16 miles suits his style.
17 minutes away as we check in with our reporter, Joaquin Jaime.
Here, trainer Jonathan Thomas, who originally had 2 horses here in the opener. It was a major scratch with Turling Point. He was the favorite at the time of the scratches. Is he okay? Everything all right with him?
He's great. The post 12 I thought was a little hard to overcome. He breaks just well enough. He was going to put himself in a 4 or 5 wide trip, and we're probably going to lose him today. So I wanted to make sure we, could win, but I don't think he could from that post.
All right, well, on to your runner here in the opener. Time Song, big cutback in distance. How should the cutback fare?
It should fare well. I mean, he breaks well, irrespective. Hopefully we can come out there running and be assertive, and he seems to really grind it out. So, but he's fit, so the cutback should be, within his realm.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. I mean, Time Song's a very straightforward animal here. He's 5-1 currently in the wagering. Johnny V knows what he needs to do. The front end is his friend, and I think this gelding, is just going to come out running.
I like him a lot in here, and again, it's back to the distance. I think he's just been running a little too far. 1 3/8 miles, 1 1/4 miles. If you look back at some of his mile races, whether they be at Santa Anita, Saratoga mile in the 16th, I think those are solid efforts. I think the distance, the cutback's helping him.
The 8-horse Moonlit Sonata currently at 30-1, but Michelle Yu is standing by with the connections.
Tim Yakteen saddles Moonlit Sonata in here, Tim. And the more ground to work with today, do you think that's something that he's going to relish?
You know something, he's run well going 1 1/8 miles, so he's coming off of a layoff. Question is he going to be fit enough? He's doing exceptionally well calendar-wise. This race came up, so Marta wanted a runner on Breeders' Cup Day. I couldn't get her into one of the graded races, but I got her into an allowance race.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned the fact, is he going to be ready to go off the layoff? What fitness level do you feel like you have him at? Because a mile and a 16th is pretty challenging.
It can, but, sometimes I would almost say a route race is a little easier on a horse that may be 80 to 90% fit because you're not putting in those sub-12 fractions continuously. So I think to answer your question, we've got him around 85, 90% fit.
All right, appreciate the time. I'm going to step over here to Ron, one of the partners here with Moonlit Sonata. Are you enjoying your first Breeders' Cup weekend?
I'm enjoying myself immensely. Just the atmosphere to be here in Del Mar is incredible, and to be here with Tim and the team, it's just a beautiful day.
You got a best pick of the day?
Absolutely. Number 8.
Number 8 in this race. All going to kick it off very early here with Moonlit Sonata.
Thank you, Michelle. And it's pick 5 time as the current pool already flirting with $1 million, $800,000 with a quarter of an hour to post. Simon, a $48 play on screen bearing your name.
236 to start it out. I like Time Song, as I talked about Jonathan Thomas. Souchet fits right there with the same form as Kansas Cat. I'm pairing those two up. Race number 2 got some coverage in there. The single comes in race number 3, and I think is going to be one of the shorter prices in the early part of the card. That's Special One for Brendan Walsh. I mean, this horse has faced dynamic pricing, Excellent Truth, Gina Romantica, Chili Flag. I mean, those horses would be 1 to 5 in here. So I think that form is strong. Race number 4, we move on to the filly and Mare Sprint, and I'm going with the 2 Splendora and the 9 Rishi. I'm using the 2 Baffert, I guess the second and third Baffert choice. The 2 horses coming out of route races, cutting back to 7/8. Splendora is going to be tough. I think Rishi's going to run a big race in there, and then 1, 2, 7 to wrap it up in race number 5. Turf Sprint, wide open race.
Go to your horses, please. Right.
Let's check in with Joaquin Jaime.
It was a big day yesterday for trainer John Sadler, collecting his 4th Breeders' Cup win with Super Corridora in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. John, when you got to the barn early this morning, how was she?
She was good. She ate up and looked nice and sound, so all things thumbs up.
How was it yesterday when you reflect back on that performance by her?
I was really pleased. It kind of went the way we drew it up. So couldn't be happier. I mean, our big concern was maybe running back in 3 weeks. But she'd done so well in her training, we thought it's worth a shot, and it worked out.
Here in the opener, you have Souchet coming off a 5th place finish. Was the trouble significant in your mind last race for him?
Yeah, he's had a couple tough trips in a row. He's pulling a little hard. He's out of Europe, so he needs to settle, get comfortable. Fortunately, it looks like a little lack of speed again, but I'd like to win the breakfast handicap.
Well, congratulations yesterday, John. Good luck today here at Del Mar.
Thank you.
And guys, I'm walking right next to the 7 horse in here. We Can. He's going to be my paddock pick in this race. Really just tremendous looking son of Sir Prancelot for Brian Corner. His last race wasn't great, but it was against Stakes Company. However, Calbreds as well. I think the Open Company is maybe a titch above him, but I can't knock him for his looks. Brian Corner with a nice winner yesterday. Ricky Gonzalez aboard for the first time. He didn't seem to be getting very many instructions, but this horse looks tremendous walking out onto the racetrack.
Oh, that's another one I got to throw in there. Michelle, she's got the best eye for these horses in the flesh. We have the best team of reporters. Caton Bradar, Michelle Yu, someone named Christina, who I've heard is pretty good at this, and of course Andy Biancone. When they catch a horse in the paddock looking good, you got to go to the window and make sure you have a couple bucks on it as they come out onto the racetrack. 11 minutes away from race number 1. So many great wagers today. The early pick 5, not an easy one to navigate. We showed you a ticket from Simon Bray. You can agree or disagree, but that's the beauty of pari-mutuel racing. It's mano y mano. It's me against you, against everybody else in the grandstand, and may the best wagerers win as they come out onto the racetrack. Once again, this is the start of the Pick 5. The wagering menu also includes Exacta Trifecta, 10-cent Superfecta, Pick 3, Daily Double, and Super High 5 wagering. Mile to 16th on this firm turf course, optional tag of 50,000 and non-winners of one other than condition for these runners once again as they parade in front of a grandstand. It's early. It's only 11 a.m. Is it 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. I don't even know what time it is. It's so early.
I like the breakfast handicap that John Sadler.
We should rename it the breakfast handicap, absolutely. But usually this is when training hours are wrapping up, and now they're coming out on the track to race. Let's take a look at this field with one of these days leading the field.
A horse that was a winner last time out against Non-3 Lifetime Allowance Company, Starter Allowance Company. That was back on October the 12th. Quick turnaround for this gelding from the Victor Garcia barn.
His time song, Jonathan Thomas, we heard from him. John Velasquez in the saddle here, and the return to a mile and a 16th, I think, is going to help this horse.
Suchet, as you heard, needs to settle a little bit. Joel Rosario in the saddle, keeping him nice and calm right now as they go through this post parade. He'll drop back, make one run.
Big bet, Jaffin Safa, the 45 to 1. The longest shot in this field has been stuck at this condition for 5 tries. Hasn't hit the board yet.
Monterey Bay up next for owner-trainer Wesley Ward. He was beaten 2 lengths last time out against tough competition at Keeneland in a similar event.
Kansas Cat always runs his race, remarkably consistent. A lot of seconds, 4 seconds from 11 starts, but always shows up.
We Can is the 7 at 20 to 1. He's fresh today. We haven't seen him since January of this year. If you go a couple starts back, he was second at the Calbred non-winners of one condition. That was on the main track. Overall, on the turf course, he's 3 for 7.
Moonlit Sonata, the 8, 25 to 1 from Tignac Teen. We heard this horse hopefully fit enough here today.
Russell's Hustle was claimed back in November of 2024. He's had a little bit of time since then. Came back with a few on-the-board finishes, most recently 8th in a field of 10, looking to rebound to some of his better form.
Yeah, he was second behind this horse, Beldoro, who just went through the 10. Here's the 11's Alamo.
Yes, remember the Zalamo at 14 to 1. We are 9 minutes to post. Sorry, I didn't cut you off there, did I? Okay, sorry, Christina. I'm going to pause what I'm saying because I want to show you how to get a wager in with the FanDuel Racing app. And for that, we go back to the FanDuel TV studios with Curtis Calloward.
Mike, Christina, Simon, good morning to you. So take a look at this opening race. Remember, you see the yellow button, promo opt in. Make sure you opt in your FanDuel Racing account. I'm going to put $10 on the 3-horse Suchet in here. Now, this horse came in from France with some good class. Second beaten ahead at Del Mar. From there, they went straight into the Del Mar mile. Okay, over his head. That's fine. Last time out of Santa Anita, we heard John Sadler tell Joaquin Jaime, a little bit of traffic trouble for him. He was ranked early on. The key for him will be to settle. If Joel Rosario can get the 3 Suchet to settle early, I think he'll save ground, come flying with a big run late. We've seen turf class and kicks on the turf run really well. So I'm going to take the 3 Suchet, Mike Joyce, in the opening race here, the breakfast handicap.
Use the QR code on screen. Scan that to go to the FanDuel Racing app, and you can get in the action immediately as the Pick 5 pool hits $1 million. And despite what you may have been told by my colleagues, you do not have to get off your couch to scan said code. Your camera on your mobile device is definitely strong enough to zoom in to take you to the link. FanDuel Racing app for all your wagering needs here at Breeders' Cup. $1 million in the early Pick 5, and that's just where we're started. Simon, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the pace scenario in this opening race. How do you think it unfolds?
Yeah, I think Time Song's going to be laying close. He's got the inside post. He's got a horse to the inside of him that's not that quick. He's got a horse to the outside of him that we heard from the trainer wants to settle. Utilize that inside slot. I don't think there's anyone else in here quick enough. So, I mean, I envisioned a scenario where Time Song could possibly go gate to wire in here.
What about the likes of Monterey Bay, the number 5 horse here at 8 to 1? Because this horse seems to be coming into his own. He ran a bang-up race going 7.5 at Woodbine. A little flat at Keeneland last time out. I'm not exactly sure if that's an excuse or if he can take a step forward off of it, but I feel like he might be the horse on the improve today.
Yeah, I think the question mark for him is that most of his form comes around one turn. The race that you mentioned at Keeneland is the only opportunity that he's had to actually go 2 turns on the turf course, and this is going to be a little bit tighter turf course in terms of the turns. He does come back at the same distance here today, but I also think he caught some pretty tough runners there in the non-winners of 1 at Keeneland. Tenacious Leader was a multiple winner at the Keeneland meet for Spendthrift Farm. Montador is a good horse. I'd actually give him some good amount of credit to only be beaten 2 lengths in a field like that in his first true attempt at the route.
I like a horse doing anything for the second time, especially going 2 turns.
He actually went 2 turns at Woodbine. When you look at those Woodbine races,
oh, it was the inner turf.
It's not 7.5. Yeah, it's the inner turf, and that was behind a pretty good runner in Awesome Bourbon.
I mean, let's be honest. Is any Bourbon awesome? One of these days on screen right now, Victor Garcia, who we know in Southern California, of course, the son of one of the all-time great horsemen, King Juan Garcia. But Victor Garcia, no slouch himself, 30% with starters coming off of a win, more than doubling your money for the $2 win bet.
That's a great percentage because that's a tough category. I always say you pick up a racing form any day, try and pick out half a dozen horses that won back-to-back races. Very few and far between. So it's a pretty strong statistic in that category. And look, it's a jump up. Anytime you're going from a non-winners of 3 to an open A other than, that's a significant class rise.
And there's a look at him on the racetrack. Let's go back to the favorite, Christina. I know you have some insight into the Dan Blacker barn, although you never give us as much as we ask. As Kansas Cat only been in the barn for a couple of starts now, but both of those starts were very respectable.
I'll help you out there. In the words of Tom Amos, it's nobody's business, Christina.
He's trained very well, this horse. He's very honest. And the ownership group, they're wonderful. They are so supportive with regard to this horse. Winborn Farm, I think there's about 25 of them on the WhatsApp group chat. Everybody loves this horse in Argentina, and he's thrived here in Southern California. He was only beaten ahead off a pretty significant layoff, and I think tactically that positioning was really good for him in that mile and a 16th race here at Del Mar. He came back subsequently at the flat mile, and although he was only a length and a half back, he needs to be right there. He's a little more steady rather than giving you that big turn of foot, which is why the distance today suits him, and Luis Saez, who can put him right into the race and put him up and on the pace, I think will be key to success with him.
Real quick, do you think he could be on the lead? I mean, I don't think there's much pace. Would he be comfortable on the lead?
I think it's possible, and yes, I think he would be comfortable.
Joaquin, the exactas have been paying well and not so well in some instances, but opportunity here. How do you get after it?
Well, I'm going to put 2 horses on top in the exacta. I like the 3 in here in Suchet. I thought he had a really good U.S. debut. Ran into Formidable Man after that, who's undefeated here at Del Mar. He's 6 for 6. Okay, that race was too tough. And then just a trouble trip in his most recent start for Suchet. And then the Dan Blacker runner, Kansas Cat. He's really improved in his last couple starts with the addition of blinkers. He's just missed. I'll put him on top. And then a couple horses underneath at a little better price, Mike. The 9, Russell's Hustle. Didn't get too much pace to run into last race. I know it's a possibility it could happen again, but I thought his race against easier company 2 back puts him in the hunt here. And then Zalamo at a big number, 15-1. That's the 11 horse in here for Leonard Powell. The turn back in distance, I think, is going to help him. He's just been a very consistent horse, generally runs in the money. He is 15-1. So 3-6, 3-6. I'll put those horses in second as well, adding the 9, the 11, and of course the 12 is a scratch.
Joaquin's exacta on screen for you there. The pools on a day like today are so large, you can compare it to very few other days pari-mutually in the country. Today is one of the great days of racing, and it's about to start in 3 minutes. Please make sure you get your wagers in early. Wager early, wager often, just like they vote in Chicago. As they make their way onto the turf course, Christina, how did you see the pace scenario playing out? I already asked Simon's opinion, and he was peppering you about whether Dan's horse could possibly get the lead, but how else could it unfold?
Well, I do think, as I said, Kansas Cat's going to be pretty close, but other horses that will be involved in here will be the 8, Moonlit Sonata. I think you'll see that horse pretty close to the lead. I think the 2, 9-2 on the board right now for Time Song, a horse that breaks very quickly in his races. He's not setting the fastest fractions in some of those longer efforts, but he is fast away from the gate, which might automatically put him into a good spot. Also remember, at the mile and a 16th, we start in that little chute here at Del Mar. So as they come out of that space and then turn on to the turf course proper, you don't want to be hung out too wide. So you'll see, especially horses like that or anybody from the far outside that has a little bit of speed, send to establish early position. The 11 could be another horse that they might want to get involved today.
Yeah, this race doesn't, on paper, have a lot of speed. You've got a full field here. There's only 3 horses in this race, Mike. In their previous race have been within a length and a half of the lead at the first call. So Christina mentioned them, those 3. So yeah, I think whoever gets the lead in here has a huge advantage.
They have reached the gate. We are just about post time here. Look at that pick 5 pool, $1.3 million, and it's going to be taking play right up until the time they break away from there. It is going to be monstrous. The sequential wagers yesterday, there were some opportunities, even with the short prices that came in, they paid huge.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you know, big pools, they help that. Obviously, the pie is bigger, so the slices become a little bigger when you chop it up, but yeah, it's setting up to be a fantastic afternoon here this afternoon and getting kicked off in the right way here.
And as we said, with the Win in Your Own events, with the Challenge Series, with the horses coming from overseas, you know, you're getting prices on horses today that you will never see those prices on these runners throughout the rest of the year, because they're oftentimes favored, or, you know, the first couple of betting choices in those prep races that they've earned their way into the Breeders' Cup.
As they are crossing down the chute onto the turf course, quickly, just wanted to get your thoughts on trip here as they go into that turn. One of the things I learned from the jockeys is we never give enough due to is how sharp the turn is coming out of the chute. We just figure, oh, well, they know what they're doing. But it's actually a pretty dramatic left-hand turn.
We talk about the run into the first turn on the mile dirt course, how sharp the turn is. Sometimes we'll show you this on the screen. I don't know whether we can do that. You got a rear view of it. It's dramatic. It's a hairpin, a left-hand turn of about almost 90 degrees. So getting position is key. You don't want to get hung out wide. That's why I think couple of these riders are just going to be aggressive and established. But there it is. That accentuates it there. So, I mean, if you're breaking from the outside, if you don't either get to the lead or cut over, I mean, you're going to be hung out in the middle of the racetrack.
Is it harder from the outside or the inside? Does your running style make a big difference?
Running style does. I mean, if you're in the inside and you've got no speed, you just break and sit back there. I mean, there's nothing you can do. If the same horse was on the outside, they would just break and make a left-hand turn.
The last thing you want to do is essentially end up wide on 3 turns of a 2-turn race, technically, right?
They are at the post. It's the first race of Breeders' Cup Saturday, and we give it to the voice of horse racing here at Del Mar, the voice of the Breeders' Cup, Larry Colmus.
And they're moving into line for the opener. First few horses have moved into the starting gate. Here comes Moonlit Sonata up into line. Rider is off of We Can behind the gate. In the meanwhile, Monterey Bay steps forward. Ricky Gonzalez back on We Can now. Here's Russell's Hustle into the gate. Baldoro the next one. Just waiting for We Can and Zalamo. Zalamo going in. We Can will be the last one.
Be tight on, guys. Get ready, guys. Be ready.
Steps in. They're all in line.
He's up.
We Can restless. They're off. Kansas Cat had the best beginning and goes out to the early lead. Time Song on the inside, sent along. These two to set the pace, and right behind them is Moonlit Sonata, who settles into stride in third. Baldoro is fourth on the outside. One of these days, fifth down toward the rail, and then comes Monterey Bay, who is about 6 lengths off the lead in the early stages. Suchet tucks in toward the rail, moving into that turn, saving every inch of ground, some 6 lengths from the front, moving into that first turn. Russell's Hustle is next on the outside, then Big Bet Jaffin Safa. Yes, We Can, and the trailer is Zalamo. 24.65 was that opening quarter mile. Not a fast pace here for Time Song and John Velasquez, who have the lead up the backstretch in front by a length. Kansas Cat is second by 2. Moonlit Sonata tracks them from third. Baldoro just in behind Moonlit Sonata, fourth up the backstretch. And then it's One of These Days in Monterey Bay. They went 48.76 for a half mile. Then a well-held Suchet, who's 8 lengths behind right now, under strong restraint from Joel Rosario, moving into the far turn. After that, Russell's Hustle on the outside. Big Bet Jaffin Safa, We Can, and Zalamo Around the far turn they go. Time Song and Johnny V out there a half a length. On the outside, Kansas Cat sidles up alongside in second. In behind the leaders comes Moonlit Sonata. Souchet continues to travel well and now swings to the outside for the final furlong and is still under a hand ride here. Joel Rosario hasn't even asked Souchet as Souchet forges to the front and says goodbye. Souchet runs away. The race is for second. It was close. It was Kansas Cat or Moonlit Sonata.
And John Sadler wins the breakfast handicap. Souchet, touche.
He was absolutely loaded as they turned for home, sitting back off a very slow early pace. John Velasquez able to slow them out there on the front end with the 2-horse, and Souchet had plenty left to finish with today. He settled well, which was John Sadler's concern coming into the day, and that certainly paid off in the end with plenty of run.
Look at him here. He's in 6th or 7th, absolutely crawling over horses. A major form reversal here. Kansas Cat finished in front of him. Today he turns it around. I think it's all to do with tactics. He wanted him to relax. He picked a rider that's really good at getting horses to switch off on the turf course and come with a run. And the ability to relax produced this late. When you relax early, I mean, it was hands and heels all the way to the wire.
I mean,
Watch this group.
He went at the 8th pole from, hey, he might win, to winning by 5.
In about 4 strides.
That was crazy. Such acceleration. Just a brilliant turn of foot here from Souchet, making 4-1 look like an absolute gift. So it's a good start of the day for Aronis Racing, Joel Rosario, and John Sadler. Throw a blanket over him for second. A photo for place with multiple noses hitting the wire.
Very, very close. Involved in that photo was Kansas Cat, your post-time favorite. He was 8-5, and then the horse with the blue shadow rule, very close on the line between those two. Not sure who that was. There were so many of them charging for the wire at that point.
I'm not going to call it. I'll wait for the stewards to shake out that Polaroid picture, and we'll figure out exactly who finished second in just a moment. But there was no doubt about the winner. Souchet, much, much, much the best here in the opener. Let's take a look at the drone view, because it wasn't an easy spot to get through for Joel Rosario. He had to bull his way through a hole that was barely there.
And why? Because the pace was slow early. They were bottled up. He had to squeeze through. And I think the tactics here, and what John wanted to go back to, was his European roots, where they sit, cover, and punch late. If you look at his first start in the U.S., Mirko Demuro was on him, and he was 11 lengths off the lead and ran his best U.S. race up to this point. So now I think they've found his running style, patient rider to get him to switch off. And the pace really wasn't that fast for him to drop the bridle, right? I mean, you know, normally like this, you say he won 46, close into it. They went 48. He relaxed and really punched it home late.
And there's a look at your unofficial winner. They're still, I think they're parsing out the 3rd place finish more than the 2nd place finish at this point. It was very tight. There was about 4 or 5 horses that all hit the wire within a nose of each other. So a lot to sort out on the minor awards. Here's a look at him loping back to the winner's circle. It's a fantastic performance. Only the 3rd win from this gelding's 15-race career. He's by Cloth of Stars, an Irish stallion by See the Stars. We know the grandsire much better than we know the sire. Bred by Freddie Head in France and owned by Aronis Racing. They picked this one up, I would assume, right before he came to the States, but was a decent horse in France. But here in the U.S., kind of a tough start to the career. Today, though, gets the victory, clears the condition, and this clearly sets him up for some bigger things down the line.
It looks like they've always had some pretty high hopes for this horse. Of course, you purchase him privately, bring him here. His first start, he was second by a head, immediately put him into the Del Mar Mile. And the start of that race was a little bit of a mess for him. And I think, you know, coming away from that start, Simon, it's almost what put it on his mind. Being aggressive, coming away from the gate. He battled in that same manner in his subsequent start in October with Juan Hernandez in the saddle. Today was a totally different story. All of those lessons in the mornings, and then Joel Rosario jumping into the saddle, making the difference, getting him to switch off.
I think this is a horse that the rider makes an absolute difference, personally. I mean, nothing against the 2 guys that have been aboard. And Paco's an aggressive rider. Look at the running line, pulled. Then Juan Hernandez ranked early, and he was probably a victim of what happened in the race prior. Now you've got a guy that can put horses to sleep and finish.
Photo sign is down. Souchet wins. Kansas Cat 2nd as your 8-5 favorite. Moonlit Sonata 3rd. Baldoro 4th. And Monterey Bay 5th. Souchet, your unofficial winner of the opening race on Championship Saturday.
Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Souchet. A 4-year-old bay gelding by Cloth of Stars out of D-Size by Kentucky Dynamite. Souchet was bred in France by EARL, Soc de Entertainment Freddie Head, now owned by Heronis Racing LLC, trained by John Sadler. Joel Rosario, your winning jockey. Number 3, Souchet was first. 6, Kansas Cat, second. 8, Moonlit Sonata, third. 10, Baldoro, fourth. 5th was number 5, Monterey Bay. 3, 6, 8, 10, 5. Your top 5, and this race is now official. Final time for the 1 mile and a 16th, 1 minute 41.96 seconds. Number 3, Souchet, pays 10.40 for the win. Up next is race number 2, start of the early pick 4, scratch number 2, Tall Paul. Post time at 10:40, that's 26 minutes away. FanDuel is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries.
Days 5th down toward the rail, and then comes Monterey Bay, who is about 6 lengths off the lead in the early stages. Souchet tucks in toward the rail, moving into that turn, saving every inch of ground, some 6 lengths from the front, moving into that first turn. Russell's Hustle is next on the outside, then Big Bet Jaffin Safa, Yes We Can, and the trailer is Alamo. 24.65 was that opening quarter mile. Not a fast pace here for Time Song and John Velasquez, who have the lead up the backstretch in front by a length. Kansas Cat is second by 2. Moonlit Sonata tracks them from third. Baldoro just in behind Moonlit Sonata, fourth up the backstretch. And then it's One of These Days in Monterey Bay. They went 48.76 for a half mile. Then a well-held Souchet, who's 8 lengths behind right now, under strong restraint from Joel Rosario, moving into the far turn. After that, Russell's Hustle on the outside, Big Bet Jaffin Safa, We Can, and Zalamo. Around the far turn they go. Time Song and Johnny V out there a half a length. On the outside, Kansas Cat sidles up alongside in second. In behind the leaders comes Moonlit Sonata. Souchet continues to travel well and now swings to the outside for the final furlong and is still under a hand ride here. Joel Rosario hasn't even asked Souchet as Souchet forges to the front and says goodbye. Souchet runs away. The race is for second. It was close. It was Kansas Cat or Moonlit Sonata.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a rider change in race number 5 today, the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Turning your programs to race number 5. Make the jockey on number 11, Bucanero Fuerte, David Egan. David Egan riding number 11, Bucanero Fuerte in race number 5 on number 11.
Join me as I take a deep dive into the least insulted ticketing app in history, SeatGeek. Did SeatGeek invent the ticket?
No, but we do make them work.
Drum roll, please. Ooh, how do I use the seat view feature?
It shows seats with a pole blocking the view. Don't buy those.
What if I want to sit behind a pole?
Buy those.
Join me as I bore you to death with a series of interviews about a ticketing app that just does what it's supposed to do.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Keeneland November is where futures take root and legacies pass from one hand to the next. In the ring, excitement builds. A glance, a nod, a bid. History changes in an instant, and the impact lasts a lifetime. The market is here. The global stage is here. Your moment is here. Keeneland November.
Conceived as the Super Bowl of horse racing, where champions are crowned, the Breeders' Cup can cement a horse's legacy and forever define him as one of the all-time greats. No fewer than 7 starters by champion sire Gunrunner are entered in this year's Breeders' Cup, including defending classic champion Sierra Leone. There's an old expression in the horse business which says, like begets like. At 3 Chimneys, with Gunrunner, we call it Breed True.
Everybody. 19 minutes away from the second race here at the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club as we get ready for the early pick 4 on Championship Saturday, a 6-furlong allowance event, and all winners of a race other than the condition or a $50,000 tag, if you're in the market, would get you one of the fine equine specimen offered for sale here. The favorite right now is Modus Bestia. I have it on fairly certain authority that is Latin for beast mode.
I think you're right there. Who was that? Marshawn Lynch? Was he beast mode?
He still is beast mode.
Still is beast mode.
And he owns a piece of Puka now, right? Or Torpedo Ana.
Torpedo Ana, yeah.
Yeah, I knew he bought into someone big. Here's a look at those odds right now with Modus Bestia, however you want to say it, is your 2-to-1 favorite. Ghost of Midnight, though, a new acquisition for the Sean Williams barn. He picked this one up from trainer Mark Latt last time out. Joaquin Jaime standing by with Sean.
Here with trainer Sean Williams, who has the one Ghost of Midnight first up off the claim for you. What did you see last race to dip into the claim box and take a 7-year-old for $50,000?
It was a tough call, but we went for it. I loved the horse's form. Mark did a great job with him in his previous races, and the horse came out of the race well, and we're looking for a good shot today.
What have you learned about him now that you've had him in your care for a little bit now?
He's done everything the way he should. His works have been beautiful. I'm very happy with how he's transition into my care.
Big field, rail draw for you. How do you win this race?
Hopefully we get a good trip away from the gate, settle off the pace a little bit, and hopefully it unfolds for us.
Good luck, Sean.
Thank you, sir.
Sean Williams, of course, came out here years ago with a string of horses for Robertino Diodoro. He's now gone out on his own, making his way as a trainer and doing a good job of it. And this is the game he knows how to play, as he's very astute at picking the sharp horses on the way up. Yes, that horse won the race he claimed it out of, but he claims a horse coming off of a 5th place finish, beaten 5 1/4. You lose the condition, but you gain the confidence, hey, we got this horse who's on his way up.
He's going to run him right back in the same spot. He's in here for the $50,000 tag, so he has defeated horses at this level in the past in that race on September 27th. Now, with it being Breeders' Cup, you have other horses shipping in, so this is an especially challenging edition of a non-winners of one. But you go back to the back class of this horse, he was only beaten a length to the Chosen Vron before going to the side lanes.
Michelle?
Modus Bestia goes postward. I'm with co-owner Calvin Nguyen, and we're looking at this colt. Broke his maiden last time out very impressively. Did Richie say he just kind of needed some races to figure out his job?
Sort of, yeah. He'd been training well prior to the last race, and he just kind of starting figuring things out. He's kind of come to his own, so pretty excited about it.
I've seen him change in tactics also. He was a horse that was a little bit more behind earlier on, and now he seems to want to be on the lead. Has that helped him?
That's something Richie had to figure it out. But, yeah, he just kind of not fight him too much. He's very aggressive, so just kind of let him be. So he just wants to be out there and don't want to constrain him.
Later on today, you guys have one of the fastest in the land in AG Bullet. How do you feel going into the Turf Sprint?
God, it's nerve-wracking right now. Every race, no matter what level it is, when right before the race, it's really nervous about the whole experience. So excited.
What do you think about the 5 furlongs for her?
She ran well last year, but ideally we'd prefer a little bit longer. But she ran well last year. Hopefully she can duplicate that effort.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
AG Bullet is one of the best horses on the turf, and sprinting at 5 furlongs may be a little sharp for her, but only sharp for her in relation to the fact that she's running against the best horses in the world.
I think she's just proven that she's capable at so many different distances.
Right.
We've seen her at the mile. We've seen her at 6.5 down the hill. And I think she's a better version of herself this year than she was last year coming into the Breeders' Cup.
She was beating a neck in this trip last year, speaking about AG Bullet.
Let's talk about Modus Bestia, though, because we're watching the backtrack right now. So this is Modus Bestia's race on the 7th of September when she won by 3. And yes, it was a maiden-breaking effort, but she has gotten faster with each and every start throughout her career. And it really seems like, as Michelle was alluding to, she's figured her job out.
Yeah, definitely improving. You're seeing steps forward in those thorograph numbers from each and every start, especially on the main track. I liked the return race, love the race that you were looking at right there. And it looks like he's training really well. He's come back with a bullet work October 25th, 46-3, indicating that you'll see another step forward today. Modus Bestia is going to be my top selection. I'll use some others in here as well. As you can see, 3, 8, 10, and 14 to begin this pick 4 for me. Race number 3 is very difficult. There's a lot of horses you can use in the Goldikova, but in the end, Deep Satin is my top pick, and rather than going, all button in there because it could get a little short if some of the favorites win your last 2 legs, which are Breeders' Cup races, I'm going to single Deep Satin. I do think that filly is the best horse in the race, only beaten a half length in a grade 1 last time out, and should be able to handle this group here today. 2, 8, 9. In race number 4 for me, that is our first Breeders' Cup race of the day, the Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Sprint. With the scratches, I'm going to end up with Splendora as my top selection, the 2 horse, but also included the 8 Hope Road and the 9 Ricci on the ticket. And then race 5, the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Do note that Arizona Blaze is scratched. We sent these tickets in very early. I'll go 1, 2. I would use Kadem in there, the 4, and then farther to the outside, AG Bullet is my top pick.
That pick 4 ticket from Christina Blacker for your wagering or entertainment purposes. Right now, they're giving the call of riders up. We are 14 minutes away from race number 2 as we go back to the FanDuel TV studios with Curtis.
All right, Mike, so here's what I'm going to play. The race 1, we got a good price, 4-1 on Suchet. Going for an even bigger price here. I'm going to play the number 3, Wayne the Brain. Antonio Fresu, Mark Glad, 23% together at Del Mar. But if you look at the horse's maiden breaking effort last year at Del Mar, the horse was close to the pace, was able to power away. That was first time wearing blinkers. This horse has a tendency to sometimes get left behind, but now that Fresu's aboard, I think you'll see the 3, Wayne the Brain, get more involved early. So I'm opted in, 11-1. See if we can get a big price home here in this second. Let's get you out back to Del Mar with Michelle Yu.
Guys walking right here next to the 5, Sir Rocket. And, he's been running on the grass a lot, but he does have a win over the main track. Mikey, does he handle the dirt as well as he likes the grass?
He does here. He likes it here.
He does here. He likes it here, he said. He did win here this summer, so looking at him, I thought he was a very interesting horse. I think it's going to be tough to beat the favorite, but you got to, 5-1 on Sir Rocket as he goes postward for Neil Drysdale.
Thank you very much. 12 minutes to post. 12 minutes to get your wagers in on race number 2 here on Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday, as the field is making their way out onto the track here. Great wagering race. I do believe the wagering public has it right as things stand right now. Modus Bestia should be the favorite. I don't think you have to take 2-1, as there is a myriad of possibilities in this event.
I'm with Curtis. One of my best long shot plays of the day is the 3-horse in here, Wayne the Brain. I'm with him. And you can talk away his bad races. Last time out a mile, the debut was the debut. And in the 7th of September race, he went to the sidelines for a year. You start looking and digging. The last race, even though it was too far for him, there were 2 next out winners out of there. Cluso came out of that race, came back and won, finished 3rd behind Vodka Vodka yesterday. And then on running lines, Wayne the Brain, he ran just behind Awesome Rhythm. That's the horse that beat Ghost of Midnight pretty handily at 5-1. I love the 11-1 price on Wayne the Brain.
As 11-1 holding strong. I actually like the inside runner in Ghost of Midnight. I feel like Ghost of Midnight has a big chance here. And you play the claiming game. I actually misspoke. I said he lost the condition by winning that race. Of course he didn't, because he was in for the tag. That's the nuance of the optional claimer N1X. He didn't qualify for the condition because he was a 5-time lifetime winner prior to that. But since he was in for the tag, you can bring him back at the tag. It doesn't really matter what the condition was. He's just a good horse right now. And he's a 7-year-old gelding that's very lightly raced, so he's had his issues. But Sean Williams is an excellent horseman, and he was really willing to take the risk.
Followed him from day one. I remember the day he ran on the 4th of September 2023. Mark Glatt was so relieved after the race. He was trying to get one by. Horse was a 5-year-old at that time, and he put him in for maiden 20 and crushed that field there. And then he was protected ever since, and even ran well in the San Carlos, finishing 2nd in a grade 3.
Let's take a look at the field, starting with Ghost of Midnight, who leads the post parade. Diego Herrera up. I might have gone a little too fast. So we're waiting for the tractors to get off the track, and then we'll do the post parade in earnest. My apologies for going a little too soon. However, this second race, 9-5 on the chalk. I think there's a couple of spots throughout the day where you could see a 15 to 20 to 30 to 1 shot like Valentina win. And this might be one of them, because some of these long shots, inauspicious, but I just don't feel like we have the most consistent form in this bunch.
Yeah, and I don't know if the price will hold at 9-1, but I think you'll get a good price on Wayne the Brain, but definitely a price horse at the moment that makes a lot of sense in here for all the points that Simon made. And cut back in distance, I think, is a positive for him. That race back on August 2nd would be very competitive against this group in here. We also haven't talked too much about the horse from the far outside, the 14 Bostonian for Wesley Ward. Added Lasix in that last start, Belmont at Aqueduct. He seems to be training well as he comes in 2nd off the layoff here, stepping into some open company, although many of his races restricted are against New York breds, but his figures make him very competitive with these horses.
Well, it's exceptionally hard to win 2 races in a row, let alone 4, and Bostonian is undefeated in 4 races. Let's take a look at the field, starting with Ghost of Midnight.
First effort off the claim, as we've mentioned, just heard from Sean Williams, should drop back, make that 1 run from off the pace. The 2-horse is a scratch. Here's Wayne the Brain.
Wayne the Brain, I had talked about. He's going to be my selection here. Going to be coming from off the pace, which, if you've been watching the track the last 2 days, you want to be laying within contention, turning for home.
Lawless World is a big 80-1. His last 2 victories, one of them was over this course for 40, another victory at Los Alamitos on the evening card.
This horse is undefeated on the dirt. Sir Rocket, he's had 9 tries, only 1 on the dirt, and he's 1 for 1.
Tiger in My Tank is the 6 horse at 80-1 as well. Beaten 3 and 3.5 lengths last time out against optional claimers.
Another horse making the transition back to the main track. He does have a win on the main track. It was when the track was wet, though.
Modus Bestia, well named, and he looked like it in the paddock as well. 9-5 as the current favorite, entering today off a 3-length victory to break his maiden last out.
Miracle Mark, the 9 takes the blinkers off here at 14-1. Ran behind Ghost of Midnight and Lawless World last time. Got about 3 to make up on those.
Here's another price that makes sense. If you draw a line through that last race over the muddy surface, 2 starts back at Saratoga, he was 3rd behind Baby Yoda, keeping some good company, the Safi Joseph trainee, Comedy Town.
Mark Glatt got the other runner in here at 25-1. 32 Chunk, the lightly raced son of More Than Ready. He goes back to the main track.
Red Flag 8-1. Umberto Rispoli back aboard for Bob Hess, a 7-time winner in 22 starts.
Your longest shot in the field is Grubauer, 80-1. Massive price here.
And then the undefeated Bostonian will round out this field. The 14 horse is 7-1 for Wesley Ward.
And that is your field for race number 2. We are 7 minutes away from the second race here on Championship Saturday. 7 minutes until the starts of the early pick four. $307,000 currently in that pick four pool. It does feel like we haven't spoken about Bostonian enough, but we're going to bring the conversation right now back to the horse on the inside. From the Omega to the Alpha, Ghost of Midnight. So Ghost of Midnight, the running style here, this horse can stalk and pounce, doesn't need the lead with that inside draw. Really the hope is you just don't get shuffled back too far.
I think he might, though. I'm not sure that they really want to send him out to the lead because the tactics of settling and making that run from just off the pace really seem to be working well for him.
Yeah, he's never been on the lead in any of his races in the early stages, so he's going to have to navigate a trip from the inside. There's some speed to his outside that's going to cross and fall on top of him, but he does have a closing kick, and we saw that in his most recent race.
Especially the way he comes down the center of the racetrack like that. Now, the front end was very good yesterday. Some people complaining about a speed bias. I think a lot of those horses that were on the lead were just very good. But we did see horses go fast fractions and hold on. I would imagine at this point there's no way to say how the track would play, but is that of concern for a horse like that who comes from off the pace?
I don't think so. And I don't think he's going to be too far off of it either way. Like, yes, the inside post, he might get shuffled back more so than he wants to, but he does have enough tactical speed to maintain contact with the field. And I would think Diego Herrera just wants to get him to the outside. He's a son of Ghost Sapper out of a Bernardini mare. You would actually think that a little more distance would be his friend. And in fact, if you look at his form, you see 2 1-mile events where he was a winner going the 2 turns. He covers a lot of ground with each stride, but I don't think he's a horse that you can get stopped. I think you need to keep him outside and in the clear if you can.
As we are just about 5 minutes, Michelle Yu, just a bit ago, caught up with Bob Hess.
Bob Hess has red flag in this spot. I feel like this horse loves Del Mar. Did you intentionally skip Santa Anita to point for this race?
Yeah, we knew it was coming up when we freshened, figuring, I didn't want to squeeze the lemon too much. He's had a tough year. Now he's fresh and ready. The 8 looks really tough. I heard the 1's training great, but we're ready as well.
Is there going to be enough pace for him? I feel like he needs a hot setup.
God, I think there's a ton of pace, but I'm a trainer, not a handicapper, but I think so.
And looking at this level, this is a pretty aggressive spot for him.
Well, he's made about $180 this year. We paid $40 last year. So if we run well and sell him, that's okay.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Pretty frank, as he said, look, if we run well and sell him, that's great. We did our job. We got our money out of him. He won some races for us. He's a runner.
And on a day like today, big stage, big weekend, you want to be entering aggressively. And if that means you might lose a horse via the claim to someone else, then, you're in the right spot. You valued your horse correctly. You're in, at this case, at 8-1 with a chance of going home a winner and potentially being claimed, in which case you're taking home that $50,000 for the claim tag and then 60% of the purse, which in this case, $175,000 for this non-winners of 1.
Yeah, and here's the thing with red flag. Look, he hasn't run in this condition in over a year almost. I mean, he's been running in stakes races. His last 2 starts in the A other condition, what happened? He won both of them. Where were they? Right here. I mean, that's where he belongs. The A other than 6 furlongs on the dirt at Del Mar.
Right, he was in a grade 3 2 races back at Churchill Downs, and now he's in for a $50,000 tag. So it gives you an idea of where the competition is. And I'm with you. I think he was just outclassed by some of those efforts. He ran good numbers in the work all week in the St. Matthews, but he just wasn't good enough to beat that caliber of horse.
Bear in mind, Glack claimed him for, Bob Hess claimed him for $40,000 10 starts ago. So 50 today, it's not that bad. He's had a couple of wins along the way.
He's made $180,000, as he said in the interview. They've claimed him for 40. Yeah. They're in the game to win, and that's what they're going to do. Let's talk about this trifecta box, Simon, because you did include red flag.
Yeah, I did. I only need 3 of these 4 to run 1, 2, 3. I got the 1 Ghost of Midnight, Wayne the Brain, my top pick, 11-1 down to 9-1. I'm throwing Modus Bestia in there because I could see him. If he doesn't win, he could definitely hang around and finish 2nd and 3rd. And then red flag for the reasons I just mentioned, Class Relief. And he's 7-1.
4-horse trifecta box from Simon Bray as they reach the starting gate in about 3 minutes here. It's the start of the pick 4 as well. Here's a look at the number 3 horse, Wayne the Brain, one of the long shots Simon was touting earlier. He's making a good show of himself on the track.
There's a couple prices that, you have to maybe consider. Michelle was talking about Sir Rocket for Neil Drysdale. He's also on the board at 7-1, 1-for-1 here at Del Mar and over the main track, the Calbred. These are much deeper waters, but anytime a horse is undefeated in a particular scenario, I think you have to give them another look in here. He should get a similar trip to the one horse just to drop back, make that one run from off the pace. The other horse that's in a similar situation is the 7. Tejon Pass has been on the turf for many of his last several starts, but if you go all the way back, he actually broke his maiden first time out over a wet fast track at Santa Anita. Maybe it was the moisture in the ground that helped him out a little bit that day, but I would say, you know, third behind Nysos. Yes, it was a short 4-horse field, but he wasn't disgraced. He moved forward on the dirt in a few of those races. He was second to a next out winner at Oaklawn Park. The surface switch could offer a lot of change for Tejon Pass today, up there at 45-1.
There's your QR code on screen right now. If you scan, you can get your bets in on the FanDuel Racing app. Check us out and see why we are the leader in advanced deposit wagering. Use the QR code on screen right now, and despite what Todd Schrupp may have told you, you can do so from the comfort of your couch. You don't need to get up. In fact, you can just use the Zoom effects on your camera, whether it's an iPhone or an Android or a Google phone or whatever else they got out there. It'll take you there and you can get in, and you got to get in now because they are reaching the gate. Christina, final thoughts on this group in race 2?
I know he's your favorite, so it isn't very creative, but the improving Modus Bestia will be my selection in here. Exiting a win last out over this course, I think he can come right back and do it again.
Simon?
I'm going to stick with the 3 as the win bet, Wayne the Brain. I like his races. Hopefully he's within contention turning for home, then he'll finish.
I've got Ghost of Midnight as my top selection, but at a little bit of a price, Sir Rocket at 7-1, I think has a big chance for Neil Drysdale. You look at that horse's one dirt race, you mentioned it, Simon, it was a win from off the pace. He'll be charging late. And Modus Bestia for Richard Baltus is going to be tough as the 2-1 favorite. Over $500,000 now in the pick 4 pool. We go to the voice of the Breeders' Cup, Larry Colmus, for the call.
And the horses have reached the gate for race 2 on this Breeders' Cup Saturday program. Field of 13 going 6 furlongs here. And the first one to step up will be Ghost of Midnight. Modus Bestia moving into line. Here's Miracle Mark and Wayne the Brain. Comedy Town steps up. Lawless World, 32 chunk. Sir Rocket and Red Flag move in. There's Tiger in My Tank. Grubauer. Just a couple left to go into the starting gate. Tejon Pass and Bostonian. They're all in line. They're off. A good even beginning. Bostonian on the far outside came out sharply. So too Comedy Town in between horses. They're joined toward the inside by Modus Bestia, who's got some early foot as well. Then it's Lawless World down toward the inside. Right alongside is racing up the backstretch 32 chunk. As they continue their journey past the half-mile pole, it is Modus Bestia and Bostonian matching strides on the lead. A length and a half back to Comedy Town on the inside. 32 chunk out there, and 3 wide is Grubauer. Break of another 2 lengths more to Lawless World. Tiger in My Tank is next. Saving all the ground is Wayne the Brain with 7 lengths to make up. Then Red Flag moving up on the far outside around Ghost of Midnight. Saving all the ground here is Sir Rocket, who's about 8 lengths behind. And then come the trailers Miracle Mark and Tejon Pass, and they're at the top of the stretch. And it's Modus Bestia passing the 8th pole with a 2.5 length lead on Comedy Town, who's closing the gap. And Red Flag is also moving down the center. Modus Bestia still there from Comedy Town. Modus Bestia and Flavian Pratt to beat Comedy Town. Then Lawless World and Red Flag.
A finish with Modus Bestia getting the victory as your favorite.
established a good early position, took a little pressure from the 14 horse, who was able to clear from that outside gate. But Modus Bestia was the improving runner. Richard Baltus, your winning conditioner here, and Flavien Prat in the saddle at 2-1 at post time.
Let's take another look at the replay here. He was prominent early, Simon, and never gave up the ghost.
No, I mean, he never looked in doubt at any juncture of this race. Did he ever have a challenge? He's coming out of a 6.5 furlong races back to 6. And, you know, he turned for home here on a clear, uncontested lead, looking for horses coming from off the pace. They were trying. Red Flag put in a run. Obviously, Comedy Town was right there, but there was nobody quicker than Modus Bestia. Simply put, he was the fastest horse in the race.
Look at the horses who run second and third. Comedy Town, 15-1. Lawless World, 80-1. And the fourth place finisher, Red Flag, was your second choice when all was said and done in the wagering. But the Exacta and the Try have some prices underneath there that could make that payout pretty good for having a favorite finish on top. 2-1 on your winner. Nicely done from the connections of Modus Bestia. Flavien Prat, Richie Baltus, Calvin Nguyen, and Joey Tran are on the board on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
You can see his ears pinned, really giving it his all here. This horse was all heart today on the lead to take them gate to wire in race 2. Kicks off the early pick 4 as the favorite.
Final time for the 6 furlongs, 109-2. Modus Bestia, your winner in the second.
Number 8, Modus Bestia was first. Second, number 10, Comedy Town. Third, number 4, Lawless World. Fourth, number 12, Red Flag. And fifth was number 1, Ghost of Midnight. 8, 10, 4, 12, 1, your top 5 finishers. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Final time for 6 furlongs on the dirt, 1 minute 9.51 seconds. Now entering the winner's circle is number 8, Modus Bestia. A 3-year-old bay colt by McLean's Music out of Make Amends by Malibu Bood. Modus Bestia was bred in Maryland by Country Life Farm and Make Amends LLC. Now owned by Calvin Nguyen and Joey Tran, trained by Richard Baltus. Flavien Prat, your winning jockey. This race is now official. Number 8, Modus Bestia, pays $6.20 for the win. The early daily double, $18.30. Up next is race 3, ladies and gentlemen, the grade 3 Goldikova Stakes. $300,000 in the purse for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward at a mile on the turf. Scratch numbers 11 and 12. Post time for race 3 in 28 minutes at 11:15. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the famous Longines Turf Race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a model from the redesigned Prima Luna collection with a blend of classic Roman numerals, lustrous dials, and meticulously executed details. This collection speaks to those who understand that genuine luxury arises from the confidence of impeccable craftsmanship. you to Del Mar Thoroughbred Club and the 2025 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get tickets to horse races and other live events faster than you can say, and they're off. SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of Breeders' Cup.
Race where she ran very well.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
And Timberlake, the son of Into Mischief, tells the field, bye, bye, bye.
And it is Timberlake in front. It is Timberlake who's going to win the Grade 1 Champagne.
Timberlake on the outside roars to the front. And Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2.
A John Deere 3 Series tractor lets you tackle those bigger jobs with simple, intuitive controls that put the power in your hands and quick connect solutions to swap implements quickly with ease. From rotary cutter to rotary tiller to front loader. Take on all your property's biggest challenges. You just have to get in the seat. John Deere is the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Down here in the paddock at Del Mar, I'm joined by Adrian Wallace from Coolmore America's Ashford Stud. And Adrian, this is the time of the year where, well, the plans have probably already been set in place, but looking ahead to 2026, from Breeders' Cup runners today, who can we see in 2026 at Coolmore America?
It's a bittersweet time of year in many ways. It's a day when we will say goodbye to Sierra Leone, who is going to top out a fantastic career, an Eclipse Award-winning career. Hopefully in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he'll retire to Ashford Stud at Coolmore America, son of Gun Runner. I mean, an amazing horse who's had a wonderful, wonderful career and been such a great testament to Chad Brown, to Brooke Smith, the Magner Coolmore ownership, and Peter Brandt. And really, he's going to cap out hopefully a stellar career here in the Classic. A son of the great Gun Runner, he'll retire, and then obviously Fierceness, who is equally. What a wonderful horse, being expertly campaigned by Mike Rapoli and Todd Bletcher. So he's seen to great effect here on this track last time out, and a horse that will ultimately be very, very popular at Stud. A decision after the race will be made on journalism. The ownership group will decide then if he retires or if he races on. So yeah, a lot to look forward to today.
Fierceness, Breeders' Cup winner. Sierra Leone, Breeders' Cup winner. can it be most ideal for the team to get journalism a Breeders' Cup win, even though he's already an American Classic winner?
Yeah, an American Classic winner. You know, he's had a great career, seen behind Sovereignty to great effect, and winning the Preakness himself in his own right. You know, a wonderful horse in his own right. You know, it would be, listen, we'd take either of the three, really. It's such a wonderful race to win. It's a competitive race, and it's a deep race. You know, you've got Mindframe in there, Forever Young in there. So listen, if they can hit the board and run well and come home safely, that's what we're most hopeful for.
As far as other runners on the Saturday card, who are the other rooting interests for horses that are by Coolmore Stallions?
Well, I think Minnie Hawk is the one. She's not by Coolmore Stallion, but she's the one. She's been a flag bearer for Aidan O'Brien this year. She's a 3-time Oaks winner. She was second to great effect in the Arc on very soft ground last time out. You know, hopefully the triple suit her, the better ground should suit her as well, and hopefully she'll come home and crown out a championship year.
Thank you, Adrian. Good luck to you and the Coolmore team.
Thank you so much.
She looks phenomenal. And as Goldikova is announced to the crowd erupts in applause here, appreciation for this great champion.
Goldikova goes through at the rail, and look at the acceleration from Goldikova as she bursts forward. And what a brilliant filly is this! Goldikova in an awesome effort, outrun Kip DeVille to win it well. Goldikova's going to have to switch out a little. She does so though, coming on a late run, just enough humour. But Goldikova is just scintillating. Goldikova is something special. Goldikova and Olivia Palier win it again. Now Goldikova's unwinding her run in the centre of the track. Goldikova's let loose, she's flying. Sydney's Candy, the usual QT's in there as well. But Goldikova's catching with each and every stride. Are we to see history this afternoon? Here's Bucko Boy late, but no, Goldikova, a true champion. 3 Breeders' Cup wins. Olivia Palier, the perfect ride. Goldikova has won.
Let there be no doubt, you have just witnessed the greatest champion in the history of the TVG Breeders' Cup Mile. You have just witnessed Goldikova.
Such a tremendous competitor, a 3-time winner of the mile, European Horse of the Year, champion grass mare twice, 3-time winner of the mile, yes, and one of only 2 horses to win 3 Breeders' Cup races along with Beholder, and a caption 11 other Group 1 events in Europe.
And as well-traveled and as accomplished as she was internationally, she was so well-suited to American racing with that style, just getting low to that ground, exceptional acceleration. We may see a horse win 3 Breeders' Cup races later on today with Rebels Romance in the Breeders' Cup Turf. He won it in 2022, he won it in 2024, looking to add a 3rd one this year.
But 15 years later, she is still the bar by which we are measuring Breeders' Cup greatness, and it'll be that way forever.
Yeah, I mean, 3 consecutive miles, it's unheard of. And like you said, she was just so well suited to North American racing. Her physique, the way she traveled, outstanding. And the fact that Freddie Head trained her, having previously ridden Miesk, who won back-to-back miles, I think made the whole story even better.
We will continue on with our looks back and our looks forward as Breeders' Cup. A victory in one of these races puts you in the annals of history. Right now we have the Goldikova Stakes as we honor the 3-time mile winner. And this Goldikova Stakes is, as you would guess it, at a mile on the turf, $300,000 in the kitty, a grade 3 affair, and Special Juan, as you predicted, the favorite, Christina.
And this is a field that would do her proud. Very, very accomplished group of fillies and mares in here. Special Juan exits a victory in the Grade 3 Ladies Turf at Kentucky Downs last time out. A couple starts back, she was a Grade 3 winner over the Gulfstream Park surface and the Honey Fox. That race is key because the Gulfstream turf course would be more similar to the turf course out here at Del Mar. The Kentucky Downs race, obviously a lot of class there, but it's nice to know that she doesn't need to take her racetrack with her, Simon, and she should have no problem adapting here to Del Mar.
Yeah, look, she was always going to be the favorite in this race. I mean, just the running line 2 back in the Just a Game behind dynamic pricing. And then Excellent Truth. Excellent Truth was second in the Jenny Wiley. She won the Diana. I mean, her form stands out. Gina Romantica is her running lines. Chili Flag. So she's the deserved favorite here. She towers, well, I wouldn't say towers, but she has a significant edge in class over a lot of these.
Yeah, the company lines are impressive. There's no doubt about it. As we are taking a look at her, let's talk about, well, that's Deep Satin right there on screen. There's a look at Special Juan to go with the conversation we were just having. And Special Juan, once again, Joel Rosario, always good to get that win off the ground in your first couple of races on the day. Puts you in a good rhythm for the big races coming up.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'll put it in perspective here, because I think the other challenger would be Deep Satin if you look at her coming out of the First Lady. But, I mean, if we're just going on form lines, Special One beat Simply in Front fairly easy. Simply in Front came back and won the First Lady right there with Deep Satin. So that race behind Dynamic Pricing, very, very tough. Here's the First Lady, though, Christine, and this is the horse you like, Deep Satin, right?
Yeah, I do like Deep Satin in here. She's only going to be defeated half a length in the end. You mentioned Simply in Front as the common opponent. I like this trip for her. I like the opportunity to just kind of drop back and make one run, but I do think she might be a little bit closer today with Irad Ortiz in the saddle than she was here in the First Lady with Luan Machado. I think she made that big move. She was gaining ground in the later portion. She was 27-1. She outran her odds, but a little more forward position, which shouldn't be difficult for her to establish from post position number 2, would be helpful with some horses like Special One that have a very big turn of foot, like Medoro, the 5 in here at 5-1. She has a beautiful way of going. She loves this turf course here at Del Mar. You know she'll be flying late, as will Nadette. There's a lot of closers in here that have exceptional turns of foot. So a horse like Deep Satin that might be able to get the jump could be at an advantage.
So Special One, your current favorite at even money, and she will be your favorite come post time, as I doubt anyone's going to get bet into the teeth of her chances. But Deep Satin, certainly the second choice, looks pretty good. Let's take a look at Special One in the ladies' turf last time out for Brendan Walsh. This horse has won 2 of the last 4 races, is 3 of the last 5 if you count the allowance event at Kentucky Downs back in 2024. So since coming to the States, she's been very productive. And here's a look at her at Kentucky Downs, where she is 2 for 2.
I think overall at Kentucky Downs this year, you wanted to be pretty close to the pace too. And the fact that she was able to come from off of it for this victory, maybe give her a little bit of extra credit for the win.
Yes, I think you do. I mean, the 3rd place horse in our team came back and won an allowance race at Kentucky Downs, and then went to Keeneland and finished 2nd in a turf sprint behind Time to Dazzle. So that form is good. She's a filly that hasn't shown the ability to put back-to-back races together. Maybe that's by design. She seems to run well fresh, and she comes in off a layoff here for Brendan Walsh, who, you know, the whole Keeneland meet, his horses were running lights out.
Just moments ago, Michelle, you had a very special guest.
A little bit of time between her races. Was this race spacing just ideal?
Yeah, I mean, there's like 3 races in mind. The one at Santa Anita, the 1.25 miles, which I didn't think was the proper spot, and then come back here and maybe the Matriarch. So the freshness was all pretty much a point.
Looking at her also, you know, you're coming out of a 1 1/8 race where she ran very well, finishing 2nd, but I feel like the mile is her ideal. What do you think?
I have to agree with you. I mean, maybe the race that she ran prior to the Oceanitas took something out of her. Maybe she wasn't quite as sharp, but I felt there was all systems go when she ran the John Maybe. But I'm going to go with the 1 1/8 a little too far.
What do you think about a trip for her today?
It's not a lot of pace in here. You know, if she breaks, all breaks being considered, you get some speed on the outside, I think, and then maybe one inside. But I think she'll be laying right off the pace. Could be a good thing.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Peter Urton has had a tremendous record at Del Mar over the years, and especially in the last couple. Medoro certainly looks like a live shot here right now at odds of 5-1.
I agree that the cut back to the flat mile is beneficial for her because she has that really strong kick and she wants a little bit of pace to run at. She's accomplished over this turf course. We mentioned the 1 1/8 effort in the Maybe last time out where she was 2nd to Give Me Another. She was the winner of the Oceanitas 2 starts back over this course. That would be an easier spot than what she faces today. But I think she proved her class at the 1 1/4 even, farther than the 1 1/8. She was 3rd behind She Feels Pretty 3 starts back in the American Oaks. She deserves to be in races like this with these, you know, best of the best. And at the flat mile, she has her best chance to be successful.
Riders up.
So they just gave the call of Riders Up. We'll have a post parade for you in just a few moments. Michelle?
Oh, guys, walking right here next to the 13 Temptable for Francis Graffard. And this filly has just been so impressive in the preliminaries over here. Just a beautiful European-style filly. You can see she's a little bit lighter framed and a little bit smaller. But I just love how she's been walking around here. She's got a beautiful eye, and she looks so fit. You see the red hood that she's wearing, that will be taken off later on. I'm not entirely sure what kind of trip they're going to hope for from the outside because, you know, she's got a little bit of speed, but it's not California speed. That being said, Gestad yesterday had no problem with the outside gate. She's already conquered a left-handed turn, so I think that's a positive. And even though she's been running in races with a little bit of less than firm turf, she also was a winner on synthetic. And to me, that translates really well to being able to handle the firm turf out here in Southern California. So we'll see if Temptable can give us a nice price at 15-1, Curtis.
Michelle, I'm also going for, well, not as much of a price, but I'm going to go with Medoro, the 5-horse here. She's 5-1. Now, this is a race, this part of the money back special opportunity. So you opt in, bet a horse to win. Second or third, money back. We know that's the deal, right? Medoro, never worse than third in her career. 5 wins, 10 career starts. A race that's named for the most consistent miler in racing history. That's a very consistent horse right there for Peter Urton, who did train Breeders' Cup winners in the past. Umberto Rispoli has had, you know, some storylines that maybe not so favorable for him, but I really do believe Medoro at 9-2 right now, the 5-horse. She's so classy, she's so consistent, and I think the fact that she comes in here fresh with a perfectly spotted race going the mile distance is exactly what I want. So Medoro at the 5-horse at 9-2.
Thank you very much, Curtis. And if you want to wager along with us, scan to bet now. Use the QR code on screen to take you to the FanDuel Racing app. See why we are the leader in account deposit wagering, as that QR code takes you right where you need to be to get in all the action here on Championship Saturday. 11 minutes to the Goldikova, presented by Yamava, as we are getting close to race number 3 here. The third leg of the early pick 5, the second leg of the early pick 4, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent super, pick 3, daily double, and super high 5 wagering, all available here in race number 3. The grandstands are starting to fill up as the crowd trickles in. It's going to be a madhouse here in a few hours. It's actually a great time to get to the racetrack before the opener. It's the last few races where you'll have a normal crowd before we get the Breeders' Cup rush with the 9 championship races later this afternoon. Let's take a look at this field, starting with the Marcelo Polanco trainee. Mike Smith will be in the irons of Violetta M, a mare by John F. Kennedy.
She's Argentinian bred, spent most of her career there. She has 2 starts here stateside, has resulted in a 4th and 11th place finish. She does need to improve today.
Here's Deep Satin for Sherry DeVoe. Finished a good 4th last time out in the First Lady, a grade 1 at Keeneland. Drops down in class here.
Special One, your favorite in the Team Valor International Silks, will be closing today. Was your half-length winner of the Ladies' Turf at Kentucky Downs last out.
Public Assembly, the 4, is one of the longest shots in the field at 35-1. Lots of seconds and thirds. Did win a Group 3 back in April at Santa Anita.
Medoro for the CRK stables. They will be represented by Baeza in the Breeders' Cup Classic later today. She's the winner of a few stakes races over this turf course here.
Don't look for the 6 early. She is way, way back in the early stages of a race, but she does come running late, always shows up, puts in a good effort.
Liguria up next, 23-1. She's the winner of the Grade 2 Buena Vista, 3 starts back in March. Her recent form does need a little bit of improvement, but she's fresh today.
Lauren Robson with the starter here with Cravaldoro, coming off a win at Kentucky Downs. Good effort last time out.
Far too big a price on that horse. Breath Away up next at 10-1. Back-to-back victories coming into the day today. The Violet Stakes at Monmouth, the Dance Smartly at Woodbine on October 4th. She seems to be improving.
And then the 10 Lady Claypool here comes into the picture 25-1. She's got some races to go back to for Richard Baltus, looking for back-to-back wins.
The 11 and 12 are scratched. Temptable in the Silks of Juddmonte Farm to the outside. The 3-year-old daughter of Kingman. She is 3 for 7 lifetime.
That's your field for the Goldikova Stakes, presented by Yamava. We are 9 minutes away, 8 minutes away, make that, from race number 3. Let's check in with Joaquin.
With Bing Bush and the team from Abundanza Racing, they have 2 chances in this next race here at Del Mar. Bing starting first with the 4-horse in Public Assembly, off a 4th place finish, now back to the mile. Is the 8 furlongs maybe one of her better distances?
I think it will be, yes. You know, I think she won at Kentucky Downs going way long, and we were initially thinking going long, but you know what? Phil said, let's try it a mile, and she's done everything right, you know, and I think we're looking for a good race from her.
You have the 10-horse and Lady Claypool as well. I know it was a grade 1 at Saratoga, but what was the appeal to go to New York last race?
You know, it was a grade 1, and that was a big appeal, and we really wanted her to have a shot at Saratoga. I thought she'd like the track. It turned out that we had a very big deluge of rain right before that, and I think it was just a little too soft for her. And then, you know, she had a little thing right before a couple of races, so she hasn't been able to race since then, but she is training lights out. If this distance isn't too short for her, she's going to be flying at the end, and we're going to see if we can get some luck here.
How fun of a day is this for you? Breeders' Cup Day, horses all day here on Saturday. How fun of a day is this for you and all the partners behind you?
Oh, man, you know, how fun a day is this for us? You know, we are honored to be here. You know, all my partners know it's a real honor just to be in these races, you know. And so on Breeders' Cup Day, on a beautiful Del Mar day, you can't beat it.
Well, you guys enjoy it. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
You'd be hard-pressed to find people who love racing more than Bing Bush and his friends with Abadanza Racing. He actually did a TED Talk earlier this year about thoroughbred racing. Highly recommend checking it out. There is Public Assembly, his charge here at 35-1. Yes, a long shot, but you got to be in it to win it, as they say.
Yeah, good luck to them with both runners. You know, on second glance, kind of more interested in Lady Claypool. Yes, the distance might be a bit sharp for her, but if you draw a line through the Diana over that good listed turf course, she was second in the grade 1 Gamely to be your best. She had 3 consecutive victories entering that race. She seemed to really be on the improve before she caught a turf course that she didn't really care for. I'm going to play a double starting in this race. We'll go 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9, and then we did have those scratches come in. So into the next race, it's going to be Splendora. The 2 will be the horse for me in the filly and mare sprint.
There's a look at the daily double ticket, filly and mare sprint. Our first Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon here on Championship Saturday is coming up in race number 4. As we check in once again with Michelle Yu.
Corval de Oro goes postward for Lauren Robson. You guys picked this one up off the digital sale. You were instantly rewarded, but what led you to buy her?
Well, she just looked like a solid type to us and nice broodmare prospect. Good looking, got all the parts and right pedigree, and just thought if she could go on and do some more, then could only improve her value. And Chance Marquette actually picked her out on the sale, so.
Her last race at Kentucky Downs, she was a little bit more forwardly placed. Is that something you guys anticipated?
Not really. I mean, we didn't know her. We just let Johnny do his thing, and she bounced out of there and put him right in the race. And you don't need to tell Johnny anything. Just leave him to it. So,
seems to be some added confidence as well, having Johnny V stick for Breeders' Cup weekend.
Yes, definitely. It gives you a little more relaxation. Just let him do his thing, and he knows her, so even better.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
A large price here, but the instant return for Corval de Oro by winning that race at Kentucky Downs for a cool 100K. And because of that, this filly comes in here a little under the radar. I don't know that she can best these, but she has some numbers that would be competitive, Christina.
She ran a 5 on Thurgraph in her last start, and yes, she would need to get a little bit quicker to win this race, but she showed something new in that last race, and Michelle pointed it out in the interview with the forward placement as far as her style goes. That was where you wanted to be at Kentucky Downs, but if they put her in that same type of position today, and I think the lead is very much available for the taking, she could be tough to run down. Lauren Robson only has a few horses, but does such an incredible job. She's also a very hands-on horsewoman. She rides quite a bit. She worked for Todd Pletcher for a long time. She worked for Richard Mandela for a long time, has learned under some exceptional horsemen and taken those skills out on her own and done very well.
Scan to bet now, and the FanDuel Racing app will appear on your phone. Just use a QR code on screen, and despite what you may have heard, you can do so from your couch. You don't need to stand up. At any rate, they are approaching the starting gate. We are 4 minutes, make that 3 minutes away from race number 3. Don't forget about all the great wagers. The all-turf pick 4 today starts in race number 5. All turf races, all Breeders' Cup races. The pick 6, once again yesterday, it ended on 2 favorites of Tednoff and Stad, and it still paid $89,000. That type of wagering opportunity only comes around a couple times a year. So get in the action with the FanDuel Racing app. 6-5 currently on the favorite. Anything standing out in the odds here to you, Simon? Horses above or below prices you thought? Any value or overlays?
I don't think so. I mean, Special One to me was always going to be the horse to beat here at 6-5, and then I always thought Deep Satin was the logical second choice. Again, pace makes the race, and that's going to be key here. Whoever gets the lead, I think, is going to have an advantage. And
yeah, and I think Medora was always going to take some money, and she is. She's 7-2 on the board right now as the third choice in the wagering, just slightly the third choice. Great value on Corval de Oro, the horse from Lauren Robson, if you want to look for a horse maybe to include in some exactas, trifectas, superfectas in here. And Breathaway, I think, has an opportunity to win this race. The 9 horse is 9-1. Good, strong late pace figure for her. She is cutting back in distance, but if she gets a little pace to run at, she has a nice late kick.
There's a look at the stakes record. Beauty and the Beast, 133-1 back in 2006. Kent Desormeau's won this race 4 times. And the great Charlie Whittingham, not shockingly, has the mark in a turf stakes race here in Southern California with 5 wins.
I saw Pete Miller schooling some horses earlier this week, and he was wearing his old Charlie Whittingham jacket.
Yes.
You want to talk about jackets from the Breakfast Show? That is the coolest jacket I've seen.
He wears it once a year, he said.
Once a year at Breeders' Cup. It's got the bald eagle on the front. It's got the Charlie Whittingham silk and the CW on the back. It's a tremendous artifact. I would pay good money for that, but I don't think Peter Miller's selling it. As they make their way onto the racetrack for the Goldikova. 2 minutes away from race number 3. The wagering has not changed much. We knew that we were going to see a short price here, and we are getting it as your favorite Special Wand for Brendan Walsh, Team Valor International. And they're wearing the Team Valor International silks. We see those overseas quite often and on these International Racing Festival days as well.
Barry Irwin campaigns a lot of horses internationally. It's right there in the name, Team Valor International. Great to see that they bring this mare to the Breeders' Cup for this race here today. And she doesn't need to take a racetrack with her. She's proven that overseas in Ireland. She's competitive at Kentucky Downs a couple of times throughout her career. She ran very well at Saratoga, even considering the yielding turf course that day. She's performed everywhere they've taken her. But I think most notably that win at Gulfstream Park, although it might not have been the toughest company, it would be the course that is the most similar to what she will encounter today.
They've reached the starting gate. Final thoughts on the Goldikova, Simon?
I'm not going outside the favorite here at 6-5. I think Special One is the one to beat. Short price, but I think that the horse is the most likely winner of this race.
Christina?
Respect the favorite, but I'll take the 2, 7-2 on Deep Satin as my top pick. Would love to include some prices underneath, though. Medoro, certainly the 8, Corval de Oro, and Breathaway.
Let's go to Larry Colmus for the call of the Goldikova.
And the field moving into line for the Goldikova Stakes. Violetta M takes the inside stall. Liguria. The debt is in. Here's Deep Satin, Special One, and Corval de Oro.
Hey, right on, bro.
Breathaway takes her spot in the starting gate with Public Assembly. Here's Lady Claypool. Medoro moving in, and the last one will be Temptable. Temptable moving in.
Last one's coming in.
They're all in line.
He's up.
They're off in the Goldikova. Good even beginning here. It is Violetta M going out for the lead from the inside post. Special One going with her. Deep Satin away third behind them. And then Corval de Oro followed by Medoro and Public Assembly on the inside. After that, Breathaway, who's 3 deep and now starting to tuck in as they make their way around that turn. 7 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Nadette, who's racing to the inside of Temptable in the run to the backstretch. Then it's 2.5 to Lady Claypool and Liguria. 22.82 was a fast opening quarter mile, and Violetta M and Mike Smith are going on with it as they head up the backstretch. They've opened up to lead by 4.5 lengths. And then it's Special One in second with 5 furlongs to go. Just in behind them, Deep Satin third inside of Corval de Oro as they continue through this first half mile. A break of another 2 lengths more back to Public Assembly and Medoro. The half was 46.29 seconds. Breathaway is 8 lengths off the lead, racing for the far turn. Then comes Nadette to the inside. followed by Lady Claypool, and right alongside is Temptable, and the trailer is Lagoria. Around the far turn, they have caught up to Violetta M. Special One has taken the lead under a hand ride here, and Special One and Joel Rosario come off the turn with a 3-length lead. Trying to close in on the outside is Maduro, who's taken second alongside of Breath Away, but Special One got the jump on them, and Special One is going to win the Goldikova. Breath Away second, Maduro was third, and then came Cravaldoro.
A tremendous performance here. What a move we just saw, and with a turn of foot like that, she really is a special one.
Very good. Very good.
You're welcome.
She's number one in this spot at 8-5. I mean, when you look back, it's actually a very good price because on form, she just towered over this group. I talked about it coming in. She'd just been facing much better horses. This was major class relief for her. This was an easy test.
That's twice now today in the first couple of races that we've seen Joel Rosario just let the race come to him. He was on the best horse and kind of let his horse gather around the turn, turning for home, having a lot of run underneath him and very much on the bridle in his hands. When he asked her, she just rocketed away from this field.
Yeah, and he got the right, you know, the pace was quick, Mike. I know Mike Smith set the lead. They went 22-46. She was never too far off the pace, but she was always traveling nicely.
How often do you see horses make moves like that under a hold like that?
Yeah.
That's tremendous. What a fantastic display of talent. Just a vulgar display of equine athleticism in the late stages here. Scoring at 8-5 and making 8-5 look like an absolute gift. It looked like Breath Away would finish second for Miguel Clement under Flavien Prat. As we take one more look at this stretch run.
I mean, he's doing nothing here but hang on. The filly's dragging him to the lead. She's much the best. Both of Joe Rosario's winners, I think in the stretch, he burned about 2 calories on both of them because he didn't have to move much on the earlier race for John Sadler and this horse here.
That is her 5th lifetime win in 11 career starts, and she's won all over the country, internationally as well. It was the 9-horse looked like jumping up for second there, and then the 5 and the 8 did get a piece of it at a big price.
3, 9, 5, 8, 2, your order of finish. So Special One gets the victory here as your 8-5 favorite. Somewhat formful finish in the start of the pick 5 today. Maduro managed to finish third at 5-2, and they were split by Breath Away at 11-1. Cravaldoro and Deep Satin would round out the top 5. Special One, your winner of the Goldikova.
Number 3, Special One was first. Second, number 9, Breath Away. Third, number 5, Maduro. Fourth, number 8, Crevail de Oro. And fifth was number 2, Deep Satin. 3-9-5-8-2, your top 5. Please continue to stand by until the result is declared official. Final time for a mile on the firm turf, 1 minute 34.26 seconds. This race is now official. Number 3, Special One, pays $5.20 to win. Early pick 3, $25.35. Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Special One. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Bellardo out of Fast Jazz by Frozen Power. Special One was bred in Ireland by Kilna Mara Stud, now owned by Team Valor International in Rocco. Trained by Brendan Walsh, your winning jockey, Joel Rosario. That's 2 wins today for jockey Joel Rosario. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the first Breeders' Cup race of the day. The PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, a Grade 1, $1 million for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 7 furlongs on the dirt. Scratch numbers 4, 5, and 6. 37 minutes until race number 4. That's at noon. We run our first Breeders' Cup race of the day. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. This year, John Deere is the proud sponsor of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf and the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Yamava Resort and Casino has you covered for all your gaming and entertainment needs with award-winning dining, Forbes 5-star luxury spa, and over 7,000 slot machines. Check out Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Del Mar for the 42nd running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Today's lineup will feature 9 championship races, including the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. This 2-day world-class competition is made possible through the support of Breeders' Cup nominators, participating horsemen, and corporate partners, including top-level partners Longines, FanDuel, Cy Games, John Deere, Maker's Mark, NetJets, PNC Bank, Prevagen, and SeatGeek. On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and its fans, we thank the thoroughbred industry and sponsor partners for their loyal support.
Today isn't just another Saturday. It isn't just another day at the races. It's the moment the whole year has been building toward. Every stride, every second, every dream leading here. This is no ordinary stage. This is where the world gathers to crown the best of the best. They've come to prove they belong among legends, to chase immortality. It's bigger, faster, louder, because everything means more when the title at stake is world champion. Welcome to Del Mar for the 42nd running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, where the greatest are set to take their place, where legacies are about to be written. Today, 9 champions will rise. Each race, a test of courage. Each finish, a claim to greatness. And at the heart of it all, the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. This is Championship Saturday. The Cup is calling.
At this time, we ask you to please rise, if able, for the presentation of our national colors and remain standing for our national anthem. Our national colors are being presented today by the San Diego County Sheriff's Office Honor Guard. During the national anthem, the American flag will be unfurled on the main track by representatives of the U.S. Navy, San Diego Wave Football Club, and the Rotary Club of Del Mar. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome back gospel singer Keith Williams, Jr.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
That concludes the opening ceremonies for the 2025 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get ready for an action-packed day of championship racing, and good luck.
Soul of an Angel continued the trend of upset winners in this race with its run at Del Mar, as she went last to first to capture the 2024 PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. The previous year, Goodnight Olive scored her second straight win in this race and did it in dominating fashion for trainer Chad Brown. Groupie Doll was the first horse to win back-to-back editions. Her second one provided more drama than the first, but she held sway for trainer Buff Bradley.
Groupie Doll digs in for all she has, and she has enough to win it! Groupie Doll did it again!
This is the $1 million PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
And the first of 9 championship races is just 25 minutes away as we welcome Joe Talamo and Kaiten Bradar to the paddock side set here on Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday. 25 minutes to post, and we really get into it. 7 furlongs the distance and some of the fastest fillies and mares in the world.
And just getting a glimpse of them behind us when they came to the paddock, I can say they are some of the best built tanks, specimens to take a look at in this race.
Yeah, they sure look really good. Very unfortunate. There are 3 scratches in here, so narrowed down to a field of 7, but really looking forward to this. Capping off with Hope Road, who's your current 4-5 favorite.
Hope Road is a tremendous talent. Of course, out of that superstar sprinter mare, Marley's Freedom, she is following in Mama's footsteps. She's one of 3 in this race for trainer Bob Baffert, and they very well could finish 1, 2, 3. Kaiten, just good luck figuring out which order.
Yeah, for sure. Splendora toward the inside is a filly on the improve. She has some tactical speed, but I'm interested to see how this shakes out from a pace standpoint. Because of the defections, particularly of Sweet Azteca, the pace may have changed considerably. Hope Road does have natural early speed, but I don't think she wants to mix it up with Haul and Ice necessarily. Right off the bat, right in the middle of the field, Haul and Ice is sharp.
So Hope Road is coming off of a great performance at Saratoga. The Ballerina Grade 1 event, she went postward as the favorite. She beat Scylla and Majestic Oops at the 7 furlong distance, and she showed her old self again. She hadn't won in 4 starts prior after rattling off a tremendous win streak as a 3-year-old. But now it appears like she's back.
And this was actually her first time winning, going 7/8 of a mile. She's run this distance 5 times, 1 win, 2 seconds, and this was a really big effort here. Ran 100 buyers. She is coming off a little 2-month freshening, so I think she's coming in here really good. Very sharp workouts, and to Kaiten's point, with the defection of Sweet Azteca, it looks like Haul and Ice is the speed, but everyone else kind of has similar tactics, so stalking right off the pace.
And Haul and Ice's speed is Gulfstream Park, East Coast speed. We get to see how that matches up with West Coast horses who also have a turn of foot out of the gate, but have done some of their best running when they have a target. Hope Road can be fast. Rishi can be very fast as well. So it's not a gimme for Haul and Ice, but I do think they have to have the running shoes on to go with her.
This is an event where Hall of Famers are made, and it's also an event where Hall of Famers come to see the goings-on. We have a special guest from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame standing by with Rishi Prasad.
Well, alongside me is someone who I'm delighted to meet. This is Rishi Sambora, a legend.
To meet you.
No, it's a real pleasure.
With the legends. And my pleasure. How you doing, baby?
I'm great, thank you. Now, tell me, your love or interest in horse racing, where did that begin?
Started with me and my dad would take me to the races at Monmouth Park in New Jersey. Yeah. And, of course, we'd bet like $10 and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I really, really got like addicted to it in that way. And, yeah, it was a father and son kind of thing. It was a family thing that made it a cool thing.
Well, my father got me into the sport as well, so
right.
I owe that to him, or not, depending on which way you want to look at it.
Which way you bet, how much you lose. Right?
Yeah. And is the Breeders' Cup a regular schedule on your calendar? You got to be?
Absolutely. I'm here all the time. I've sung the Star Spangled Banner here. I've played so many times. And at the Derby, I've been holding the party, you know, the big one over there. That's a really good one. And I've been auctioning off guitars for children and things like that. And it's been about 11 years that I've been doing that now, yeah.
And what is it about Breeders' Cup that makes it special? For us, coming over from Europe to watch this race, we love the competition. For someone like you who's been involved with horses your whole life in this country, following it?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the second thing you have to do to win the Triple Crown. And I have my good friends Ron and Bob Perry. Hope's Road is running today. And, you know, we've been friends for a long time, so it's been
Is that the horse we're all rooting for then?
That's the horse we're all rooting for, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I wrote a song called Hope's Road.
Perfect. That's the perfect way to end this interview. It's been a real pleasure. I hope you enjoy your day, and I hope that we get the chance to meet.
Thank
Maybe
you,
come
Rick.
over to the UK sometime.
Always. I'll be there soon.
Richie from Rishi, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, man. Really enjoyed that. Thank you.
From Richie to Rishi to Richie, the horse in the field, one of the 3 Bob Baffert runners. It all comes full circle. Yeah, and Richie Sambora, we've gotten to know over the years as well in horse racing, and he's very close with the Perrys. He was a part of that Marley's Freedom run. Marley's Freedom, of course, the dam of Hope Road, and Hope Road really following in her mother's footsteps. Although she did do something that Marley's Freedom never did. She won around 2 turns, and she did so in graded stakes company. So the fact that she's at 7 furlongs, and Joe, you pointed out that that was her first success at 7 furlongs. That's not shocking to me. She's so good at a mile. She's been a talented sprinter. It seems like 7 would hit her right between the eyes.
Yeah, no, the one good thing about Hope Road is her tactical speed is really good. She is a fast filly. She can be in front if she wants to, but I do like the fact where she really likes laying in that second, third spot, and I think the post today is perfect for it too on the outside.
20 minutes away as we take a look at Hope Road. She has been a tremendous race mare, and it looks like she's a deserving favorite here, Caden.
Well, you see the 4 to 5 odds, and that tells you a little something about the quality and the type of campaign she's had in the past. Also, the way she's been working going into this race seems to suggest that she's sitting on as good, if not better, than ever. Very fast works. She's versatile. She was able to win at Saratoga. What's interesting to me is that though she has been very successful at Del Mar and should be right at home with Bob Baffert training, her best efforts have actually, I thought, arguably come on the East Coast. At Saratoga and even in the slop at Churchill Downs, when she lost to Copian and was really up against it as far as trip was concerned. Still, she made a real race out of it. So I respect her tremendously, but I do think she's got to have absolutely her A game here, which is the case in every race on Breeders' Cup.
I will say this about her. Even though she went on a tremendous win streak at age 3, at age 4, even though she's only won 1 race, those seconds and thirds in the winning colors in the Derby City Distaff and the Santa Monica were actually some of the fastest speed figures she put up, both on Byers, Thorograph, Ragozin, you name it. So as a mare, she has improved and gotten faster. It took that trip last time out in the Ballerina for her to get her first win of 2025.
You know, when I saw her today, it's the first time I've seen her physically up close in a long, long time. She is just bigger and stronger than I've seen her ever. She is all grown up and kind of, I'm sure no one will mind if I say she looks like a boy amongst the girls.
Cherie DeVaux sending out Vava here. As you can see, Vava on the track will be piloted by Arad Ortiz. Our very own Michelle Yu caught up with Cherie just moments ago.
Cherie DeVaux has Vava in here, and we're talking about you're feeling nervous right now.
I think on the stage you're always a little bit nervous. Just hope she puts in a good race and comes back, most importantly, safely.
Do you feel like it's a little bittersweet because you know that she's going to be selling at the November sale in a few days?
Oh, 100%. I'm putting on a brave face for everybody, but after this it's going to be a little bit emotional because she's meant a lot to us and our team and me especially.
Tell me a little bit about the trip you're hoping for today. There seems to be plenty of speed, but she doesn't like to be too far off, I don't think.
Right, so hopefully she can just set up right behind the speed, get into her routine and come with a good run. In these races there generally is speed signed on. In a couple of these races she's actually found herself more forward, which has helped her from a tactical standpoint. So, Irad, he knows her, and he's going to give her the best chance. That's really who it's up to now.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We take for granted that these trainers get to work with these top-notch horses all the time. We take for granted how attached they come. I want to relay a story from 2015, the day after the Breeders' Cup, and Todd Pletcher had a great Breeders' Cup too. That was Liam's map winning. It was a good weekend. And I went to his barn the day after, and he was sitting behind his desk, and as stoic as Todd is, he looked a little deflated. And I was thinking, like, with all the success the last 24 hours, you'd be in a good mood. And he looked at me, he's like, they just took 6 grade 1 winners out of my barn. And you forget about, they're really attached to these horses. They love them. And Vava's been very special to Cherie DeVaux, but it's a point that I want to make over and over again, just how much these horses mean.
Well, it's not an exaggeration to say in some cases there are some trainers who spend more hours with their horses at the barn than they even do with their own families. It's a sacrifice that you know goes with the game. But between the early hours, the time spent watching them develop, the time spent nursing them through some aches and pains along the way to get them to the highest stage, it's the greatest honor to see them go off into their second career in the breeding sheds or post-racetrack, but at the same time, it's probably one of the hardest moments trainers go through as well.
And that's the thing, it's the ride they're on the whole year. Starting from January 1 all the way to the Breeders' Cup, you're on that emphatic ride, especially with a good horse that takes you there. And to your point, Mike, whether it's a filly mare or a colt that's going off to stud, boom, it's going just in a heartbeat.
There's a look at Praying coming onto the screen right now. Rishi Prasad caught up with Praying's trainer.
Delighted to catch up with Robbie Medina, the trainer of Praying, who comes into this race off the back of a couple of wins that suggest, Robbie, that she's got her act together. What's the reason for that?
I think she's just kind of maturing mentally. Before, she was getting just way too excited about everything. Wouldn't work with the jock and all that stuff. But her last two races, she's kind of settled well, settled in the post-braid, and she's been perfect so far in the paddock, so everything so far has been good.
What do you say about the 7 furlong today?
You know, she's never run this distance, but, you know, last year I would have told you that would have been a little stretch for her, but now that she's learned how to relax and she's drawn perfectly, for this, so I think we'll be okay.
Obviously, it's a deep race, but I sense a fair amount of confidence in you.
Yeah, she's a lightly raced filly this year, and she's coming into it the way you want to, and she looks about as good as a horse could look coming into a race like that, so I think we got a good chance.
We wish you the very best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very
much.
12
to 1 on Praying, but a filly who's been very good in her last 2 starts, winning the TCA and the Prior S.
And yeah, she is the only 3-year-old filly in here, so she definitely has to contend against running against holders. I think the post is absolutely perfect for her. She's all the way on the outside in this field of 7. And to Robbie's point, in her earlier races, she would go out in front and kind of stop. But her last 2, she's been able to settle and put together 2 really nice races, win the Prioress and then the TCA last time out at Keeneland. I still think she has to step up a little more today. Obviously, those 2 wins, she ran a 90 buyer. So if she could step up and lay a good trip, could be right there.
You always wonder when they're trying a new distance. At 7 furlongs, you're going farther in the case of Praying than she's ever gone before. Whether it's just a little beyond her reach or whether it actually helps her in the long run, and you just don't know until you try.
They've just given the call of Riders Up, and we want to remind you that we're putting the QR code up. You can scan now to go to the FanDuel Racing app. It is easily the best app in the business, and see why we are the leader in advanced deposit wagering. That QR code will remain on screen. You can use it to get to the FanDuel Racing app and get in all the action, including the pick 4 that starts here in the first Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon. Michelle?
Oh, guys walking out right now with Zietlos, who just got the Riders Up. We got Steve Asmussen and Scott Blasi right here on the side. And, this filly is really intriguing. Even though she draws the rail here, there is going to be plenty of speed for her to close into. Scott, how's she coming into this race?
Really good.
Well, she looks like she's behaving very well, not giving you too many problems.
Sweetheart.
Nice and kicked back, so she's able to sit off the pace today?
That's the plan. Hopefully they go fast enough.
Good luck. Zietlos there, a little bit under the radar for Steve Asmussen.
That was an excellent interview. Scott Blasi, gracious enough to talk while leading the horse out onto the track for $1 million Breeders' Cup race. Well done, sir. Well done. $500,000 in that middle pick 4. The wagering menu here in the first Breeders' Cup race includes exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4, an all-dirt pick 4, and a super high 5. So you have 2 different pick 4s here. One goes to race 4 through 7, and then an all-dirt Breeders' Cup pick 4 that's races 4, 6, 7, and 9. There's a look from above the grandstand. A packed house here at Del Mar as the crowd has filed in. We are almost at full capacity for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. 7 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3 and up, $1 million on the line. And we will take a closer look at the field in just a moment. Before we meet them in earnest, Caton, what is the most important aspect of these runners, or the most important thing you need to look at in this race?
Well, probably the break, given that it's a sprint at 7 furlongs. There is no margin of error for horses who miss or get off a step slow.
Zeitlos leads the post parade. Joel Rosario for Steve Asmussen at 17-1.
She'll do her best running from off the pace and might have that pace to run down.
Here's Splendora up next, 3-1. Flavian Pratt aboard for Bob Baffert. This is one of 3 trainees for Bob in here. Coming off a 2-month freshening, she won the Tranquility Lake here at Del Mar in her last start.
Bava at 9-1 currently rides a 2-race runner-up finish record. She is 7 for 19 lifetime, makes the final start of her career with Irad Ortiz for Cherie DeVaux.
The 4, 5, and 6 are all scratches. Hall and Ice is going to be up next. She's 15-1 with Tyler Gaffleone aboard for Safi Joseph. She does look to be the speed of this race, coming off a 4-length victory last time out at Gulfstream Park. She's 10 for 17 lifetime.
You can see her on her toes at 15-1. Hope Road, the favorite right next door in the gate at even money, hasn't raced since that victory in the Ballerina back in August. She's 3 for 6 at Del Mar. She has won at the 7 furlong distance, although it's still a question mark whether that is her best distance. Has trained superbly for this race for Bob Baffert.
And Richie is up next with Louis Saez aboard for trainer Bob Baffert. She's 5-1, second place effort in the Grade 2 Zenyatta Stakes last time out. Her last 4 races have been around 2 turns. She cuts back to 7/8 today.
The highest priced of the Bob Baffert contingent, Praying, draws to the outside at 11-1. Johnny Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, on board, rode her to victory in the TCA over at Keeneland. She's looking for her 3rd consecutive win.
And that is your field for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We go back to the FanDuel Studios with Curtis.
Mike, this is a race that in its entire history, I learned this from my time with the Racing Dudes, you've never had a true gate-to-wire winner in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. So could we see a unicorn today? Possibly. I'm, though, going to bank on the number 9, Ricci, sitting just off of the pace. I think Hall and Ice is going to haul something similar to what sounds like Hall and Ice. Ricci will sit right there with her. If she inherits the lead by herself, I think she's strong enough because she's coming back from 2-turn races. She's got the stamina advantage at this elongated sprint of 7 furlongs. She's on the board right now at 5-1. So the gal over my left shoulder here, Ricci, that's my play in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, Mike Joyce.
Thank you, Curtis. As the pick 4 pool flirting with 570,000. Let's get into that pace scenario, Caton. Well, before we do that, let's get into Joe's pick 4. Joe, your pick 4 starting here, and this is the all dirt pick 4.
All dirt pick 4, very cheap ticket, Michael. This is a quarter of the cost of a margarita here. I'm singling the number 8 Hope Road here. Then we go to race number 6. I go 1, 7, 10, 12 in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That is the deepest race I went in. Then when we get to the Distaff, 1, 8, 12. I have Nitrogen, Seismic Beauty, who I think could be Lone Speed in there. Dorth Vader coming off a really game second up at Saratoga in the Personal Ensign. And then in the Breeders' Cup Classic, closing it out with Fierceness. If there is one thing I would like to add to this ticket, I would put more in the Classic. I think it's just such a deep, deep field. But just to keep that cost down for everybody, singling Fierceness.
So that is the all-dirt pick 4 that ends in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A tremendous wager with the Filly and Mare Sprint, the Sprint, and the Distaff leading into it. Little while ago, Michelle Yu caught up with Safi Joseph.
Hall and Ice goes postward for Safi Joseph Jr., and you won this race last year with a horse with similar form. What are your thoughts going into today?
Last year was different. She had a different running style. She came from behind. This filly's probably going to be 40th place or on the lead.
Looking at the race, obviously the dynamic, big changes with Tamara and Sweet Azteca going out. Did you wake up this morning and think you had a good shot, and now you feel like you have a really great shot?
Yeah, I mean, there's speed. You never want scratches for anybody. Or the race, you always feel for somebody because you could be in the same position. Obviously, from a pace standpoint, it puts her like basically as a leader in the race. So hopefully she can take them as far as she can.
7 furlongs seems to be a distance that she likes. Do you think that this works in her favor?
It's not her best distance, but she's capable of winning at it.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle, as we are just 7 minutes to post now for this middle pick 4. I do want to get to the pace scenario with you, Caton, because I want to see how you feel it's going to unfold, especially with what Curtis told us. It's never been run by a true front runner from start to finish.
I don't necessarily subscribe to pace, historically speaking, as an indicator of what's going to happen for this year, because every field is so unique in terms of its makeup from a pace standpoint, and every track is so unique. You know, even how Del Mar played last year may be a little different to how it plays this year. I feel this year it does favor horses who can be close to the pace, but that's really the case for almost everybody in this field. And with the 7 furlongs, it makes it really curious. I think it's not as fast as some editions of the sprint could be. Hall and Ice has enough speed to control early, I think, although Hope Road could certainly keep her honest. Rishi has some tactical speed as well, but I don't think anybody wants to sacrifice themselves in that first 1/8 of a mile just for the sake of softening up Hall and Ice, who's not even the favorite. So I don't know that we're going to have a lightning fast pace, but we will have a solid pace for sure. My exacta box takes into consideration the fact that somebody might get sneaky up front, and if that happens, like Hall and Ice, able to carry her speed, then we could see some big payoffs. Hope Road is a legitimate contender, got to have her in the mix. And then I used the 2 Splendora, Bob's kind of forgotten horse, although she's getting played a lot more than I thought she might at 3-1. She comes off the layoff. She could work out a pretty nice trip, though she did go to the lead in her last start. She doesn't have to, I don't think. Might be forced to coming out of the mile. And finally, Vava, consistent enough at 9-1. Cherie got her first Breeders' Cup win last year. This very, very special to her. I think she's poised to run a big race.
And there's a look at Vava, as you were just mentioning her name, 9-1 currently, and yeah, she is poised to run a big race. We'll see if she can't get the job done against a stout field, even with 3 scratches, Joe. This is a tough bunch in the Filly Mare Sprint.
Yeah, it is. I tell you what, she's making a really good impression out there warming up. So in her 5-year-old campaign this year, it doesn't seem like she is what she was last year. She did win the Grade 2 Chicago Stakes at Churchill back in June, running a 99 buyer. But to compete in this race today, I definitely think she's going to have to go back to her form last year when she was running those kind of low 100 buyers, but physically could not look any better out there on the racetrack.
And Arad Ortiz has been in the irons of this mare throughout most of her run. It was John Velasquez that piloted her to victories as a 3-year-old back in 2023, but Arad has been in the irons for the last 9, including multiple victories. So we'll see exactly what kind of a trip she works out. She's fast, but she is trackable. She can sit off the pace.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, that's probably what Irad's going to opt to do. What I think is different this year from last year when she competed at Del Mar in the Filly and Mare Sprint is the fact that she has a couple races under her belt versus coming off the layoff. That can make a huge difference in terms of recency. And though it's counterintuitive, I feel like the sprints, especially at 7 furlongs, are maybe the most challenging for horses coming off layoffs because they have to be running every step of the way from the start to the finish. So the fact that she's had 2 very solid performances under her belt makes her a fitter horse this year.
And Caden, you bring up a good point too earlier about the speed and tactics in this race. I couldn't agree more with you. I think Hall and Ice is definitely the lone speed, but I think she'll get out there and I could see it kind of getting bunched up. Besides Zietloos, who I think is kind of going to be out the back, which most of her races are, you could truly make a case for every other runner to be right off of Hall and Ice. So it's going to be interesting that first 16th of a mile, first 8th when they come out to shoot, how they're going to be positioning themselves accordingly.
Stakes record is owned by Ventura, who stopped the clock in 1:19.4 at Santa Anita. Arad Ortiz has won 4 of these, Chad Brown 3, and those are the marks here. You could get the number 5 for Arad should Vava find the winner's circle. Let's check in with Rishi Prasad.
Yes, well, I spent a lot of time ahead of this race looking at the various videos and trying to understand the dirt form for this Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And despite having understood why Hope Road is at the top of the market and the favourite for this race, I do believe that it's a bit more open than even money suggests. And because of that, I'm happy to take a chance on Praying. She's unexposed over the 7 furlong distance. She's won her last 2 starts. And most importantly, as Robbie Badida said before the race, she's learnt to relax. If she can relax throughout the 7 furlong trip, she can run well at a big price.
I do think that last furlong will be quite telling, and they're going to have to figure out a way to get it, because oftentimes in these 7 furlong races with really good horses, they can go too fast.
The one thing she also has is that outside post position.
Right.
And I think in this field of this size, that gives Johnny Velasquez a tremendous advantage to size up how fast they're going up front, to make sure he has a good position, but also free running room to strike when he's ready.
And I think that's what's helped her a lot too in her last 2 races that she won back-to-back. She did draw outside and gave her riders a chance to be able to settle and come from off the pace. So she is going to have to step up today, but she's definitely an improvement filly and probably in the best form of her career.
So they're reaching the starting gate here. We are just about post time for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Once again, this is the start of the all-dirt pick 4 as they are making their way down the 7 furlong chute. Give me your final impressions of this race, Joe Talamo. How does it unfold and who wins?
I think Hall and Ice is going to go to the lead. Hope Road is going to be right off of her, laying 2nd or 3rd, and I think Hope Road wins. She's in the best form of her career. I love that Grade 1 win up at Saratoga in the Ballerina last time out. 3 for 6 here at Del Mar, too.
Caton, how do you see it?
I see it very similarly. I mean, Hope Road is a hard horse not to put on top, given her record and the fact that position-wise, she's toward the outside of the main controlling speed. She's got top connections, and she's got good turn of foot, as well as a proven record at 7 furlongs.
That's the analysis from our analysts as they make their way to the starting gate. We're flirting with $1 million in this pick 4. Yes, that's right. $843,000, and they haven't even made it to the starting gate. It says post time, but you still have a few moments left to get your wagers in. As they begin the loading process, we go to the voice of the Breeders' Cup, Larry Colmus.
The horses have reached the starting gate. The field at the gate for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. As Breeders' Cup Saturday kicks off here, Zeitlos is the first one to step forward to the starting gate. Hall and Ice and Splendora go in. Here is Hope Road at 4 to 5 as she heads to the starting gate. Hope Road making her way into the starting gate now. We've opened up the front of the gate for her. She has moved into line now. Here's Ricci and Vava just waiting for Praying. Praying and John Velasquez making their way to the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And it is Hall and Ice who's out quickly on the far outside. Praying has early speed. Hope Road is right up there with Ricci, Vava, and Splendora to the inside. They've left Zeitlos behind as they leave the chute. Hall and Ice has taken the lead. And there goes Hope Road right up alongside of her, and Ricci is there too. Praying is outside the top 3, running along in 4th position in the early stages here as they run a quarter in 22.12 seconds. Splendora is 5th down on the inside, just ahead of Vava, and Zeitlos is 8 lengths off the lead. They make their way to the far turn. Hope Road on the outside. Hall and Ice along the rail. Ricci nudged along to keep up with them. A length and a half to Splendora, who's just in behind the leaders with 3 furlongs to go. Then Praying, Vava, and Zeitlos on the outside. 44.64 the half, and Hope Road has taken the lead on the far turn. Splendora has circled up on the outside. Then Ricci. Hall and Ice down toward the rail. Vava begins her run, but she's got 4 lengths to make up as Splendora has taken the lead under Flavian Pratt with 1 furlong to run. Leaving stablemate behind, Hope Road second. Then comes Vava to the outside. Splendora running away in the Filly and Mare Sprint. She won it by 5 lengths on the wire. It was Vava second, Hope Road was third, and Zeitlos finished 4th, and a final time of 1:21.79.
Splendora dominates here in the PNC Bank Filly and Mare Sprint. A powerful performance under Flavien Prat as she crosses the wire first at 5-2.
You can't say that there were any excuses for really anyone in this field. Hope Road, the favorite, sat a very nice trip, but maybe had to just do a little bit too much in the middle stages of the race to compromise her finish at the end. And Vava makes a nice run late, but boy, this is a spectacular performance from Splendora.
Yeah, she had a beautiful trip too under Flavien Prat. And to your point, Hall and Ice for a second was in front, but then Hope Road was kind of first, second down the backside. And I think those middle fractions probably caught up with it. They went 22 flat, 44 and change, going 7/8 of a mile. And Splendora just had a beautiful track and trip. And when she turned for home and switched leads, she was off.
So Splendora with the victory. Let's take an ISO replay here. She's perfect at Del Mar 3 for 3. She's won 3 races in a row. She's a filly who is getting better and better at age 4 and traveling so nicely, as you can see her there in the blue and orange silks.
Yeah, you could see right when we started this video, Flavien Prat was so confident. He was hardly moving on her before the quarter pole because he knew he had so much horse, and I think he knew those quick early fractions were going to help him in the end. And to your point, Mike, she's now 4 for 4 here at Del Mar. Absolutely loves it here, and this is her first time winning, going 7/8 of a mile here, but very, very impressive victory here.
And she was going 2 turns in the Tranquility Lake and turns back to the 7 furlongs. We see it work at all levels, but here's a Breeders' Cup Grade 1 reminder that turning back into a 7 furlong race is a good idea.
What's most remarkable about Splendora is from the time she broke her maiden all the way through this victory today, she has improved and taken a step forward, even in terms of her speed figures, in almost every start of her career. That is remarkable.
It really is, and she has a remarkable performance under her belt in the first Breeders' Cup race of Championship Saturday. The PNC Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint goes to Splendora. Vava rounds out the exacta at 9-1. Hope Road ran a game race, but had to settle for third. Zeitlos came on for fourth, and Ritchie with the 5th place finish at 4-1. Splendora, your Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner.
Number 2, Splendora was first. Second, number 3, Vava. Third, number 8, Hope Road. Fourth, number 1, Zeitlos. And 5th was number 9, Ricci. 2-3, 8-1-9. Your top 5 finishers. This race is now official. Number 2, Splendora, pays $7.80 to win. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, will be race number 5. The Grade Run, Breeders' Cup, Turf Sprint. Scratch numbers 3, 14, 15, and 16. Post time is 34 minutes away at 12:41.
Look like
Now entering the winner's circle, the winner of the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, number 2, Splendora. She's a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Audible out of Miss Freeze by Frost Giant. Splendora was bred in Maryland by the Elkstone Group LLC, now owned by Baitala Racing LLC, trained by Bob Baffert, your winning jockey Flavian Pratt. 2 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt, and this gives trainer Bob Baffert a 1st and 3rd place finish in this year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, presented by PNC Bank. Race 5, the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, in 32 minutes time at 12:41. Jackson Family Wines is proud to raise a glass and toast each of you celebrating this year's Breeders' Cup. Make the day even more memorable with a glass of Kendall Jackson, La Crema, or any of the world-class award-winning wines from Jackson Family Wines as you cheer on the winners. Please drink responsibly. NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation, offers an in-flight experience that is precisely yours. Every aspect of your imagination is anticipated, and each detail of your journey is artfully curated, all while NetJets prioritizes your safety and comfort. The result? Absolute peace of mind. Your moments become even more remarkable as soon as you step aboard. Find your ideal travel solution at netjets.com.
Brittany, we're down here ready for this presentation for the Filly and Mare Sprint supported by PNC Bank. Delighted to welcome the regional president of San Diego for the PNC Bank, Alan Prohaska, to make the presentation to Michael Thaler, the winning owner. Alan?
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Michael?
I'll trade you. Jerry, you can have it.
Bob wants to trade his miniature Bijou trophy for this rather bigger one. Yeah. Michael, that's right on the mantelpiece now. 25 years of racehorse ownership, 2 runners in Breeders' Cups. How long have you been with Bob?
I've been with Bob a couple of years, and we've had some great success, obviously. So he's 19 Breeder Cups ahead of me, so I'm going to try and catch him in the next 10 years. So let's see what happens.
You love the game. What I didn't realize is that and Bob didn't either, is that you're both Arizonans.
Both from Arizona, born and bred and raised on a ranch in Arizona. Rodeoed and went to school at the University of Arizona, same as Bob. So we're brethren, and we're country bros.
This is your first rodeo. This is not your first rodeo. Win number 20, as you were saying to Kenny. What does it mean to do it for a man from the same state?
Well, Michael has put a lot of time and money. He has had a lot of passion for the sport. And finally, he's got some good luck. It pays off. And I want to big shout out to his agent, Kim Lloyd, who actually, where's Kim? Right here. He picked the filly out. He bought her. So I give him the credit for it. All I did is train her.
Congratulations, Kim. What do you like about her, in a sentence?
She was the most beautiful filly in the July sale as a yearling 3 years ago. And then she's developed out. And, of course, this is the best trainer in the country. And he developed her as a 4-year-old now, and she's really done well, obviously. So very, very happy with her.
Well, there you are. And she's a bit more beautiful now, Brittany.
As she is a champion, Splendora, your PNC Bank Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Sprint winner.
Is she a champion?
Well, if food and entertainment are on your must-do list for Del Mar, follow your nose over to the Plaza de Mexico because they have it all decked out in its Breeders' Cup finery. And right over here, you can get a lovely pair of Lucchese boots. I'm going to be heading that way. We visited the Pamplemousse pop-up yesterday. That's back there in the green tents. And, of course, if you want those duck tacos, that's the direction you want to head. They've got lovely photo ops with a huge Breeders' Cup trophy and then more delicious bites from local restaurants, the Bueno Fercho Pizza Oven, as well as Spica. So if you weren't able to get a reservation at Spica this week, now is your opportunity. They've got these awesome looking chicken parm sandwiches. So come on down, get some merch, grab a bite to eat, and you can still watch the races from over here as well.
Story. I'm Douglas, and I'm from Chicago. I was looking for something specifically for my brain. That's when I chose Prevagen. And the confidence I've received from Prevagen allows me to continue to do those things that I love. I have been taking Prevagen for more than 9 years, and it really works for me.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Well, I'm pleased to be joined by Scott Cheney, the Executive Director of the CHRB, the California Horse Racing Board, to talk about scratches. And Scott, the reality is scratches are an everyday part of the game, but there's a lot of attention when we get to these big days. Can you walk us through the steps of how the team approaches these big days? And I'm going to assume no different than any other days when it relates to scratches.
No, for sure. Like, the standards are always the same. I think there's this perception that there's like heightened scrutiny for Breeders' Cup or other big events. That's simply not true. But the cool thing is, at least with an event like the Breeders' Cup, is we get to avail ourselves of regulatory vets from around the planet. So literally we have regulatory vets from other countries. What that allows us to do is get better coverage. We have about 200 Breeders' Cup horses here, some of which we have not a lot of history on, where in California generally the horses run over and over again. So we have a long veterinary history. So our veterinary team, including Breeders' Cup team, starts looking at the horses probably 3 or 4 weeks out, both in their home country and once they get here. And then monitors them throughout the week. They'll be jogged on the track, jogged in the stable area. Any concerns that the veterinary team has, they'll actually do diagnostics. Many horses that are entered in the Breeders' Cup have had x-rays and or PET scans already. And based on all week and results of diagnostics plus veterinary history, the veterinary team will make a determination about whether the horse is sound enough to run. It's heartbreaking for connections and fans alike when horses are scratched from the Breeders' Cup. Lots of money and travel and hopes and dreams have gone into the race, but for us, we always err on the side of caution. California, maybe we have the reputation, for being strict when it comes to animal welfare. I'm proud of that. Ultimately, the Breeders' Cup scratches are sort of unremarkable for our vets. I mean, I know that's tough to hear, but it happens to be the truth. And at the end of the day, it's in this case, it's made by two folks, two of the best regulatory veterinarians in the world, Dr. Jeff Blay, who's our equine medical director, and our chief official veterinarian, Dr. Grande. I put them up against any vet on the planet. And, obviously there were a few horses scratched. I will say we've done some work in California and then around the globe looking at vet scratches, and regulatory vets are really good at their jobs. They're good at identifying high-risk horses, and most of those horses that they scratch don't come back to the races in any short order.
Great insight, Scott, and keep up the great work. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you.
The Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint joined the race lineup in 2008 and produced an upset winner as jockey Richard Migliore rallied Desert Code to the victory. Last year, European invader Starlust gave the Longshot players another big win as he stormed home along the Del Mar rail to prevail. Trainer Peter Miller notched the first of 3 consecutive wins in this race in 2017 when Stormy Liberal beat stablemate Richard's Boy in the Shadow of the Wire.
Stormy Liberal beat Richard's Boy to make it a 1-2 for trainer Peter Miller.
This is the $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Welcome back to the Players Show on Championship Saturday here at Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup. I'm Todd Schrupp, and now on our set just off the paddock, very pleased to be with Ketan Bradar, an international racing expert and all-around good guy. Rishi Prasad is here as well. Rishi, let me start with you. An upset winner last year in Starlust. What has Europe brought this year?
For this particular contest, I believe that our best hope, sadly, was a scratch yesterday, Arizona Blaze. But it doesn't mean that we're without hope. I think she's quality, is a really good filly. I'm surprised by her current odds at the moment, 22-1. I do believe that she is a very consistent horse. She's run to a very high level all season long in lots of top Group 1 races in Europe. But all season long in Europe, we've been saying that the sprinting division is below par, not quite up to standard. And so as a consequence, even though she might be the best of our horses, then I think we may struggle to win this one. Bucanero Fuerte is an interesting runner, but he was the second choice for the Arizona Blaze team. And of course, there's Cardam, who's a 9-year-old, who wouldn't be in our top tier at home at this stage, but it appears he might be rejuvenated by being stateside.
I know I am. Let's go to Michelle Yu for some rejuvenation here before the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Ready? Walking right now with Kadem, the 9-year-old coming postward here in the turf sprint. He's actually going to add blinkers, and he hasn't worn blinkers since 2022. You can see them poking out from underneath his red hood. Again, that red hood will come off once the horses make it to the starting gate. I've really loved watching this horse train all week. He's been very impressive and a little bit under the radar. He kind of walks back and forth without too much fanfare following him around, but he's just been a consummate professional. He's had 3 U.S. appearances. He's run ran 1, 2, 3 in those events, including a victory in the Grade 2 Woodford at Keeneland in his last out. My only drawback to him really is the fact that the horses that have raced at Kentucky Downs haven't historically fared very well in the Breeders' Cup. But maybe at age 9, looking to become one of the oldest horses to win a Breeders' Cup race, he'll be able to buck that trend.
An accomplishment to make it to a Breeders' Cup race. Three Chimneys brings you our cheers to the breeders as we take a look at the current odds in here with Meritorious, our current favorite, up on the board right now at 3-1. And Caton, as we look at the breeders of the horses who have made it here, the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, I want to pick up on what Rishi was saying. Overseas in Europe, it's been an up and down season for the turf sprinters. It's the exact opposite here in America. We've had a group that have been going at each other over the course of the year and have accredited themselves quite well, including horses that are back from last year.
Amazing to see the number of ones at the end of the running lines for so many of the U.S. competitors. Even a horse like Reef Runner, who's going to be a good price on the board, is riding a 3-race win streak, the most recent of those here in Southern California. So it's a group who's not only proven, but they're proven in a lot of different locations, and they've been very consistent over time. What I think is most striking about this field, besides the fact that we have a number of really fast or quality fillies, but you also have horses who are very, very fast. There is an abundance of early speed in this race. Horse like the 10, She's So Spicy, a 3-year-old filly stepping up here to face the toughest test of her career, is very fast, but she might not be the fastest in here.
And it's kind of interesting, we have a rematch from the Green Flash at Del Mar over the summer, winning you're in to this race. It was a controversial finish. Reef Runner came from South Florida for trainer David Fox, appeared to have won the race from an outside post, but was disqualified from that win. Meritorious got the victory. Caton, you've known trainer David Fox a long time. He's a quality horseman. He's had big horses before. How does Reef Runner fit here today?
Well, I think he's earned his way in to get some respect off of 2 straight victories. I think the Eddie D kind of cemented the idea that the other race, the Green Flash, was not a fluke, nor was it clear-cut that he wasn't the best horse in that race. Many thought that perhaps in another situation his number might have stayed up. But that said, I like the fact that he comes from off the pace in a race that's loaded with speed, and it doesn't matter how fast those horses up front go. Yes, he got a good setup in both his starts here in Southern California, but even when he hasn't, he's come up with his late kick. He does what he needs to do. He seems to find a way. I saw him school for a couple of days. He is as laid back a sprinter as you're ever going to see. A big horse who covers a lot of ground but is equally agile. That can be a threat in a race like this.
This is the start of an all Breeders' Cup middle pick 5. That pool is approaching $1.2 million, and we haven't even left the paddock. In the middle of the paddock, Scott Hazelton.
Phil D'Amato with Meritorious draws post 1 for a 2nd consecutive year. Is that a problem?
Well, they want to make it tough on us, but you know, he's a deep run closer. He almost got it done from the same 1 hole last year. You know, the key is that there can't be any errors. He's got to break well, get in a good rhythm, and just steadily advance.
Good luck, Phil.
Thank you.
Rishi, as we look at Meritorious, he's as consistent as they come. This is actually his game, this distance, but particularly here at Del Mar.
I totally agree. I think he's the horse to beat. I think he sets the standard. He ran a terrific race last year, just touched off by Starlust. He was flashing home as he often does. He's the horse I feel that will run his race. And Caton's already alluded to the fact we are likely to see a scorching pace, as we often do in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and that will suit the way Meritorious finishes. If he gets clear sailing, I think he wins.
That pace that Rishi's talking about, Caton, the first horse I would be looking at is the 5, Bring the Band Home, who's hanging around on the tote board at 7-1. Is it possible for this horse to clear? If this horse can't clear, can this horse survive a speed duel and go on to win?
Well, I think he has proven he can survive a speed battle, but I don't think he can necessarily clear this field. You've got A.G. Bullet, who is coming off a layoff, but is very, very quick. You've got Bear River, who, by the way, got loose in training just a day before yesterday and can be a little bit rambunctious pre-race. He's a horse who has a mind of his own. She's so spicy, also very fast. I don't see anybody clearing.
We mentioned trainer David Fox. He comes back to the site of a bitter disqualification, but this is the prize he's always been aiming for. He's with Scott Hazelton.
Well, David Fox sends out Reef Runner, who's had a good go of it since arriving here on the West Coast. How has he been since his run at Santa Anita?
Great. I mean, Juan Leiva's obviously taking care of things. He's done a fabulous job with him. And John Sadler's crew, I mean, we're great guys. But anyway, the horse looks fabulous. And he's trained good and excellent work on last Saturday. Can't complain about the work at all.
How about the inside draw and the speed in the race? How do you see it playing out?
Since he won out of the 12 and he won out of the 1, I guess, well, you know, somewhere in the middle is fine.
Good luck, David.
Yeah, thank you.
And making reference to the fact that obviously with David Fox being based in South Florida, he had to rely on John Sadler and his crew to watch after Reef Runner. They're already off to a good start of these 2 championship days. But Kate, we also get Tyler Gaffleone aboard for the first time on Reef Runner.
Well, Paco Lopez rode him and then a new rider in his last start. So it's nothing new for him to come up with a big race. And I think the best advice is the riders just let him do his thing.
Rishi, a curious foreign horse in here is Puro Magic, who draws in off the also eligible list. The fact that they really wanted to be here with this filly, should we take a second look at the 13 at 25 to 1?
It's always worth having a look at the Japanese runners. She was indeed declared to run yesterday, but Arizona Blaze came out of the British Cup Turf Sprint early on, so it's no surprise that she was scratched from her run yesterday and has taken her chance today.
Let's meet our field for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, starting with last year's oh-so-close second-place finisher, Matorius.
Yeah, just touched off by Starlust last year. I think if the race sets up with plenty of pace, he'll go close to winning.
Reef Runner at the age of 4 has already accumulated over $500,000 with the 6 wins from 20 starts, looking for his 4th consecutive across the finish line first.
2 old-timers, Cardam and Franco Dettori, team up in this Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. This horse, perhaps we thought past his best, but back in the States, he has found a new lease of life.
The 5 Bring the Band Home at 7 to 1 is getting some support despite lackluster, tiring effort in the Nearctic last out. He will benefit from it, perhaps move forward.
6 is Governor Sam, who was actually behind Cardam in the run at Keeneland last time out, so he's got a bit of ground to make up here.
The 7 is actually my top pick. She's quality, a 4-year-old filly who hasn't won in a long time, but she's competed against the very best. She's been knocking on the door every time, and in watching her train, she's so professional and goes about her business so well. I thought, you've got to take a shot with a 19 to 1 horse.
8 is AG Bullet, who was 3rd in the race last year. Plenty of speed, hasn't run since August.
Bear River, again, minding his manners right now, which is a very good sign as he comes off 2 straight victories. The most recent at Kentucky Downs. He has very good early speed.
10, She's So Spicy, also has very good early speed. The one blemish on her record came at Royal Ascot in the Commonwealth Cup.
And David Egan picking up the mount on the 11, Bucanero Fuerte. 3rd, last out on yielding ground at the Curra against Arizona Blaze, who would have been one of the favorites in this race.
12 is another Japanese contender, Invincible Papa. Has got some useful form, but will have to improve.
And we heard Puro Magic drawing in from the Alsos, which the Connections really hoped for. A win start before last was a very good effort off the layoff. If she returns to that, she'll be a force.
And that is your post parade, the field that will test themselves 5 furlongs over the firm Jimmy Durante turf course here at Del Mar and the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Scott?
Well, Governor Sam back at it a year later after running so well as a 2-year-old in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. How would you sum up, though, George Weaver, his form this year compared to last year at 2?
He's getting more professional. We took the blinkers off of him. He's learned that he doesn't have to rock and roll every step of the way. You know, the horse has had a great 2 years, actually. He's run out over 800,000, and I think he's going to keep getting better as he gets older. This is a tall task today, but he loves this course. He ran with her last year, so don't put it past him.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sitting up on the board right now at a huge price, Governor Sam at odds of 18 to 1. One of our betting favorites in here at 5 to 1. Currently the 3rd choice is the 10, She's So Spicy. And taking a look at She's So Spicy as she comes into the Breeders' Cup with those 2 graded wins, the different racetracks she's been at. Kate, and that's important because I pressed you on this yesterday. You were at the Kentucky Downs meeting the whole time. Prepping there has not led to Breeders' Cup success.
No, I still think it's more circumstantial than causation, if you will. She's So Spicy was probably one of the more electric performances that we saw there. And had it only been that place, maybe I'd be skeptical, but she actually was equally impressive when she won at Churchill Downs, perhaps even more so. The 5.5 furlongs only flattered her as she drew off from a very tough field. She's got a lot of ones in her record, 5 for 8 lifetime, and she's a fighter. Even if she gets pressure, she hangs in there. Jose D'Angelo's had a lot of faith in this filly every step of the way, and I don't doubt she'll run a big race.
So, Rishi, did I understand you correctly? If Arizona Blaze did not scratch out of this race, that's where you would have gone?
I still prefer Matorius. If Arizona Blaze was in the race, I was still sided with Matorius.
But you would say that horse would have been a very logical contender.
I think he would have been the pick.
So why would we not look at the 11 Bucanero Fuerte, who was third beaten the length over some heavy ground at the Curra last time out, to Arizona Blaze?
Well, Arizona Blaze was the pick of the European horses, I felt, and he had a superiority over his stable companion, Bucanero Fuerte, who is a very smart horse, has had a very good season back home in Europe throughout the year. But his very best form left him short of Arizona Blaze. Arizona Blaze was the choice of David Egan. He's a really good horse, don't get me wrong, but he hasn't achieved quite what Arizona Blaze did, which therefore, if I wasn't going to pick Arizona Blaze to beat Matorius, I can't do the same for...
What can you tell us about Ammo Racing? And it looks like they're trying to conquer the world. They not only race over where your circuit is year-round, but they race over here in the United States year-round.
Yeah, they're making a big splash, as we know, over the last few years. You know, one of the best horses in recent times would be King of Steel, who won on Champions Day a couple of years ago, and Frankie Dettori rode him. No surprise, therefore, that Frankie Dettori now in his twilight years has made the transition to be a global ambassador for them. They have bought a lot of horses at sales. They're looking long-term. That's the plan. So they're hoping for success on the racecourse, yes, but ultimately they're buying broodmares, they're buying stallions, horses to turn into stallions, so that they're going to be around for a very, very long time.
Let's get more on Ammo Racing with Michelle Yu.
Ammo Racing's Keo Georgian driving me right now, and he has the 11 Bucano Fuerte in here. This horse really seems to love 5 furlongs.
Oh yeah, he's quite fast. You know, he won the Phoenix Stakes Group 1 2 years ago. He loves a sprint, so you know, he was unlucky in the Flying 5 where Arizona won it, and he came third, but he loves it, and he loves to come from the outside draw as well. So we got lucky with that, because you know, if he was on the inside draw, he doesn't like to jump and get a little bit tied in. He likes to come from the outside, so he's lucky with that. So looks like we'll have a good race with him, hopefully.
You guys are still looking for your first Breeders' Cup victory, although you've had a couple of near misses. You've also had a much more impressive Southern California presence. What would it mean to you to win a Breeders' Cup race here in Del Mar?
Oh, you know, it's absolutely massive for us. This year we came out with a very sort of the strongest team we've ever had. Unfortunately, Arizona got withdrawn, which we still didn't understand, because they did a PET scan. He passed the PET scan. But anyway, he's going to go to Hong Kong and then go to stud. We'll retire him this year. He's in great shape. And so he was a big chance of ours. Bucanero is a very big chance of ours. We knew there was going to be a good race. And David, our #1 jockey, had a big choice to make. And because he'd won on Arizona, he won on Arizona, but now he's switched. So Hill Road, I think, will give us a very good shout. He likes 1 mile 5. He's never gone a mile 5. He's had some very tough races against Sovereignty, Journalism, Baeza, where he's come fourth. But he'll give it a good run today, and I think Cathedral, she'll run very well.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Currently up on the board, Bucanero Fuerte at odds of 13-1. Came down 2 points in the time that we had that interview. The pick 5 pool approaching $2 million. Let's check in with Dubs Anderson in a play for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. He's in the FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles.
How good is this tide? The sun is shining. They're making their way out onto the turf course. And good news for you guys, the players, you can sign up, download and play along through the FanDuel Racing app today. There's a money back special. Opt in, hit that yellow promo button. Second or third could still have money coming back in your direction. So let's go with that price play. And the big firmer in the market looks to be the 5 here, Bring the Band Home. Mark Casse knows how to prime these runners up for a massive tilt at the back end of the season. Javier Castellano may need a bit of patience and poise, but certainly knows how to deliver from 12-1 down to 7-1. Can go forward, can be tactical. We got some tight angles and raw speed, and the pace scenario completely goes out the window. Let's bring the price play home, Bring the Band Home. It's the 5 in race number 5, and we're also kicking off a pick 5. Back to you, Todd.
I don't know if I'm stunned by his selection or the fact that Dubs Anderson owns a tie. Fantastic, Dubs, dressing up. You know it's a big day when Dubs is wearing a tie in the FanDuel TV studios. Last year, an agonizingly close third was AG Bullet. Can this be the year that AG Bullet gets that elusive win in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint?
Well, I spoke to Richie Baltas before and spent a lot of time with her because I am a bit of a fangirl of her. I think she's just the epitome of a race mare, and she's been so much fun to watch. She showed a different dimension last year coming from a little off the pace, and I really think that serves her well this year in terms of the pace scenario. I'm using her in here in the pick 5. I thought this was by far and away the toughest leg. So I got some coverage here with the 1, 2, 4, 7, and 8. Top pick there is the big price if she's quality, but I'm definitely using Motorious. You can see 1, 2, 10 in the sprint with Ben Tornado, a likely favorite, and a horse I'm going to lean heavily on. In the Distaff, I'm using Clico, who is going to be a big price under the radar. She hasn't run fast enough on speed figures, but I like how she's looked in her training. She's professional. She's a 3-year-old who's going the right direction. So we'll see if we can get lucky there. Rebels Romance, I'm fully behind. We'll just take that one, although I'll throw in as insurance her biggest rival. And then in the Classic, that's, again, where I want as much coverage as my budget will afford because that is a great race. Fierceness, borderline top pick in there for me.
It's not the last pick 5 of the day, even though it ends with the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, but it is a fantastic pick 5. The middle pick 5 here on Breeders' Cup Day with the pool. Look at this, has just jumped up $400,000 as they approach the starting gate. $2.2 million in this middle pick 5 that will conclude with the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. But to get to the last race and have it matter, you got to get out of this race. Rishi Prasad, who's going to win the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint?
Well, I'm going to go with Motorious to go one better than he did last year. He's also involved in my all-turf pick 4 because I've also gone with She's Quality. I know she's a big price.
Feel better about it.
But I think she's got a great chance. I really do. I think she might be the best of the Euros here. Then in the turf, I like Goliath and Mini Hawk. I think Goliath could be a big danger to Mini Hawk. Then in the mile, I'm going for Notable Speech. And then a horse that has really impressed me this week, that's the Lion and Winter, the 4. And then in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, I'm going for Charlie Appleby to win, either with Diamond Rain or Cinderella's Dream.
Rishi, you know I love you, but looking at that ticket, clearly they don't offer pick 4s overseas very often. Caton, who do you like?
In here, I like She's Quality.
Well, let's go up to Larry Colmus. It is post time for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
She's Quality will be the next one to move into the starting gate here. Bucanero Fuerte stepping up to line. Just waiting for the 2 runners from Japan. Invincible Papa and Poro Magic. Invincible Papa moving into the starting gate. And Puro Magic will be the last one. Stepping forward. Puro Magic goes in. They're all in line. They're off in the turf sprint. She's So Spicy. Right to the front, Invincible Papa sent along. AG Bullet came out running in 3rd. Governor Sam is 4th. Then comes Bear River, Bucanero Fuerte, Pro Magic on the outside. Bring the Band Home and Reef Runner down toward the rail. So they race for the far turn. She's So Spicy out there by 2. Invincible Papa 2nd. Governor Sam rides the rail 3rd around the far turn. A length farther back, and AG Bullet is up into fourth now. 4 lengths off the filly, She's So Spicy, who's by herself at the top of the stretch. She's So Spicy, coming down to the 8th pole, a 3-length lead. Invincible Papa, Governor Sam next. Reef Runner coming late, caught him on the far outside, and AG Bullet, but there's no catching. She's So Spicy. She's so speedy in that sprint. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. And then it was AG Bullet second, followed by Cottam and Reef Runner, and a final time of 55.24.
What a moment for More Play Racing and Cutter Racing. She's So Spicy dominates gate to wire.
Well, she was electric out of the starting gate and just went about her business. No one among all those fast horses could match strides early, and after the first 3/8 of a mile, I felt it was over.
She looked so comfortable on the lead through the early furlongs. When she turned into the straight, it would take almost a miracle to drag her back. Motorius couldn't really get a run. He was stuck down on the inside rail and then had to find a passage on the outside. AG Bullet has run another fantastic race in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Final time here for the 5 furlongs, 55-1. She's So Spicy now runs her record on the year to 5 wins from 7 starts and prepped at Kentucky Downs.
And look at how easily she's done this when they turn for home. She's still in a gallop. Irad Ortiz just needs to urge her ever so slightly, and she could have gotten bored at that point as she was winning and on cruise control. It was a bit of a heartbreak for AG Bullet coming from off the pace like that, still running valiantly in second. And the old horse Cottam still has that nice competitive turn of foot late to get up for the show.
He's sort of mirrored his rider, Frankie Dettori, who has he found a new lease of life over here. He's run a really remarkable race. He's run placed at Kentucky Downs, won last time at Keeneland. A fantastic season for a horse that looked like he was perhaps past his absolute best in Europe.
10-8-4-2-1 posted on the board. 5-1, over 5-1, over 13-1, over 6-1, over 7-2. What a performance. She's So Spicy, taking the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Number 10, She's So Spicy first. 8, AG Bullet second. 4, Kadeem third. 2, Reef Runner fourth. 1, Motorius fifth. 10-8-4-2-1, your top 5. 10-8-4-2-1. This race is now official. Number 10, She's So Spicy, paced 12.60 for the win. Pick 4, $140.25. Pick 5, $834.35. Now entering the winner's circle is number 10, She's So Spicy. A 3-year-old gray-roan filly by Mitoli out of Mischief Galore by Into Mischief. She's So Spicy was bred in Kentucky by Bill and Kareen Helligbrod, now owned by More Play Racing LLC and Qatar Racing LLC. Trained by Jose D'Angelo, your winning jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Up next is race number 6, the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. In this race, scratch the also eligible number 15, Valiant Force. 31 minutes until race number 6. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen.
You might take something for your heart. You might get support for your joints, or even use something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you? Your brain. People all over the country take Prevagen for their brain. In fact, Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, Dinosaur Parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was going to be. I don't know. Ooh. Betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh, my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Ceremonies all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, they are happy as well. Ahmed Sheikh Farhad from Qatar Racing, joined by his co-owners here, Rick and Josh Mendez. And there was another much smaller Mendez knocking around here. Ezekiel Dogger's in here as well. Come in, Dogger. Jason Worth is here to present the trophy for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint 2025. Appropriate enough, given that we're on the 7th day of the World Series. Careful there. Jason.
Yeah, on behalf of the Breeders' Cup, present this trophy to a very new to the game ownership group. Very exciting to do this with you, and congratulations. Welcome to the top of the sport.
Thank you, my brother.
Let's go.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
Let's go.
Rick Mendez, if you're a new ownership group, what an introduction.
You know, this has been amazing. First of all, real quick, if my uncle's watching at Gulfstream, thank you guys for all your support. This has just been a blessing to have my family here. With the whole week, Breeders' Cup, thank you guys. It's honestly been next level, and just to be here at the top, what can I say? She's so spicy, and not least of all, thank God for this.
Congratulations to you all. Well done, everyone. She's so spicy, Ahmed, the winner of the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
All right, thank you, Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to turn your attention to the winner's circle for a special check presentation celebrating the incredible success of Breeders' Cup Charities this year. From its inaugural annual Day of Giving to the current Champions Give Back campaign, these outstanding efforts have raised vital support for key thoroughbred industry charities, all while capturing the spirit of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Joining us in the winner's circle, Breeders' Cup Chief Operating Officer John Kitt and racehorse owner and philanthropist Ken Fryrick are proudly presenting a check for $625,000 to Breeders' Cup Charities. This contribution will directly support 4 primary beneficiaries this year: the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the Thoroughbred Charities of America, and the Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation. We are pleased to have representatives from each of these incredible organizations here with us today, joining in this celebration of giving back to the thoroughbred community. Let's have a round of applause for everyone who's made a difference through these charitable initiatives, the heart of the Breeders' Cup community.
The Breeders' Cup Sprint produced surprising results the last 2 times it was contested at Del Mar, starting with Aloha West's dramatic stretch run here 4 years ago. Last fall, it was Straight No Chaser who got up in the closing strides to give trainer Dan Blacker his first Breeders' Cup triumph. Bob Baffert leads all trainers with 5 wins in this race, and his first came way back in 1992 with 30 Sloughs at Gulfstream Park.
Surges to victory!
This is the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint.
And our thanks to Cy Games for sponsoring the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So many outstanding sponsors here that make Breeders' Cup Day possible, and Cy Games right there with what traditionally has been one of the most exciting races offered since the inception of the Breeders' Cup. It is the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. We have talked a lot about horses returning to glory in the Breeders' Cup, and we have one in here, Straight No Chaser, who won the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint last year and is back for more this year. Welcome back to the Players Show on this championship Saturday at the Breeders' Cup. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Kate Bradar, and rejoining us now, Joe Talamo. And Joe, we have a need for speed here in American racing, and the Americans have dominated this race over the years. It used to be West Coast versus East Coast. It still kind of is this time around. But an interesting group, including Lovesick Blues, who you watched win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, a horse who was a former $12,500 claimer.
Yeah, definitely getting better. This is always such a fun race to watch, such a speedy group in here. And I can't wait for the rematch, too, with Straight No Chaser and Ben Tornado both coming back this year, finishing 1-2 last year. Very interested to see the first eighth of a mile out the gate where they're going to be positioned down the backside.
Bing Crosby winner, Lovesick Blues, currently up on the board at 17-1, and quite a story with the trainer Lovesick Blues. He dabbles in the movie industry, and this would be a long shot here, and quite a story if Lovesick Blues could win. More with Michelle Yu.
Liberato Brosio has Lovesick Blues in here. How's he look, the old boy?
Man, he looks great. He's filling his oats today. Oh, big day. Let's see if he could show them what we can do here in Southern California, right?
How important is it that he's had solid races over the surface?
Oh, I'm so happy that he loves this surface here. I mean, he shows you on the dirt here at Del Mar how he performed. I think he's training great on it since he's been here. I'm just praying that he replicates that. I think he will. He's acting like he will. So this could be a great day in my life.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the Breeders' Cup has a tendency, Kate, to take your breath away.
It's designed to be a championship showcase, and that's exactly what it is. But for some smaller trainers in particular who maybe only have the random big horse capable of competing on a stage like this, I think it magnifies those emotions.
It wasn't that long ago that Liberato Brosio was ecstatic, over the moon to win the Cary Grant here at Del Mar, his first graded stakes win ever, a grade 3. This is quite another level today with Lovesick Blues. Joe, interesting moves by trainer Dick Mandella, opting to put Copian in here as has been established instead of the Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Sprint, but he also has Big City Lights, the Calbred in here. What do you make of the Dick Mandella entrance in this race?
Yeah, so Big City Lights, I'll start with him, the number 5 horse. He's 20-1. He's coming off a lengthy layoff. Hasn't run in 9 months. Back in January, he did crush the field that day by 7, running a 103 buyer. That Richard Mandella definitely capable, and Copion, you could see a good look at her right there at 9-2. She last ran 3 months ago in the Clement L. Hershier. That was going a mile and a 16. Good effort, finished second by a length and a half there. Cuts back to 3/4. She's never gone 3/4 of a mile before, and draws the rail. Had a very sharp workout back out on October 26th. So I think that is going to put enough speed in her to where she's going to be up close and not give herself too much to do early on.
Trainer Dick Mandella is emblazoned in Breeders' Cup history. Everyone remembers, oh, Mandella, what a day. Let's check in with him, Scott Hazelton.
Well, Hall of Famer Richard Mandella has a pair of runners coming up in the Breeders' Cup sprints. Let's start with the filly, Copion, who draws the rail. I think you caught a lot of folks off guard when you opted for this race versus taking on the fillies. at 7/8 of a mile. What ultimately led you to cut her back to 6 furlongs and tackle the boys?
Well, at the time, Tamara and her were both doing so good, I thought they deserved individual chances. And Kopion doesn't owe us anything. She's done so well through the years, so I thought we'd give her the biggest chance.
And then Big City Lights, he's certainly come on against Cowbreds, but what's it going to take here today facing off against this level of competition?
Going to take a strong race, but he trains like he's got it in him.
Has he trained better since those recent races?
He actually does look better, yeah.
Good luck, Richard.
Thank you.
Caton, when I heard that Dick Mandela was thinking about Big City Lights in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, I was hoping he would follow through. Because if you look at this horse, he had kind of the bad timing of being with the Chosen Vron, who was dominating Calbred Company and took a shot at the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Big City Lights, his last race, I thought plays here.
I agree 100%. I'm putting him in the mix on the ticket because of his odds, his connections, and his form. Those 2 races that he comes out of are breakthrough races, plus great record over Del Mar surface and very effective at this 3/4 mile distance. That's the question mark, obviously, with Kopion at 3/4 of a mile. Can she be as good as she has been at those longer distances?
2 shots for trainer Dick Mandela to win the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. Wesley Ward also has 2 chances in here, and he is with Michelle Yu.
Wesley Ward with the pair in here, and you have kind of different ends of the spectrum. You have a fresh face and then the globe-trotting Nakatomi, who we'll start with here. He makes his normal start in the Phoenix Stakes before this. For the first time, he actually won it. Does that give you some extra added hope coming into the Breeders' Cup?
He's an old guy. He's been all over the world, like you just said. We just need a quick early pace up front, and that's why they call it the sprint. So hopefully they get a bunch of these things dueling up there, and they kind of come back the last part, and he'll come running.
Your fresh faces, what you talking about? Did a lot of good running versus State Bred. He's also coming out of the Phoenix. He had a good effort. Is it his time to shine on the biggest stage?
He's run numbers and races in the past that would be very good here. And in his last race against Nakatomi, he was compromised where I think he would have won. I think he would have beat my other horse if he didn't get stopped in behind horses the whole way. So really looking forward to him running a big race.
What do you do from that outside post draw with him?
He's fast, and I think he'll be able to kind of slot over into a good position, getting into the first turn, and then hopefully, the last 3/8 of a mile, he's good enough.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Outside draw, very outside here, sometimes can be an advantage. I know this horse is 70-1, but all the action can develop down to the inside.
Well, and in this case, it sure looks like the majority of the serious pace is just to his inside, but toward the outside of the field. You've got Mulligan, Straight No Chaser, Madhouse. So if those 3 do break running, it should be very easy for what you're talking about to get that kind of cozy trip.
As far as Nakatomi, the horse that seems to have a better chance of the Wesley Wards, do you think he's more of a Keeneland horse, Joe? He has such a great record there.
Yeah, he really does. And he's running this race 2 years in a row. This is going to be his 3rd. And even here at Del Mar last year, he was 4-1. He was 6, beaten 5 lengths. But yes, he is a horse that really loves it at Keeneland. He's based there with Wesley Ward's stable. But I do like the fact, I think he is going to have to step up a little bit, but I do like the fact he is coming off a win last time out.
Caton, when you look at the history of this race, I think it's changed over recent years, but it used to be you looked for the horse off the long layoff. You looked for the fresh horse. Ben Tornado's a fresh horse in a different way. He's only had 1 start this year.
Yeah, and I think the plan all along has been pointing for this race. That 1 race back in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society was a very good one, but a very easy one for him. So, though it's not a true layoff, as you see here through the stretch, he did have to work a little at first to get past those horses, but once he did, he clears away and just sails home. Now, the competition is much different that he's going to face today. The pace is likely to be about the same or maybe faster. I still feel, though, he gets a benefit from having that race under his belt.
I couldn't agree more. And I was at Churchill that day when he was running, and that's a very lengthy layoff. To come off a 10-month layoff win by 5, run 108-2 with the 108 buyer. Very, very impressive. I do love the fact, too, he has 7 weeks from that race. If he would have ran back in a prep race, you can make a case he could bounce off of that race. I think the time is absolutely incredible, and we know what he's capable of. He only got beat a half a length in this race last year, finishing second, and you could argue he's probably coming in this year as good as he's ever been.
You know, and I agree with Caton about the lineup in that race, obviously vastly different here today, but did have a horse with world-class speed to let go out there in Skelly, and obviously you're going to get that here in the Breeders' Cup Sprint as we take you high overhead. If you wonder why the moniker here is where the turf meets the surf, that's because that surf right there is literally just 200 yards away from the grandstand here at Del Mar, looking back towards Dog Beach and that bluff. It used to be in the early days of Del Mar, they would take horses out to the ocean, Caton, and that was part of their training regimen.
When I was just looking at Irad Ortiz stats for Breeders' Cup, someone is going to get tired because they're going to have to update them after almost every race.
In pursuit of Mike Smith. All right, let's meet our field here. It is the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. We start with the filly by Omaha Beach, Copion.
Coming off back-to-back second-place finishes at 1 1/16 and 6.5 furlongs. This is her first try at 3/4 of a mile, but she is a game filly, 5 for 9 lifetime.
I tell you what, she looks really, really good out there. Does have to contend with that one post. If anyone can do it, it's definitely the Hall of Famer Mike Smith. Vanishing is up next. He's 18-1. Tyler Gaffleone is aboard. Coming off a third-place effort, going 1 1:08, so he's taking a big cut back. He is 2 for 2, going this 6 furlong distance.
This would be a very popular victory locally for Lovesick Blues. Second start off the layoff, second beaten a nose in California restricted competition, but she did win the Bing Crosby back in July.
There's Patriot Spirit up next. Big long shot at 60-1 with Javier Castellano aboard for trainer Michael Campbell, making his second start off a 2-month fresh, and it did win the Vosburg up at Belmont Aqueduct.
Big City Lights, another live long shot for Dick Mandela, coming off back-to-back victories with time in between. Looks like he's been pointed for this race, comes in fresh with some early, actually a good late kick.
As the Mark Glad trainee, Dr. Vinkman prancing around, feeling really good out there. He is 4 for 6 here at Del Mar, but 0 for 2 going this 6 furlong distance.
Imagination at 7-1 for Bob Baffert with Juan Hernandez comes off the victory at Saratoga in Grade 2 competition. He could set a nice trip with his stalking style.
Nakatomi is up next, 25-1. Jose Ortiz rides for Wesley Ward, coming off a necked victory in the Phoenix back at Keeneland on October 3rd. 3 for 15 going this distance.
American Stage invades from Japan. Second start back off a layoff, just missed on a muddy racetrack at Kyoto. 3 for 9 lifetime, but hasn't won since December.
And there's your current 3-2 favorite, Ben Tornado, making a really, really good impression there. Irad Ortiz aboard for Jose D'Angelo, looking to win 2 Breeders' Cup races
Now
today.
here is where potentially the pace starts. Mulligan very quick, though he didn't fare well in the Forgo. Connections regrouped, gave him some time off, and he's been training very sharply at Keeneland.
And there's Straight No Chaser, looking to defend his title back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Johnny V aboard for trainer Dan Blacker, going to be his second race off a 5-month layoff.
25-1 on Madhouse, another who has some early turn of foot. Easy winner of the Grade 2 Gallant Bobette Parks last start.
Then the number 14, what you're talking about, is going to round out your post-parade. 1 of 2 in here for Wesley Ward. Was 3rd in the Phoenix back at Keeneland, but a horse that is capable of running a big number. 5 back, did run a 106 buyer up in New York, but that was an allowance company.
A loaded starting gate on every level. A field of 14 in the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. Back to defend his title as Straight No Chaser. Michael Joyce is with trainer Dan Blacker.
Dan Blacker just gave the leg up to Hall of Famer Johnny V on the back of his Breeders' Cup Sprint champion. Going for back-to-back, is there a different level of pressure, a different perspective now that you're coming back trying to win his second Breeders' Cup Sprint?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just try and get the horses as ready as I can. You know, we're not the favorite today, which we're about 6-1. It's probably about what we were last year. So, I mean, I think horse is doing great. The preparation this week has just been identical to last year. So I feel confident we're going to see his old self today.
We haven't really done much with the story that you're taking on your old boss and Richard Mandela, who put Kopion in here. What's it like going against him? And has there been any gamesmanship between the two of you, or has it been all business?
You didn't mention Big City Lights.
Oh, Big City Lights as well.
Yeah. Both those horses look like runners, and no one's better than getting a horse ready for the big races like Mandela. So, you know, I respect any horse he puts in a big race, and he makes me nervous, yeah.
Well, it looked like Johnny V was trying to calm you down a bit. You guys talk about the trip, or is he just going to play it?
No, I mean, I never have given Johnny instructions, and today's no different. He's just a great rider. He knows his horse so well now, and he's a big part of the horse's success. So, you know, I'll just leave it up to Johnny and hope it works out.
Best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dan. Conditioner behind, straight no chaser, last year's champ, looking to do the same again here this afternoon. A little surprise in the market, still sitting here at 6-1 within that FanDuel Racing app. Top choice looks to be the 10 Ben Tornado. This is a rematch for the ages, but I'm going to go with Dan's old boss in this one. Kopion, the filly, taking on the boys, and I think she's primed up for a monster tilt here today. At 4-1, it's a good-looking price. She gets that cutback, the inside starting spot. Just going to have to sit off the pace, but if anyone can figure out a trip, it's big money. Mike Smith, opt in, hit that promo button or scan this QR code. It's a money-back special. FanDuel Racing, Super Saturday. Let's get after it with the Breeders' Cup Sprint as I send it back out to you, Mike.
You're looking at the best-looking and most well-dressed man in horse racing. And with me, I have Michael Ivarone, who bowed into Ben Tornado for a cool $1 million earlier. And now you're standing here at the Breeders' Cup. You love racing at the highest level. This has got to be a thrill, and a quick thrill at that.
Yeah, this is incredible. I actually liked this horse for several months, and I reached out to Jose, and he told me the horse was going through the sale. And Jose trains horses at Palmettos, which is in my backyard. So I said, you know, this is just meant to be. So, you know, I just hope I did the right thing. We'll know in about 30 minutes.
So, Jules, will you get to lead Ben Tornado into the winner's circle as you did yesterday?
Well, that's the hope.
Can we tell, who are you wearing? Let's do this like we're at the red carpet. Who are you wearing here? Give me the outfits.
I got Giorgio Armani today. I went with Giorgio Armani yesterday, and it worked out well. Even though I was in costume, I was very, very like low-key yesterday, which was a costume for Halloween. So I said I'd go again low-key today.
He's wearing a shirt and a tie.
Well, I know. Did you run out of Nair? What did you do?
Well, I saw you yesterday. You look so handsome. I said I got to try to match him up with him. So I gave it the best shot.
You know what looks good on you? A trophy. Best of luck here in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Thanks, Mike.
Best of luck to you too, Jules.
Thank you.
If you wagered over a half as far as the mention of Nair on our show today, you can collect your winnings. Hopefully we're going to win here in the pick 4. And I'm going to use some long shots along with some very logical horses. I would say, obviously, Ben Tornado is the horse to beat in my mind. He's looking great out here. I loved his prep race coming in. But again, with a field of this size, there's going to be some tough luck tails in here. Looking ahead to the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, how could you ignore the work that Scylla had over the racetrack here at Del Mar? She seems to be ready. Obviously, Seismic Beauty for trainer Bob Baffert. And then Dorth Vader, what a filly she has turned out to be. Early part of her career looked like a sprinter, but she's shown her last 3 starts. She's just fine at the 1.8 miles against top horses in the division. Then the Breeders' Cup Turf. It's considered a showdown between Rebels Romance trying to win the race for a 3rd time, and then Mini Hawk, the brilliant 3-year-old filly who had a good second last time out in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. But I'll use a couple of other horses in there, including Amalok on the come up and Goliath, who has the race in him, and he'll be a fair price. And then finally, the Breeders' Cup Classic. With the defection of Sovereignty, it opens it up to so many horses in there, but Fierceness obviously already proved himself over this racetrack. Forever Young has done that last year in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He was a little bit too close to a very, very hot pace. Journalism comes back to where it all started here at Del Mar. Yes, he was second to Fierceness last time out in the Pacific Classic. Remember, he was favored that day, and now you're going to get a huge price on him. And then the horse that has come to hand, that is Antiquarian for Todd Pletcher. While everyone's going to be looking at the Pletcher entrance of Fierceness and Mindframe, Antiquarian should be taken more seriously than the 15-1 morning line that we had originally when Sovereignty was in here. So that is the pick 4 I'll be putting into this pool, which currently is now past $1 million. We are 2 minutes away from the Side Games Breeders' Cup Sprint, and remaining our favorite is Ben Tornado, currently at 8-5. As far as our defending champ in this race, Caton. What do you expect from Straight No Chaser today?
Well, I think, once again, he's a very fast horse naturally. He was probably a little more keen than he normally would be coming off the layoff, having been away since Maidan. So last time, he was entitled to get a little tired. I think today, if he breaks sharply, he may have to go on with it, but at the same time, Johnny V may opt to try to snuggle him back just ever so slightly to let some of the other speed horses battle it out. But I don't see him coming from too far off of it by any stretch. And I am a little surprised that he is as high as 6-1. I respect Ben Tornado in his recent form to make him the favorite, but if you look at last year's finish, there wasn't that much that separated them, and this year I think Straight No Chaser's entitled to the benefit of the doubt off that last one.
Joe, a major prep race coming in here is the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. We're getting the top 3 finishers out of that race, including Straight No Chaser, who was third that day, admittedly probably needed the race. But Imagination, where did that race come from? He won in hand.
Yeah, that was a big effort, and not only that, that was off an 8-month layoff. Had some really good works going into there for trainer Bob Baffert, and ran a big 97 bike. He has run quicker than that when he was third in the Malibu, running a 101. But another horse, if they you know, cook up front and have a good pace, his stalking style is absolutely perfect. I think the post is perfect too. He's kind of right in the middle in this big 14-horse field. I think he is going to have to go back to that race and maybe a little bit better with the likes of Ben Tornado and Straight No Chaser in here, but another horse very, very capable off that big effort.
Caton, a quick mention of Mulliken. I didn't think, especially after he went 4 for 6 in his campaign last year, that he'd be 0 for 4 this year. He's a dangerous horse, though. He has a lot of ability. Is he worth a look at 14-1? Well,
I think if the connections felt that it was worth coming here, it was because they believe that he can go better than he has in his previous efforts. He's run very well. He ran into a really tough customer by the name of Bookham Dano in several starts, so he doesn't have to contend with that one. But that's not to say that he doesn't have others to contend with here. And he does like to be forwardly placed. I just struggle to see what kind of trip he gets here.
If you hang down here in this area, it's common to hear some of the fighter jets from the Coronado Air Station overhead. They have a need for speed in this part of the world, and we've got it here with the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. The field is moving into line. Here's Larry Colmus.
Vanishing and American Stage taking their position in the starting gate. Here's Ben Tornado, the current 8-5 favorite. And Arad Ortiz Jr. moving in with Lovesick Blues. Patriot Spirit steps up to the gate. Mulliken moving into line. Big City Lights. Straight No Chaser, the defending champion, is in. Dr. Venkman into the gate. Here's Imagination. Madhouse, and finally, What You Talking About? What You Talking About coming up to the outside stall goes in. They're all in line, ready for the start. What You Talking About's backed out of the gate. Going back in. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Straight No Chaser, Ben Tornado, and Madhouse go out to the front. American Stage is central on the inside of them to try to run with these speedballs, and 4 of them. Duke get out early on, flying up front. Then Imagination, Mulliken, Dr. Venkman, and What You Talking About on the outside. Nakatomi is next, then Banishing, followed by the Philly Copian, who's down toward the rail. Patriot Spirits on the far outside, then Big City Lights. Lovesick Blues is the trailer as they race for the far turn, 21.48 seconds. Ben Tornado and Straight No Chaser past the 3 furlong pole together. The 1-2 finishers last year, 1-2 this year on the far turn. American Stage from Japan is third on the inside. Mulliken is under pressure. Imagination is coming on now. 1 off the rail and moving up as they come toward the top of the stretch. Ben Tornado, Straight No Chaser. Imagination swings up on the outside. American Stage is running a big one too. Ben Tornado turns turns loose with 1 furlong to run. Imagination, second. Dr. Venkman closing outside, but Ben Tornado and Gerard Ortiz have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint over Imagination and Dr. Venkman, then American Stage. Ben Tornado, it means welcome back in Italian, and welcome back to the winner's circle, Jose D'Angelo and Gerard Ortiz.
Oh, D'Angelo, what a day. Back-to-back wins on this Breeders' Cup card, taking the 2 races that are centered around speed. She's So Spicy in the previous race and the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and then now the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint. And how about the strategy? Yes, there was speed, but Gerard Ortiz just shuffled it all off and went right to the lead.
You know, that rematch that we hoped for from last season didn't completely materialize, but middle part of the race, you had the defending champ battling with the 10. The 10 shakes clear and Ben Tornado sets sail. Everyone else kind of scrambling to try to catch up. Give some credit to Imagination. He does come up with a nice late kick. He just can't catch the winner.
I tell you what, this was so impressive too. And most of Ben Tornado's wins, he's right off the pace lane, second or third. He did this the hard way. Went 21-2, 44 flat, 56 flat, but drawing off very, very impressively in the end. Very great ride by Gerard Ortiz, and congrats to those connections. Jose D'Angelo and Gerard winning back-to-back Breeders' Cup races today.
Final time for the 6 furlongs, 1:08.1, moving along. Ben Tornado, and now the discussion will be about that Eclipse Award handed out to the champion sprinter Bookham Dano Past. But this effort here, this is what the race was designed for, was to decide that title, and it would be hard to take it away from Ben Tornado and what he's done. 2 for 2 this year, but the biggest prize of all.
You got to give credit to the connections as well. After the loss last year, kind of a heartbreaker to Straight No Chaser, they regroup. They let him go to the sidelines for an extended period of time, bring him back at Churchill Downs and the Louisville Thoroughbred Society, and then bam, this kind of performance, just electric.
I think that's what makes it so impressive too, Kate. And this is only his second race this year, coming off that win at Churchill Downs, and yet you could see him, that stride is just really lengthening, and great training job by Jose D'Angelo. That's not an easy feat, to take a horse off a 10-month layoff and win by 5 and run a 108 buyer and come right back 7 weeks later and have a performance like this.
Well, and that's the other thing. You can measure by any way, and you mentioned buyer speed figures, and you'd have to say that the sale that we had here that Keeneland put on in the paddock has worked out well for Michael and Jules Ivorone. But if you just look at the raw times, this horse has gone back-to-back in 108 and change in 6 furlong races. That's awesome.
Just spectacular. That horse was as good as advertised in every way. And for Jose D'Angelo, a real pivotal moment here on the Breeders' Cup stage to not only have the 3-year-old filly conquer her elders and do it so impressively, but the same way back again with this return hero in Ben Tornado.
The Ridgeline son of Valiant Minister out of the Put It Back mare, her special way, is the best sprinter on dirt in the world. It's Ben Tornado taking the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Number 10, Ben Tornado was first. Second, number 7, Imagination. Third, number 6, Dr. Venkman. Fourth, number 9, American Stage. Fifth, number 1, Copian. 10-7-6-9-1, your top 5 finishers. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1 minute 8.20 seconds. Number 10, Ben Tornado, pays $5.40 for the win. Up next is race number 7, ladies and gentlemen, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Scratch number 5, Scottish Lassie. Post time for race 7, coming up in 32 minutes. Now entering the winner's circle is number 10, Ben Tornado. Ben Tornado is a 4-year-old dark bear brown ridgeling by Valiant Minister out of her special way by Put It Back. Ben Tornado was bred in Florida by Tanma Corporation, now owned by Leon King Stable Corporation, trained by Jose D'Angelo. That's back-to-back wins for trainer Jose D'Angelo, and the same can be said for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. "31 minutes until race 7. Now in the winner's circle are His Excellency Ali Al-Ali, CEO and board member of Dubai Racing Club, and Erwin Sharpie, head of racing operations and international relations for Dubai Racing Club. They are presenting a special ribbon to the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint winning connections, which gives them guaranteed entry to the $2 million Group 1 Dubai Golden Shaheen at Meydan Racecourse on March 28th. Congratulations, and see you in Dubai. Is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries. Cy Games, bringing the best in entertainment through games, animation, comics, and more.
Jam-packed winner's circle, and we love it because what a performance by Ben Tornado to take the Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint for the trophy handoff to winning owners Leon King Stable and Michael and Jules Ivorone. We do have Motohiro Okubo, the CEO of Cy Games America. Please do us the honors there. It is a very heavy trophy, I must say. Michael, I'm going to start with you. What compelled you to spend $1 million on this horse just a few days ago?
Well, it's been a minute since I got to touch one of these guys. So, you know, Jose, I've been watching him for the last couple of years, and he's just been getting better and better. Now he's at the top of the game. And I live right next to where he trains horses, so I said one day we're going to get one together. And boy, did I get lucky with these guys partnering up. They're amazing partners, amazing trainer, and just a wonderful opportunity. And man, did he make it all worth it.
That he did. And describe this moment, because you're not shy about the fact that you want to play this game at the highest level.
Yeah, as I said, it's been a minute since I've been on this stage, so this is I'm just happy to be here.
Congratulations to you both. And Jose, I was wondering if you just could give us a comment on Leon King Stable, the rest of this ownership group that I saw in the winner's circle and in the paddock. Quite rowdy group, I must say.
Thank you very much. I have to say thank you first to God to bless, me to first watch these races like a fan and now be here. The owners trust me all the year round when the horse just ran 2 times and the ultimate goal was come here after the scratch in Malibu and work it perfect. So I just have to say thank you to them for trust me. Just thank you to everybody for supporting me.
A big congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. Please, the celebrations will continue. Oh, down here, oh man, it is quite the scene.
Part of the friends that can...
Elegance is an attitude.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Torpedo Anna went wire to win the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff last year at Del Mar. her final victory in a Horse of the Year campaign. The late Dwayne Lucas trained the winner of this race for 3 years in a row, notching his first one in 1985 with Life's Magic at Aqueduct. Forever Unbridled won the first distaff at Del Mar, and she was saddled by a Lucas protege, Dallas Stewart.
Able Tasman coming in Forever Unbridled. Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
This is the $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Now, if you joined us on the breakfast shows all week, you know that Scylla was the talk of the town on more than just one occasion, and I'm joined by her Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott. It's been a couple of minutes since her last win. What's it going to take for her to find the winner's circle against these?
Well, she's got to move forward, but she's coming off of a good race, and we opted to go in the 9-furlong race today. We ran in the Spinster last time, and she finished up pretty well, and we got a 2-turn race in her. And, you know, like I say, I think it looks like, you know, she can compete with these horses, but she's got to move up one step and have a great trip to be able to beat them.
I got to ask you this question. If Scylla wins, are you going to be tempted to dip into the Trackmaster account to buy a plane ticket to go to Australia for the Melbourne Cup?
I don't have my visa for that, so I can't go. But I won't be making that trip. But I'll be rooting Parchment Party on from here.
Well, if you change your mind, I'm sure you can borrow Riley's passport.
Okay, thank you.
Best of luck.
Okay.
That's quite an admission, because there would be no Dubai World Cup without the presence of cigar, which that man sent over there. Apparently, he let the visa lapse after that. The man from Mobridge, South Dakota, Bill Mott, talking about Scylla coming up here in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Welcome back to our Players Show. On our set just off the paddock, I'm Todd Schrupp, alongside Kate and Bradar and jockey Joe Talamo. In that introduction, that pre-recorded introduction, they mentioned the name Dwayne Lucas a lot. There would be no Breeders' Cup as we know it without Dwayne Lucas. A lot of careers would have happened without Dwayne Lucas. I want to mention something that came out after yesterday in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Todd Pletcher was gifted by the widow of Dwayne Lucas, Lori, a tie, a red tie. And Todd Pletcher wore that red tie yesterday and into the winner's circle in a race that Dwayne Lucas had set so many records, the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
You know, I think that small gesture speaks volumes and signifies how Wayne will be with so many of us, even though his physical presence isn't here. When you look even at the list of trainers that we're seeing in these showcase races, particularly this race, 2 former assistants in Mark Hennig, as well as George Weaver. You're going to see this over and over again. The limbs from the tree run far.
So well put. Let's get into this year's field for the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff with Scott Hazelton.
It's a pleasure to be joined by John Green of DJ Stable as they send out their sensational filly, Nitrogen. This has been, I'm guessing, John, quite a campaign for this filly, from being so good on turf and then finding out how good she is on dirt. How would you sum up what you've experienced with this filly in 2025?
You know, she's been such a ride for us. When we bred her, you know, we were hoping that we'd get a filly half this good. The genetics all came together. Her physical, you know, look all came together, and she's done everything that we could ask and then some. You know, run on the turf, run in grade ones, you know, as a maiden, run in the slop, and you know, really, we just keep thinking we have a glass ceiling for her, and she keeps exploding right through it.
And would you say that she did that at Keeneland in the Juddmonte Spinster, given her first try against older mares?
Yeah, that was calculated. You know, we wanted to try her against older mares. You know, obviously we took on the Grizzly Bear, and it's a shame that Torpedo Anna's not here. But certainly we felt like we ran against a really good group. 3 of those horses are here today, and we were very pleased with the way she came into the race, the way she ran the race, and most importantly, the way she came out of the race.
Good luck, John.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Joe, it is so unusual to have a horse like Nitrogen, who is the leader in the 3-year-old filly division, but on the turf to start the year, and then they discover she's also adept on the dirt, and now here she is taking on older horses as she did in the Spinster. Now, that day was an upset, Jin. Everyone talked about Torpedo Anna, and it turned out to be the final start of her career. But Nitrogen proved she belongs with the older horses.
Yeah, she does. We're going to watch the Spinster right here. And this was a big effort. This was her first time running against older fillies, and she ends up running second, beating ahead. But watch coming up here at around the 8th pole, she starts to drift a little bit, and she only gets beat ahead. To me, you could see right there when she gets hit left-handed. I mean, she's really trying to the wire here, but ends up running second in defeat. I thought this was a big effort, and you could argue the case if she doesn't drift out that little bit, probably could have won by a head.
But I feel that Jin was a little bit of a surprise when she wound up on the lead.
Brenda Walsh said that,
and that was the race that Torpedo Anna was not herself and wasn't involved. So she won't be a surprise if she shows speed today.
Yeah, Brenda Walsh saying after that race that it was a bonus, that win by Jin, but they are back for more. And he's with Scott Hazelton.
Trainer Brendan Walsh has 2 shots at the distaff here at Del Mar. Let's start with Clico, the 3-year-old filly. What does she need to do stepping up against the older mares today, Brendan?
Probably has to improve again, Scott, but she's been progressive all season. We love her work since the race at Parks. So I feel she can improve again, and if she does, she should be right there.
What did you love about the work since the race at Parks, the Cotillion?
Well, like I said, she's been progressive all the time, and her work's just been very, very good the whole way along, and she seems like she's maintaining her form, and, you know, she's only run like 5 times. Surely we haven't seen the bottom of her yet, or hopefully not anyway.
Jin's been a bit of an enigmatic filly, to say the least, but we know at Keeneland she's brilliant. What does she have to do here today shipping to Del Mar?
She's probably got to run the same, as good a race as she ran the last day at Keeneland, or maybe even better again. You know, she's a tough filly, and you know, provided she come out of the last race okay, and she likes this track, then it'll be tough to get by her too.
Tough filly, so does she love the competition? Does she want to be up there in the mix at all times?
Yeah, I think she does. She's just gritty, you know, and she'll grind it out, and she'll make it tough for them to get by her.
Good luck, Brendan.
Thanks, Scott.
And Caton, I know you don't need to be convinced on Clico. Like you said, her numbers aren't quite there, but she is a 3-year-old filly towards the end of her campaign. She has another race to move forward. Here's
what I like about her. She has improved by her speed figure-wise in every one of her lifetime starts. Even as the competition has gotten keener, she rides a 3-4 race win streak. She's won 4 of 5 starts. So she's run as fast as she's needed to run. Her speed figures aren't there for sure, but you can't fault a horse who's doing everything right and crossing the finish line first. I also love her demeanor. I saw her work. It was very, very good. But you see her there. That's how she is at the stall. She's the same way on the track. She's very classy. She's very mature. She's just kind to be around, and has that unique personality that kind of just spoke to me. So I take a chance with a filly who knows how to win when you can get 9-to-1 odds.
Southern California racing has a tremendous history when it comes to race mares from South America. You think of horses like Pasiana, Bayacoa, coming up from South America and having great careers here in California, and then going on to a national level in the Breeders' Cup itself. Sarawak Rim is making her U.S. debut. For more on that story, Joaquin Jaime.
Well, trainer Nacho Carreras won the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Blue Prize in 2019. Looking for another one here with the 2 and Sarawak Rim. U.S. debut, first start in 6 months. Have the 6 months gone according to plan for you?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we are here. Everything went really well. I mean, the task is a big one. But, I mean, hopefully we fit and she does what she does in the morning.
In those morning workouts, what have you seen where you feel she's going to benefit with blinkers today?
Oh, I think she's going to be a little bit more focused, and I don't know, you know, try to follow a little bit. Speed is a little different here than in South America, and that might help her, you know, to not be that far from the pace.
The other storyline for this horse in this race for you, it's the end of an era for you. This is going to be your final starter as a trainer here in the States. What are your emotions going through you right now being down here in the paddock?
Well, now the emotions are this here, and especially thanks to all of you guys that they have supported me for all these years, and I'm very grateful for that. I think I had a great time, and well, thank you to everybody that have supported me, owners, team, everything. I mean, I don't have words to describe how thankful I am.
Well, Nacho, we appreciate the time. Good luck here with Sarah Rock Rim.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
There's a phrase used in our sport. It's called a gentleman of the turf. Nacho Correas is a true gentleman of the turf.
Truly, always has been gracious with his time. Pleased to see you when you come in, which is very rare in the sport. He is also a consummate horseman. But I also know he's looking forward to time with his family and the opportunity to go home and to travel. I asked what he's going to do. He's not going to be far from the racetrack. He is, though, going to travel a lot with his family and enjoy racing from a different side.
We wish you the very best, Nacho Correas, in your retirement away from the racetrack. It's the very best coming up in the Distaff division. It's the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Our post-parade begins with the outstanding 3-year-old filly, Nitrogen.
Mark Casse has said he doesn't want to brag, but he feels she's the horse to beat. She comes off that near miss to Jinjin in the Spinster, but before that was very impressive in the Alabama.
You could see the confidence in her walk, too, out there, looking very, very good. Then the number 2 horse, Sarah Rock Rim, is going to be next. Nacho Correas, we just spoke about, is going to be retiring after this. And win or lose, I know she is a big long shot, but what a way to go out just to compete in a Breeders' Cup. She is 4 for 5, gets blinkers on, and did win a Grade 1 back in Argentina 6 months ago. And she's making her first career start in the U.S.
Here's the filly that caught my eye all along. Clico, descending buyers off her victory in the Cotillion against Grade 1 Company, tests herself against her elders. I think she's well spotted to advance.
There's Scylla up next, 8-1. Junior Alvarado is aboard for the Hall of Famer. Belmont, 3rd last time out in the Grade 1 Spinster, is 5 for 15 lifetime.
Alice Verite is following the same pattern of another Japanese mare who was successful in the distaff, but comes off a disappointing effort in her most recent start. A tough prep, looks for her first win of the year.
There's a good look at Jinjin prancing around out there. She's 16-1. Louis Saez aboard for trainer Brendan Wells. Going to be her second start off a 3-month layoff, winning by a head in the Grade 1 Spinster last.
What it's worth, I've never seen her look better. She's a happy horse. Seismic Beauty, the even money favorite for Bob Baffert, my racehorse, and partners with Juan Hernandez. She's put together 3 consecutive wins, the most recent in the Clement Hirsch here at Del Mar.
Here's a good look at Majestic Oops, a Calbred. Umberto Risperly is aboard for trainer Dan Ward, 4th last time out in the Delaware handicap in the slop last time out, going a mile and an 1/8.
Gun Song for Mark Hennig, winner of the Beldame at the mile and an 1/8 at Aqueduct, 2nd start back off a layoff.
Another big long shot, Dry Powder at 70-1, 3-year-old filly by Gun Runner. She's 2 for 6 lifetime, coming off a 2nd place neck defeat in the Grade 1 Cotillion last out.
Well, if you're looking for the horse whose price is probably going to drop from here at 6-1, I think it's this one. Darth Vader at 6-1 would be a gift. She was beaten just a nose in the Personal Ensign by Torpedo Anna, has arguably come closer than most of her rivals in tackling the pro tem leader of the division.
Ezra Gallad is going to round out your post-parade. Another filly. Her last 3 races, ever since getting to trainer Whit Beckman's farm, has improved, coming off a 6-length win in the Delaware handicap last out.
We turn to DRF Formulator to look at an angle here with Darth Vader. It's regarding trainer George Weaver and jockey John Velasquez. They are 10 for 47 when they combine over the last 2 years, and that's a very good return on investment of $3.52. Darth Vader currently 6-1. Joaquin?
Here with trainer George Weaver is looking for another Breeders' Cup win this weekend. You have the 12 in here, Darth Vader. Just missed to the horse of the year last race. What'd you make of her run in the Personal Ensign?
You couldn't ask for us to run any better. She ran huge. She's had a great year. You know, she won the Ogden Phipps. I actually thought she won the race, and the photo proved us wrong. But she's been a star all year, and she's got a great chance today.
You slide in one spot with the scratch, but still pretty far out there. Is the post draw a disadvantage for you here in the distaff?
I wouldn't have picked it, but, you know, any post can be a disadvantage depending on how things go at the break. So, look, Johnny's the best. He knows her well, and I'll let him figure that part out.
Good luck, George.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin. We're just 8 minutes away from post time for this one. I'm in front of the FanDuel Racing app. If you haven't downloaded, do so now. Let's make the most of Super Saturday. The two superstars next to us here in the app. I love the look of Nitrogen, still sitting here at a nice little price of 4-1 for Mark Cassie. Now, this has looked like a different racehorse since making that surface switch. Cassie knows how to prime him up for a big spot that we get here this afternoon. I like the draw, I like the distance, and she also gets to take advantage of that weight break as well, being a 3-year-old. So give me Nitrogen, the one, at 4-1. The money continues to come through here at the FanDuel Racing app. Jump in, play along. A couple of nice multis kicking off the pick 3, pick 4, and pick 6 here in the Distaff. For now, let's head back out to Mike Joyce.
Joe Moran of My Racehorse here as Seismic Beauty is about to get the rider up. Let me ask you this. How many partners do you guys have on Seismic Beauty?
Well, we're in the thousands on her, so it's one of our bigger groups, and certainly she has a big following due to her success.
I was actually sitting at the bar at the Brig last night eating my tacos, and one of your owners said, hey, I own Seismic Beauty tonight. That's a great feeling to be able to know that you've got owners everywhere enjoying a race like the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable when you see people come from all over the place, and you're just walking around town, and you see the Seismic Beauty hat, the Seismic Beauty shirt, so it's a cool feeling for sure.
Let's talk about this filly's development and the ride you've been on with her, because she is sensational right now. There were some bumps along the road, but it seemed like when she got around 2 turns, she became a different kind of animal. Was that the case?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just when you see her physically, she's just this big, scopy filly. I think as a younger horse, too early in her 3-year-old season, it just took her time to really grow into herself and mature that way. And then since she went to 2 turns, that's been the rest has been history.
What kind of a trip are you hoping for her today?
In my opinion, I kind of think she's the speed of the speed. I think we got to treat her like she's the best horse in the race, and it certainly seems that's where you want to be on the racetrack right now.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Joe, when you look at Seismic Beauty physically, her presence kind of belies the fact that she's really, really quick. I mean, for a filly that size to be as quick as she is and assume the lead, that's pretty impressive.
It's so impressive. I mean, we front up and personal right here when she walked by us. I mean, she really takes your breath away, and you could see this race lens right here. Bob Baffert wins at 41% off a 61 to 180 day layoff. That is a pretty tremendous stat there. Strongest late pace figure of the field. And one thing I like about her too, she's my top pick in here. I think from a speed advantage, she's probably the lone speed. Not that she can't get some company up front, but she's a perfect 3 for 3 ever since going 2 turns for the first time back in April. She won an allowance race by 10. The Santa Margarita agreed to at Santa Anita, going this mile and an 8 distance by 5. And then the last time out back here in Del Mar on August 2nd, winning by a length and a half in the Clement L. Hirsch in a grade 1. And every one of her buyer speed figures have progressed, and she ran a 110 last out, which if she goes back to that race, I think could dominate this race.
Look at this. Mike Joyce, the only one amongst our analysts looking outside of Seismic Beauty. He is looking to the 1 Nitrogen. Keaton, when you look at the even money favorite, there's got to be at least, you can look at almost every favorite and go, okay, well, here's a concern. Would there be a concern with Seismic Beauty?
The concern would be if others run with her early, right? If the pace is too swift early, it could cost her at the end. And, you know, you've got Jin Jin, who I think is pretty committed to go to the front. That's where she does her best running. I think Nitrogen is interesting because she's on the inside. So Jose Ortiz may be forced to do something a little bit earlier than would normally be the case from his position. Clico can show speed. I doubt that she will do that. I think she would sit more a stalking trip rather than compromise her stablemate's chances. Her best chance to me is to have a target and run down late. And then Scylla is the wild card because I think she's fast enough to make the lead. And I also thought, judging by her works, which have been lightning fast, that you're going to see speed away from the gate. Yeah, especially that 46 and 3 sharp half mile, best of 5 that morning. You would have to think that that is going to put a lot of speed in. And just 2 races back, going 7/8 in a ballerina at Saratoga, she was on the lead, going 22 and 2 and 44 and 2. So to your point, she definitely has enough speed to go. It's just a matter of what tactics they want to use going into the first turn.
So many great betting opportunities beginning in this race. One of the most anticipated pools is the pick 6. 6. It is a $1 minimum. The pool is approaching $1.4 million. Again, an all Breeders' Cup pick 6 beginning here in race 7, and Joaquin Jaime has a $96 play.
Six ticket on Championship Saturday to play into here. So I'm going to go 4 deep to start, 1, 4, 8, 12 in here. The first single is going to come up for me in the Breeders' Cup Turf. I respect Minnie Hawken, the favorite. Give her all the respect in the world, but I'm going to go with the old man who's a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, has had a ton of success in the States. I will single Rebels Romance, the one in the Breeders' Cup Turf. As we move on to race number 9, Todd, the big one, the Breeders' Cup Classic, 1, 5, 8, 9 for me. Top pick will be the 5, Forever Young. He ran really well last year, chasing that hot pace. He was covered up. He was down on the rail. He is better drawn this year. 4 deep in the Breeders' Cup Classic for me. Race number 10, the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, 3, 4, 7. Really like Johannes in there, getting back to form, winning the City of Hope at Santa Anita. The other single for me is going to come in race number 11, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Nisos off his victory in the San Diego. It didn't work out to run in the Pacific Classic. I just think 8 furlongs is going to be his game. I think it's a 2-horse race between Nisos and Full Serrano. I think you can make a decision there. If you don't want to double up the ticket to single one of them, I will side with Nisos. And then I'll go with a couple Europeans, Todd, in the Filly and Mare Turf. I'll use the 5 in there, Gazora. Throw out that last race over the soft ground and the Arc, and then the horse all the way on the outside. See the Fire coming off a good second-place finish in the Prix de la Opera. So a $96 ticket, Todd. I could have easily spent $396. It is a tough pick 6 sequence, but what else would you expect on Breeders' Cup Saturday?
That's what we want, is a challenge. So far, though, Jose D'Angelo's made it look easy today. Right. Some shocking upset is coming somewhere along the way. It should be in this pick 6. Determining where is the other story. We are approaching the starting gate for the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Your wagering menu: win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double, pick 3, pick 4, and this $1 pick 6. You also have a special double with races 7 and 9, and don't forget the super high 5. The moment is at hand, a championship moment. It's the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Here's Larry Colbus.
42nd running of the Distaff. Field has reached the starting gate. Nitrogen, Sarawak Rim, moving into line with Jinjin. Here is the favorite, Seismic Beauty, even money, into the starting gate. The roar from the My Racehorse contingent. We see Clico going in, Scylla, Majestic Oops and Gun Song. Elise Verite going into line. Dry Powder. Darth Vader. 1 left to load, that's Regaled. Regaled coming up to the outside stall will complete the field. Stepping forward and in. And they're all in line, and we've got one breaking through the gate here. That's Jinjin. Just got a little over anxious. Opened up the front of the gate. They'll close that. Seismic Beauty right next to her. Reacted as well. Jinjin has been backed out of the gate. We'll get a look here from the veterinarian behind the gate. And gets the okay to come back. All in line. Ready for the start. They're off. In the Distaff, Seismic Beauty took a bit of a bobble there shortly after the start. It is a wide open battle for the lead, which is going to go to Nitrogen on the inside. Now, there goes Scylla. Scylla grabs the front, and Jinjin goes with her. And Seismic Beauty, who just took that small bobble, is moving up on their outside and is caught 3 wide into the turn. Nitrogen is 4th. And then on the far outside, it's Dry Powder running in 5th position. In between horses, Clico is 6th. A break of another length and a half to Darth Vader, who races on the outside of Gun Song and a ground-saving Elise Verite as they head to the backstretch. Majestic Oops is next by 3, then Regaled and Sarawak Rim. The pace is very fast here, 22.27 seconds for Scylla, who heads up the backstretch a half length in front. Jinjin is 2nd, Seismic Beauty is 3rd, Nitrogen a strong 4th right behind them, a length and 3/4 off the lead. Then Dry Powder on the outside of Plico. 45.75 was the half mile. Gun Song is 5 lengths off the lead while down toward the rail. Dorth Vader, Release Verite, and Majestic Oops are next, and then Regaled and Sarawak Rim. But here comes Nitrogen on the outside of Scylla. And with 3 furlongs to go, Scylla responds. Scylla responds. She opens up a length. Nitrogen is now a length and a half behind. And then it's a 2.5 length gap to Clico. The others have been left behind. Coming to the top of the stretch. And Scylla turns for home in front. She's got a 2-length lead coming to the final furlong. Nitrogen is second. Clico is third. Regaled is put in a bit on the far outside. But Scylla's running away under Junior Alvarado. Scylla by 4, Scylla by 5. Scylla so strong in the distaff. She won it for fun. Nitrogen was second, and then it was Regaled in third, followed by Clico.
Scylla absolutely dominates the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. The man from Mobridge, South Dakota, Bill Mott, had this horse perfect today, and this race changed dramatically at the start when the favorite, Seismic Beauty, stumbled a little bit out of the starting gate. Junior Alvarado took advantage with Scylla and went right to the lead.
Yeah, the complexion of this race changed dramatically right after the start when the number 8 Seismic Beauty, I don't know if she stumbled or got bumped from the outside horse, but we're going to take a really good view of it right there. She's the number 8. Didn't come out too quick, but you could see right there, took a really
She just stutter stepped out of the gate and then kind of crossed her legs, almost put herself in kind of an awkward situation. It took her a few strides to rebound, and when she did, she kind of took off and found herself in that outside position, which she's playing catch up. She's a little bit headstrong after all that happens. But boy, for Scylla to come up with the lead and then keep on going is impressive.
And we were talking about that pre-race, how she does have enough speed to go if they wanted to, and she had that sharp 46-3 bullet half mile here at Del Mar. And I tell you what, she did it the hard way too. 22-1. 45-3 for the opening half. Some sprint races going 7/8 go that quick. To do that, to go 1 1/8 and open up in the end, very, very impressive, dominant victory here.
If you're Jose Ortiz on Nitrogen, you had to have felt on the turn that you were sitting in the absolute perfect spot. But when they turned for home, after all those fast fractions, Scylla just takes off.
And I thought Jose Ortiz rode a great race. He was right in behind, and you could see he maneuvered out right before the half-mile pole just to ensure that he wasn't going to get stopped, because I'm sure he thought that Scylla was going so quick that she would have come back, but just second best today. And how about the number 13, Regaled, at 30-1? Really nice third-place effort coming to roll in the end for trainer Whit Beckman and Joe Ramos aboard.
And look at Junior Alvarado. Think about the year that he has had at Joe Talamo. Sovereignty took him on a magical run that started in the Kentucky Derby. The huge disappointment of Sovereignty having to scratch this week out of the Classic. But here he is for his main trainer, Bill Mott, and they dominate on Breeders' Cup Day in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
And I think for myself, Junior and Bill Mott, you have to be so happy for them. The unfortunate news of Sovereignty having a scratch and the Classic later on today, this definitely has to help them quite a bit feeling-wise.
Getting 7-1 on a horse like Scylla, that's what the Breeders' Cup is all about. The Bay 5-year-old mare by Tappet out of the First Defense mare. Close hatches, a homebred for Juddmonte, going to the winner's circle here in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Number 4, Scylla was first. Second, number 1, Nitrogen. Third, number 13, Regale. Fourth, number 3, Clico. And fifth was number 12, Dorth Vader. 4, 1, 13, 312, your top 5. Scylla pays $17.20 for the win. The pick 4, $523.95. Final time for 1 1/8 on the dirt, 1 minute 48.07 seconds. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, begins the late pick 5 sequence. It's the 42nd running of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, a $5 million event, and there are no changes. Post time for race 8, 33 minutes. Now entering the winner's circle, the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, number 4, Scylla. Scylla is a 5-year-old bay mare by Tappet out of Close Hatches by First Defense. Scylla was bred in Kentucky by her owners, Juddmont Farms Incorporated. Trained by Bill Mott, your winning jockey, Junior Alvarado. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the much-anticipated Longines Distaff race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a model from the redesigned Prima Luna collection with a blend of classic Roman numerals, lustrous dials, and meticulously executed details. This collection speaks to those who understand that genuine luxury arises from the confidence of impeccable craftsmanship. SeatGeek welcomes you to Del Mar Thoroughbred Club and the 2025 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get tickets to horse races and other live events faster than you can say, and they're off. SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of Breeders' Cup.
Thank you so much. What an incredible performance by Scylla to take the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff for the trophy presentation and for these beautiful timepieces. We have Farah Marin, the marketing director in the U.S. and the Caribbean for Longines.
On behalf of Longines, congratulations on such an incredible win.
A big congratulations. This is Prince Salman bin Ahmed, grandson of Prince Khalid of Juddmont Farm. These are iconic silks in the winner's circle. Just speak to me about the continued legacy of this historic farm.
Thank you so much. Of course, this is a wonderful race, and we hope for more to come as a family. This is a legacy we need to continue to. Thank you.
And that you have. And Bill had just said to you, your good luck. You need to come every year. Does that sound like a deal?
Well, hopefully. I'll try my best.
A big congratulations to the entire team here. What an impressive performance by Scylla as she takes the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
So this one. Elegance is an attitude.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Rebels Romance won the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf last year at Del Mar, becoming the first winner older than age 5 to prevail. He also won the turf as a 4-year-old. Bricks and Mortar was the last American-based horse to win the turf, and his victory at Santa Anita in 2019 propelled him to Horse of the Year honors. Conduit in 2009 is the last horse to win consecutive renewals of the turf. His jockey for both wins was Ryan Moore, who shares the record for most wins in the turf with Frankie Dettori at 5.
Conduit and Precious Passion in a thriller, but Conduit's too good, and Conduit's class is holding through.
This is the $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
Aidan O'Brien brings over Mini Hawk, the 3-year-old filly who did such great work in the Arc de Triomphe. And speaking of the turnaround from a race like the Arc to the Breeders' Cup Turf, what are the challenges involved in making this turnaround?
Yeah, sure. Obviously, we always let the horse tell us, really. She went to York, and then if everything was well, she was always possible for the Arc, and she came out of York well, and that's why she went to the Arc. And obviously, she went to the Arc then, and if she came out of that well, this was going to be her next possibility. So all the things went well. She's off-handed, straightforward, healthy filly so far, and everyone around her does a great job keeping her fresh and well. And obviously, they're not all like that, but the good ones are usually more natural, and they're able for a lot more, and they have a big constitution. And so delighted with her so far.
How about the ground?
Yeah, she's a very good mover, so we always would have thought that she would have liked nice ground. We would have been worried about soft ground, even though her first few runs were in easy ground, and as the ground got quicker then we weren't sure, but she went to York then on fast ground and seemed very comfortable. Got a little bit slow on the Arc, but still ran well.
Happy with her energy since she's arrived here to California?
Yes, very happy. Yeah, everything is very good. She's doing everything right. Her weight is good, and her well-being, couldn't be happier, really.
Good luck, Aidan.
Thanks, appreciate it, thanks.
Horses who have shown up from the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe that did not win but showed up here in the Breeders' Cup Turf have had quite a bit of success, and trying to join that list is Mini Hawk. Welcome back to the Players Show here on our desk just off the paddock. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Christina Blacker, Simon Bray, and Rishi Prasad. We do want to take a moment to update you on a situation back in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. As we have highlighted over these last 2 days, and it is true of every racetrack across the country, the health and well-being of our equine athletes and the men and women who ride them is always of paramount importance. There is a veterinarian team here that is with these participants throughout their week leading up to 2 championship days of racing. Back in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, you may recall She's Quality was eased shortly into that race. That was done by jockey Colin Keane out of an abundance of caution. The Breeders' Cup veterinarian team attended to this She's Quality almost immediately and was with her as she went onto the equine ambulance and was taken to the backstretch here at Del Mar. That is the situation with She's Quality being attended to after the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Okay, looking ahead to the Breeders' Cup Turf, we have some remarkable history that could be made here by Rebels Romance trying to win an astonishing 3rd Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah, I mean, remarkable, really. Not 3 consecutive, 2022, 2024, and now hoping to get it done this year. Rebels Romance down to the inside. And Rishi, I mean, look, Rebels Romance is a very good horse, made $14 million, but this is going up against Mini Hawk. Is probably the toughest task he's had in quite some time, right?
I think he's up against it today. As brilliant a horsey as he has been throughout his career, this is a huge ask against. This is a very deep race. I think this is one of the best races of the whole meeting. Rebels Romance, it'll be an incredible success were he to win. In fairness to him, even though this is a tough test, this is a test that he's passed a couple of times. And quite an incredible turnaround for a horse who at one time was being prepared for a campaign on dirt. Back in the day, he had the Belmont Stakes in his sights at one point, was being prepared as a Dubai World Cup horse. But when he went back to turf, his career turned round significantly.
Christina, you're late to the bandwagon, but welcome to the Rebels Romance bandwagon.
Yes, a huge fan of this horse. And in fact, he's one of the horses that I was most looking forward to over championship weekend. Just so in awe of the campaign that he has had, the job that Charlie Appleby has done with him. Godolphin have taken this horse all over the world, and he has conquered every international stage that he's ended up on. Yes, Mini Hawk, you know, as far as the form goes, it looks like he does need to step up to match what she showed, especially last time out in her 2nd place finish in the Arc. But he's already proven himself over this course. He's proven himself over the tight turns. He's drawn inside, which I think is a benefit for him. This is a 3-turn race. He likes to be forwardly placed. And the way that he wins his races is to be right up there and on the pace. And then at the end of a 1.5 mile journey, he still kicks for home like the milers do. He's an exceptional marathon turf horse.
Exceptional is Charlie Appleby. When he comes to the Breeders' Cup, he's obviously got Rebels Romance, the horse you're looking at. He also has the 10 El Cordobes, and with Charlie Appleby is Joaquin Hyman.
Here, trainer Charlie Appleby, who has 2 horses in the Breeders' Cup Turf, including a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. We'll start there with Rebels Romance. What is it about your horse at age 7 where he's been able to hold his form at the highest level through all these years?
It's just his enthusiasm and his ability, needless to say. But yeah, as I've said in many a past interview now, you know, as he gets up and he just shows the enthusiasm, AM and PM, as we've seen there. You know, training in the morning, he just goes about his business as he has done over the past years. But, you know, more importantly, he's showing it in the afternoon still. And as long as he's doing that, then long may it continue. You know, full credit to the team at home who've looked after him so well to keep him in this condition to be able to turn up at these events.
Last year in the Breeders' Cup, wide draw. This year down on the rail, what sort of trip should he work out from the rail draw?
Look, I think as we've seen with Rebels Romance, you can put him anywhere, really. We know what his run style is. He just gets into rhythm and goes forward. Now, whether he's on the lead or whether he's just close to the lead, that's where he'd be. Needless to say, we don't want to be parked up at the back. But from that draw, you'd imagine that Will's going to have to use that draw and then thereafter work it out of what the pace angles are looking like.
El Cordoba is going to be your other runner in here. At minimum, what does he have to do to at least turn the tables on Rebels Romance?
Yeah, well, he's got a bit defined, and I've always felt that as well. You know, he's here to run his own race, needless to say. From stall 10 there, he'll be ridden patiently, and that's the way to ride the horse. I think Flavian rode him in similar sort of style there in the Sword Dancer. So, you know, Billy will be very much riding around for luck. But if Billy can just get him into contention there and going into that last turn within shot of the leaders, then, you know, the one thing the horse will do, he'll finish well.
Thank you, Charlie. Good luck to you and the team.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
Looks like Rebels Romance, Simon, along with El Cordobas, have some similar headgear here.
Yeah, they do. They got the hood on there. That'll come off, I think, though, when they go to the starting gate. This is just for the preliminaries to keep the noise down. I like El Cordobas, actually. I mean, Rishi probably laughing at me here because on European form he's not as strong, but I think he's got a good closing kick, and I think the pace is going to be a little more honest than what it was at Woodbine.
I wouldn't laugh at all.
Classic.
I wouldn't laugh at all at you, Simon.
Oh.
And in fairness, the horse has improved enormously. At the start of the season, he was racing in Meydan in handicap company, and then he's progressed out of that to produce in Europe a really good performance, beating Wimbledon Hawkeye, who obviously reopposes today in the Princess of Wales Stakes. And his subsequent 2 runs in the States have suggested that he's continued that improvement, but not at the level of his stable companion Rebels Romance. And I think the way Charlie Appleby has mentioned to Joaquin about how he's going to be ridden suggests that obviously they think the best way for him is that he'll just try and pick up the pieces, to coin a cliche.
There's a look at the German-bred Goliath. He has a win over Rebels Romance, but it was some time ago, July of last year in the King George. And catching up with the man behind Resolute Racing, John Stewart, is Mike Joyce.
Resolute Racing's John Stewart joining me here. Goliath with the funny goose step, the string halt. Have you ever seen that before?
With him, of course, yeah. But no, it's definitely something unusual, and I think it's good that he was in the race because it's brought the attention to everybody about that issue. So, no, super excited to be here.
Tell me about how he's been training, your discussions with your trainer, and how he's been taken to his new environs here at Del Mar.
Well, you know, he's been training great. We think he's back in his top form after coming out of the win at Baden-Baden. And Francis and I, he knew this was one of my top targets. And we considered it last year, but went to the Japan Cup, and so we prioritized him to come here. It's not often that you have a horse like Goliath that can run in a race like this and have a real chance. And so we wanted to come and take the chance, and seems like he traveled really well here. He's really relaxed, and you know, I think if he gets out, if you see him on the lead coming into the first turn, you better watch out. If he's in that first group of horses, I think he's going to be dangerous.
You got in this game to compete at the highest levels. What would a win in the Breeders' Cup do for you?
Oh, it's the most important thing. It's the biggest target for me. And for me, the turf, about 80% of my program's turf, so this is a bigger race for me than the Classic.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Simon, for those who are not familiar, they might be standing around the paddock going, what is this walk here from Goliath? It's called the string halt condition. Am I correct in understanding it's a neurological condition?
Correct. It's very, very uncommon, actually. It's not very rare. It can happen in any breed of horse. You don't see it very often. But what viewers are seeing is a neurological condition that affects the nerve signals to the muscles, but not the pain receptors. So there's no pain involved here. And you're going to notice when this horse gets out on the track, it's much less apparent. At a faster gait, this will just disappear. It's only at the walk and sometimes at the trot that you see it. So this is a horse that's traveled all over the world, running Group 1 races all over the world, and been examined by veterinarians all over the world. Had tests, PET scans. It doesn't affect anything about the way he can run.
And Christina, to that point, we're talking about the Breeders' Cup veterinarian team here. They were actually sent all that information ahead of time, including videos of Goliath, so they could watch all week.
Yeah, and this is a team, and this isn't protocol that's new. This is going back several years, especially with regard to the international competitors. You want to start to have some veterinary background, some paperwork, some videos done weeks, months in advance of the Breeders' Cup. If you're going to travel all the way here, you want to know that you are 100% fit to compete. And the veterinarians want to have a little bit of a line, like any patient, any doctor seeing a patient, having that medical history helps you make current decisions.
Rishi, have they traveled all this way to have a chance or just to enjoy the Breeders' Cup?
Well, I really like Mini Hawk, but this is the horse I fear most, Goliath. I feel that if he returns to the form of his King George win that you referred to a moment ago, Todd, from 2024, that's good enough to win the race. And his trainer feels he's back in that form, and I really respect Francis Graffard.
Field emerging through the tunnel out of the paddock here at Del Mar, eventually going to step on the Jimmy Durante turf course, listed as firm to go 1.5 miles. It is the Longines Breeders' Cup turf. And a little bit of organized chaos here as they come out. There is Rebels Romance to start off the post parade.
the global globe-trotting Rebels Romance, who looks to make history today and become a 3-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf. He was your winner of the Turf Classic Grade 1 event, Belmont at Aqueduct, as his most recent prep race.
Here's Goliath with that string halt gate. You can see it clearly there on the screen, coming off a win in the Grosser Price von Baden. That race, the King George, over a year ago, he beat Blue Stocking, Arc winner, and he beat Rebels Romance, who's in here today.
Here's the 3-year-old, Amalok, who won at Royal Ascot earlier in the season on very fast ground. He went up in trip last time in the Irish St. Ledger, finished behind Al Riffa, who runs in the Melbourne Cup next week. I think the ground will really suit him today.
We'll get a look at the 4 in a moment. Here is the 5, Rebel Red, who was shuffled back a little bit in that Turf Classic. I didn't think he got the opportunity to make his run. Overall, he's a 4-time winner in 15 starts. Cherie DeVoe trains Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
He's been behind a couple of these, and he's got to turn the tables. Wimbledon Hawkeye, we talk about, he won the Nashville Derby, and of course, he was the horse that was second to El Cordobez in the Prince of Wales at Newmarket earlier this summer.
Here's 7, Salawi, who's really improved in recent times. He won a handicap at Windsor back in May. You thought that maybe he would progress and become quite a useful horse as the season gone on. But somehow he managed to win a Group 1, a Grade 1 last time out, and maybe he's got much more to come.
Here she is, the 3-year-old filly sensation, the daughter of Frankel Minihawk, second beaten ahead in the Arc just a few weeks ago. She is 5 for 7 lifetime for Aidan O'Brien.
And then the 9 Gold Phoenix. This is a great local story for the Little Red Feather Group, running in his 4th Breeders' Cup Turf race. He was 4th in this race last year at a massive number. Look for him late.
An improving horse, even though he's a big price, is number 10, El Cordobez. Like Rebels Romance, trained by Charlie Appleby. I expect him to be ridden cold and try and finish off late.
Here is the 12 horse, Tawny Port, on your screen. He hasn't won a race in the last couple of years, but he's come close. Second beaten in nose in the Canadian International, last out second in the Turf Cup at Kentucky Downs just prior to that.
Yeah, and towards the outside, a couple of long shots. We're just trying to find this post parade out of order a little bit. The 13 Hill Road will be next at 90 to 1. That price kind of says it all. There is Hill Road. David Egan riding for his retained client there, Ammo Racing.
And we have Ethical Diamond, trained by the best jumps trainer in the world, Willie Mullins, who's also very capable with his flat horses. Ethical Diamond last ran in the Ebor Handicap, which is normally a race that you'd consider horses for the Melbourne Cup rather than the Breeders' Cup Turf.
And redistricting, who we missed in the post parade there, is warming up without the pony. Willie Mullins always wins like the Queen Alexandra Royal Ascot, right? Isn't he good for the 2.5-mile flat race?
Yeah, he's always a shoo-in for those races at Royal Ascot.
And that is your post parade, your field of 14 that will contest the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. What about the trip they take here, Christina? We've seen some 1.5-mile races during the summer meet here. We also see it during the Bing Crosby season at Del Mar. The 3 turns, where's usually the critical point in this race?
Yeah, so it's important to note that they do start on the backstretch, and as you say, a 3-turn race. I think you don't want to end up hung out wide around any of the turns, really. We're going a long way, and you want to make sure to be able to save some ground. A Rebels Romance from the inside post, I think he'll be forwardly placed today. I think based on that warm-up from redistricting, Flavien Prat might have some speed tactics on his mind as well. But for horses like Minihawk and others, you just want to tuck in, get some cover, and as the race starts to really accelerate pace-wise when they turn for home the second time, that's when you want to make your move.
Pick 5 pool about to go past $2.5 million. 6 minutes away from the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Here's Scott Hazelton.
Well, it is a treat to have the 19-time Irish National Hunt champion trainer in Willie Mullins, also a trainer who's trained well over 100 winners at Cheltenham here at the Breeders' Cup. How did this plan come together in bringing Ethical Diamond here to compete on this stage?
We had a choice of going down to Melbourne or coming here, and my owner already has a horse in Melbourne for the Melbourne Cup on Tuesday next. So we said we'd take a little diversion on the way over and come to California with this fellow.
How have you changed his routine or training to get him ready for the difference in racing here in the United States?
I didn't really change much. We just practiced. We bought a new bell for our starting stalls because every time I've had a few horses here before and they get a fright when the bell goes off. And that's really all we did. Otherwise, we're just going to stick to our own game plan. And I think the American type style of racing will suit him because, you know, they go very fast early, and I need to get him settled early on, and that's plan A. And if that works, then we have a good chance maybe of getting into some of the lower prize money. I don't think we're good enough to get into the first 3, but you never know. You know, there's big prize winners happening every day.
Great to have you here, Willie. Good luck.
Delighted to be here. Cheers. Bye.
Can I slip away to the window?
Long shot in this race, but not quite as big of a long shot as that one. This is what you need to do if you want to take advantage of the money back special in your FanDuel racing account. Head on over, make sure you've opted in. I'm going to try to beat all the favorites in here. I'm going to try to beat Goliath. I'm going to try to beat Rebels Romance. I'm going to try to beat Mini Hawk, who's a 3-year-old filly. Hey, a 3-year-old has won this race 2 out of the last 4 years. I'm going with the 3-year-old gelding. That is Amalok. He is one of 2 horses that actually raced at a longer distance last time out. You would think 1.5 miles is as far as you're going to go. No, he raced 1 3/4 miles last time out, and that was his only loss. So he's never lost at this distance or anything shorter. 10-1 right now on Amalok. That's my play for the money back special.
Here's Rafe Beckett, who has the 3 Amalok, who started his career perfect, a perfect 5 for 5, going into the St. Ledger, suffered his first defeat, but that was his first run in 3 months. Was that by design?
To get beaten? No, but it was the first run in 3 months was on purpose. Yeah, he took a little while to get over Royal Ascot. That was a tough race that day for a horse who'd only run 4 times. You know, he left it all there. So the idea was to always go to the Irish St. Ledger and then come here if it worked out.
How's he handling the parade ring so far?
Very well. I've been very happy with him all week, and he's looked better and better all week, and he's, you know, saddling went very well. So, yeah, we're in a good place.
Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pick 5 pool now approaching $3 million, part of your wagering menu here in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Getting a good look at Amalok, also a very good look at the outstanding 3-year-old filly, Mini Hawk. Last pick 5 opportunity of the Breeders' Cup Championship meet. Christina, how would you approach this pick 5?
We'll take a look at the ticket. I've sent it in so many days ago when we did the handicapping show. I need to remind myself. Went light in here with the 2 class horses. Mini Hawk on your screen, the 8, and then my top selection is going to be Rebels Romance. If you wanted to include some others, you know, as Rebels Romance is the son of Dubawi. We do have other offspring of Dubawi in here, like the 7, who's a big 80-1. I think he is going to love this course. So if you're looking to add to it, you can certainly do that. We'll go 1, 5, and 8 in the next race in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That's Fierceness from the inside post, Forever Young, and then my top selection is Mind Frame. Oftentimes, I think we get a bigger result in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Those flying finishes, you have some prices in there, 2, 3, 7, and 11. Top pick for me will be Rhetorical, the 11 for Will Walden, who exits a win in the Turf Mile at Keeneland last time out. I will single Nisos in the Dirt Mile and then go deep in the filly and Mare Turf if we get that far to close it out.
Now just 2 minutes away, the start of this final pick 5 and one of the most anticipated races of this Championship Saturday, the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Once again, Scott Hazelton.
Billy Koch, Little Red Feather, Gold Phoenix, once again shows up at the Breeders' Cup. 4 years in a row. Yeah. If I would have told you 4 years ago that this would be where you're at with this horse, what would you have said to me, Billy?
We must have been very lucky. No, we have got a great team behind this horse. Phil D'Amato and his whole staff. All our partners at Little Red Feather, they're so supportive of everything we do and giving this horse breaks and letting him come along as he needs to come along, and he's doing great right now. We just peaked at the only 25-1. Like, that's an underlay. This is great. People are respecting him.
Well, you have to. I mean, you look at his record here at Del Mar. Yeah. What is it about Del Mar that brings out his best?
You know, he's a surfer. No, he just loves it down there. I don't know, some horses thrive. It's a very big horse for course type place for those of you out there, you know, who gamble. And he loves it here. This is his home course. And if he gets a good trip, you know, he finished 4th last year. He finished 4th the year before. And if he can improve on that a little bit, he'll be right there.
Good luck, Billy.
Thank you, Scotty.
I mean, it is a remarkable record for him to have won the same race during the Del Mar Summer Meet for 4 consecutive times. It's a home course advantage, and he didn't run terrible last year.
He was 4th last year.
Yeah.
And I think it also speaks to, and we heard this from the interview with Willie Mullins, you know, the Breeders' Cup is the strongest global brand in racing. And even if you are going to be a long shot, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to compete and to come and bring a horse here and Gold Phoenix has brought his connections here 4 years in a row, providing some thrills just to be a part of it. Rebels Romance is the race lens angle here. We all know how well Charlie Appleby does in the U.S. in Grade 1 races, and a huge part of that is just choosing the right types to bring here. Those horses that can be forward, those horses that will appreciate the faster ground. He's a 2-time winner of this race, proven over the course, and I like the inside post for Rebels Romance.
It has never happened in the storied history of the Breeders' Cup, a horse winning this race 3 times. The Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and with a chance to do that, is the one Rebels Romance, our second choice at 2-1. Standing in his way, yes, a field of competitors, but the favorite, Mini Hawk, the 3-year-old filly who was so gallant last time out in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Don't cheer too wildly first time by the finish line. They're coming back round again. It's the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Larry Colmus with the call.
And the horses have reached the gate for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Rebels Romance and Gold Phoenix are the first 2 to move in. Here's Goliath and the filly Mini Hawk. Amalak and El Cordobés moving into line. Here's redistricting into the gate. Rebel Red and Rashabar. Wimbledon Hawkeye. Tawnyport moving in. Hill Road. Salawi second last. Got 13 of them in line here for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf as Ethical Diamond is making his way up to the starting gate to complete the line here. Ethical Diamond just a tad reluctant to come forward, but he's done it now. They're all in line. We are ready for the start. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Turf. And it's Rashabar who goes out to the early lead. Salawi goes right with him. These 2 out to the front together. Mini Hawk is close. And now redistricting comes through with Rebels Romance and Goliath to the inside. Wimbledon Hawkeye takes back behind them, and Amalak is down toward the rail. 3 back to Rebel Red, El Cordobés, and Tawnyport. Then Hill Road to the inside, Ethical Diamond, and Gold Phoenix is last of them all, and he's 15 lengths off of front-running Salawi, who went 23.22 for the first quarter. So going 1.5 miles, that's moving right along here. Salawi up top, the leader by 2.5. Rashabar, the closest pursuer, in second. 2-time turf winner Rebels Romance is a tucked in third on the inside. Farther out, Goliath is in fourth, and in between horses redistricting. Mini Hawk is outside, and then Amalak, who's down toward the rail. After that, Wimbledon Hawkeye, middle of the pack with 1 lap to go. Rebel Reds on the outside of Wimbledon Hawkeye. El Cordobés is next. Then it's 2 lengths more back to Hill Road, who is just ahead of Ethical Diamond and Tawnyport. Gold Phoenix biding his time through a 47.53 half mile. Into the turn they go, Salawi. All the way so far. The leader by 1.5 lengths over Goliath. Rebels Romance is third on the inside. Mini Hawk outside in fourth, Rashabar fifth. Amalak is sixth toward the inside, 6 lengths off the lead, just ahead of Rebel Red redistricting and El Cordobés. 1.5 lengths back to Wimbledon Hawkeye, and then Hill Road, Ethical Diamond, Tawnyport, the trailer Gold Phoenix. 111.99 for 3 quarters as Salawi heads up the backstretch in the Breeders' Cup Turf. The leader by 1.5 lengths over Goliath. Mini Hawk and Rebels Romance are side by side. Rebels Romance getting an inside trip. Mini Hawk's going 3 wide. Around the far turn, Salawi, Goliath, and Mini Hawk. Rebel's Romance needs a place to go behind them. Rebel Red has circled up on the far outside. On the rail, it is Amalok, and then redistricting, and they're into the stretch, and the filly takes charge. It is Mini Hawk who comes off the turn in front. Rebel's Romance comes to take her, an Ethical Diamond is charging down the middle of the turf course and goes by them all. Ethical Diamond has taken the lead, and at 25-1, Ethical Diamond wins the turf. And then it was Rebel's Romance second, El Cordobés was third, followed by Amalok and Gold Phoenix, and a final time of 2:25.45, a Del Mar course record.
A track record and an astonishing feat here by Ethical Diamond and the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. And how about during the interview when the trainer said we might be able to be third? This horse went from 50-1 down to 25-1. Rishi Prasad, how are you going to explain this to your friends back home?
I cannot believe what I've just seen. Ethical Diamond, a horse who's won over hurdles back home in Europe, who won the Ebor handicap last time out, has beaten some of the best mile-and-a-half horses in the world. Mini Hawk takes the lead from Goliath, turning for home, and Ethical Diamond has swept round the outside as well. Clear sailing for Dylan Brown McMonagle, the new Irish champion jockey. What an incredible success this is. My goodness, Willie Mullins, I thought he was amazing. This guy can walk on water.
Why are you here to run this horse? I was going to run in the Melbourne Cup, but we have another one, so it's a layover. We just took the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Maybe Australia got lucky. But Simon, as a former trainer, can you put into terms for us the difference in the disciplines of being a horse that goes from the flats to the hurdles back and forth?
I mean, it's extremely rare to see, and especially at this level. You just do not see it. I mean, nobody attempts it. Steeplechase racing here is on the minority. We see some back east, but this is a major, major upset. No one could have figured that this horse could take down Rebel's Romance, take down Mini Hawk. I mean, just what a performance. And the turn of foot
and
that he showed.
And give them all a head start as they turn for home. On top of that, all three of the top betting choices were in front of him.
Hurdles horses, steeplechase, you don't see them quicken like this. They just keep going. This horse exploded late.
Extraordinary performance. I'm telling you, I cannot believe what I've just seen. Can we rewind and play this over and over again? Because I cannot believe that Willie Mullins has just pulled this off.
This is what I love about sport in general, and you see it because you cover other sports throughout the year. It's always something different. You have never seen it all, and this is one of the most remarkable wins in the history of the Breeders' Cup. I mean, Simon, a lot of people point to Arkong 99-1 in the Breeders' Cup Classic. This is just as astonishing, even though this horse was 25-1.
Yeah, he was, but to your point, he was 50-1, and then he just got hammered late. I mean, you're talking about a horse that won a maiden hurdle at Punchestown in the middle of February. That really doesn't scream pathway to the Breeders' Cup Turf. And he won the Ebor last time out. That's a handicap race, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a famous handicap race up at York, a staying race. And again, that wouldn't lead to a Breeders' Cup Turf victory.
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. When Mini Hawk won the Yorkshire Oaks at the same meeting that Ethical Diamond won.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone was thinking, we've seen a potential ARC winner, horse that will go on maybe to the Breeders' Cup in Mini Hawk, and we thought Ethical Diamond might run in the Melbourne Cup and then go back to Cheltenham for the Cheltenham Festival over hurdles, maybe over fences, who knows? That will be the future for Ethical Diamond. I am stunned. Ethical Diamond has won the Breeders' Cup.
This horse, after this victory, they won't go to Cheltenham, will they?
Come on. That'd be great.
Do you think? What do you think? Or is it a campaign that with Royal Ascot?
Hey, quickly, before we leave, because we're in stunned astonishment, the winner, Christina, credit to Rebel's Romance and the gallant second here today.
100%. And he was bottled up a little bit along the inside. He didn't quite make the early lead, and I thought he had to idle a little bit as they turned for home, forced his way out. A gallant second-place finish from Rebel's Romance, who just shows up each and every time. Ethical Diamond has taken them to the Royal Ascot winner circle and to the Breeders' Cup winner circle. What a racehorse.
This is why we love sport in general. A chance to see something you've never seen before. You just saw it here in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. What a performance by Ethical Diamond.
Number 14, Ethical Diamond was first. Second, number 1, Rebels Romance. Third, number 10, El Cordobés. Fourth was number 3, Amalok. And fifth was number 9, Gold Phoenix. 14, 1, 10, 3, 9. Your top 5 this race now official. Ethical Diamond pays $57.40 to win. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is race 9, start of the late pick 4. It's the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. $7 million the purse at 1.25 miles on the dirt. Scratch number 6, Sovereignty. 34 minutes until the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Now entering the winner's circle, the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf of 2025, number 14, Ethical Diamond. Ethical Diamond is a dark bear brown gelding, a 5-year-old by a Todd out of Pearl Diamond by Arion. Ethical Diamond was bred in Ireland by Mr. W.J. Kennedy, now owned by HOS Syndicate, trained by William Mullins, and your winning jockey, Dylan McGonigal. Now in the winner's circle are His Excellency Ali Al-Ali, CEO and board member of Dubai Racing Club, and Erwin Sharpie, head of racing operations and international relations for Dubai Racing Club. They are presenting a special ribbon to the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf winning connections, which gives them guaranteed entry to the $6 million Group 1 Longines Dubai Shima Classic at Meydan Racecourse on March 28th. Congratulations, and see you in Dubai. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the famous Longines Turf race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a model from the redesigned Prima Luna collection with a blend of classic Roman numerals, lustrous dials, and meticulously executed details. This collection speaks to those who understand that genuine luxury arises from the confidence of impeccable craftsmanship. John Deere has been a longtime supporter of the equine industry. All Breeders' Cup breeders and owners are qualified to receive major John Deere discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Douglas trusts Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story.
I'm Douglas, and I'm from Chicago. I was looking for something specifically for my brain. That's when I chose Prevagen. And the confidence I've received from Prevagen allows me to continue to do those things that I love. I have been taking Prevagen for more than 9 years, and it really works for me.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Sierra Leone swept to victory in last year's Longines Breeders' Cup Classic at Del Mar, leading a trifecta of 3-year-olds who competed in the Kentucky Derby. The last time a 3-year-old won the Classic in consecutive years was 2016, when Arrowgate's determined finish gave him the win over Derby winner California Chrome. In 1987, the previous 2 Kentucky Derby winners squared off in the Classic, where Ferdinand and jockey Bill Shoemaker held sway against the late charge of Ali Sheba.
The 2 Derby winners hit the wire together, Ferdinand and Ali Sheba.
This is the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
The centerpiece of the meeting is up next, the $7 million Breeders' Cup Classic. And here's a quick look at the silks of the competitors with 24 minutes until post time to make your decisions. Of course, earlier this week, the Scratch of Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby winner, after spiking a fever, he will not go postward, but a classic edition of runners will line up in the starting gate here in just a few moments' time. Christina, Simon, Joe, Caton with you here as horses are behind us in the paddock. Caton, I'll start with you. I'm all struck already taking a look at these horses behind us.
One after another that looks in tip-top condition, beautiful specimens, each in their own right, and with credentials. Really, any one of these horses you could make a case for to capture the glory.
What you're seeing in the paddock is representing the cream of the crop in our business. And, you know, what you see in person represents the fact that this is a solid field top to bottom in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I thought Forever Young made a very impressive appearance, personally, Christina, walking around the paddock.
He's on the board at 3-1 right now, as is our current favorite, Sierra Leone, the defending champion in this race. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic in 2024 right here over this course. And Simon, a big part of what is making this race so special and so dynamic is the decision by several owners to bring these horses back at 4 years old.
Yeah, Fierceness in particular, that's a horse probably in times past and under a different ownership group you might not have seen coming back here this year. But Mike Rapoli had one thing on his mind. It was to come back and win this race.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them hook up again. Fierceness and Sierra Leone both finishing 1-2 in last year's Classics. Fierceness, who I thought ran a game second last year, next to that hot pace. I just cannot wait for this race.
Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, very busy, represented by multiple runners in this field. Michael Joyce caught up with him moments ago.
Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher with me as we talk about his 3 charges here in the Breeders' Cup Classic. From the inside out, Fierceness, we know what he's capable of. You know, one of the criticism from him over the years has been that he's not consistent, but I feel like he's been a mark of consistency as an older horse. How do you assess how he's matured?
I think he's matured really well. I think he's become more versatile in the way he can run and gives Johnny options as far as, you know, how he wants to ride him the early part of the race.
Let's talk about the 2 horses that come out of the Jockey Club Gold. First, Antiquarian, because I don't think he gets enough credit for winning that race. How has he been doing it? And talk about his progression through his last several races.
He's a horse we always felt like would get better as he got older and the distance is stretched out, which has proven to be the case this year. I think he's steadily on the rise, and his last race was his best race, but like you said, it was a little bit overlooked because of all the commotion that went on, but it was still a very good performance.
As far as mind frame, not being able to run a true race, I know you were concerned about what he got out of it, running around the track without a jockey, but since then, how has he trained?
He's trained super, yeah. I mean, you know, we looked at it and said, do we want to try to squeeze a race in between or stick to our original game plan of training up to the Classic? And we felt like this was gave us our best chance today.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You know, Caton, we've talked so much about just this field in general and what an excellent group it is to line up in the starting gate this year, but I don't think we've given enough attention to the accomplishment of Todd Pletcher to bring 3 top-class horses here, all of which have an excellent chance to win.
Yeah, up until a couple of weeks ago, he was looking at potentially at having 4 runners. over a quarter of the field when all is said and done. To have that many top horses coming off preps that would earn the right to run in the Classic is a remarkable accomplishment in its own right. But also fascinating to see that horses like Fierceness, who have been campaigning since last year, are able to be in this tip-top condition.
Quick look at Antiquarian there on screen. One of the Todd Pletcher charges. He is 20-1 right now. Here's the 8, 6-1 on Mindframe. Let's go back into the paddock with Scott.
Well, trainer Chad Brown back at it again here in the Breeders' Cup Classic with his returning champion in Sierra Leone, as well as Contrary thinking. What will be the plan of attack here today, Chad?
Well, Contrary hopefully go out to the lead. Speed's playing good today, so hopefully he breaks a little better and gets out there and gets an honest pace going and see how far he can take it for a piece. And then with Sierra Leone, it's not really going to take him out of his game. Of course, it's a little discouraging seeing how the track's been playing. It seems like inside speed's been very, very strong. It's pretty obvious. But, you know, everyone's running on the same track, so we just have to do the best we can. I'm not going to take him out of his game, and hopefully Flavien can have him just a touch closer, and hopefully Sierra cooperates and makes his move a little sooner.
Over the last couple of years, 13 runs for Sierra Leone. Is he one of these types of horses that you can always rely on to at least make a run late into the race? Is he that reliable for you?
Yeah, like you said, he's with his record, he's seen how many times he's run. He's never been off the board, and he's really mostly just been first or second every start, no matter where we've run him. He takes his racetrack with him. He's been against biased tracks before, and he's performed well. He's just a great horse, so he's going to have to come with his best today.
How would you compare him from a physical perspective, training perspective, campaign perspective versus last year coming into this year?
He looks just as good, if not better. He looks fabulous, as you'll see in a moment when he walks in here. That last workout he had last week up in Saratoga is the best I've seen all year from him. I think he's coming in, like I said, equally, if not better than last year.
Good luck today, Chad.
Thank you, sir.
I think the concern you could hear in the interview there is the way the track is playing. You know, I hate to bring a track bias up only over 2 days, day and a half of racing. But last year's race, obviously, he got the table set for him, 44 and change fractions that you would see in a Breeders' Cup Sprint race, not a Breeders' Cup Classic. But clearly there will be some concern today with what we've seen. I mean, Scylla went gate to wire, prime example, in the Phillies version of this. She went gate to wire. You've got to be close. Maybe he can overcome it. And you heard Chad say, hopefully he can lay a little closer today.
Yeah, that is a great point too, Simon. I can't imagine him going 44-4 in this year's rendition of the Classic. But nonetheless, Chad said it. He couldn't be doing any better. And we watched him all week, Simon, on the work show. His gallops, I mean, a horse as far as balance and the way he moves, I don't think could be doing any better.
I agree.
That 44 and change half last year was the fastest half mile in Breeders' Cup Classic history. Yes. That set the table for his late closing kick. Joe, I'm curious, what do you think we're going to see to the half here from Contrary Thinking? And is that a threat to a horse like Fierceness, who's very fast in his own right, even at the mile and a quarter distance?
Yeah, Fierceness is quick, and granted, he is drawing the rail again, which he drew in the Pacific Classic when he won, and we all know he kind of ducked in at the start there. Hopefully, he doesn't do that again. But I would have to think he's going to be forward, and Johnny's going to, you know, use him a little bit just to get forward position. As far as Contrary Thinking, who should be in front, I mean, if you just look on his form, the fastest he's ever gone was his last race in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, going 46-4. I mean, even if they ask him pretty good, I still think it's going to be a solid pace. I would have to think 46 and change.
Back into the paddock with Scott.
Baeza being sent out by John Sheriffs here in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And how have you approached this season with this 3-year-old?
You know, race by race, you know, and just trying to time it and space them well for him.
You've gotten improvement, it seems, every step of the way. Was that to be expected?
Well, you know, you hope for that. You never know. But he's proven himself over and over again and then has improved.
What does he need to do today, stepping up against these older horses?
Oh, he needs a lot of luck. You know, a lot of things have to happen well in these races. I always said when you're in a Grade 1 race, you need something to happen in the race that puts your horse in a good advantage where the jockey then can help him get to the finish line.
Good luck today, John.
Thank you.
Simon, yesterday, Hector Berrios won his first Breeders' Cup with Super Corridora. He will be aboard Baeza. Talk about the progression that you've seen from this horse just throughout the calendar year, and then how well Berrios seems to fit him.
I think both of those are exactly correct. Those statements are correct. This is a horse that has really absolutely mimics John Sheriff's program. He debuted on the grass going 2 turns. That clearly wasn't intent to win then. That was just to give the horse a nice introduction. He was always going to go on the dirt. And in typical John Sheriff's fashion, they improved from race to race to race. And he deserved that win. I mean, he finally got away from sovereignty. He finally got away from journalism, and he got the win last time out. But he is tipping his hand. He's coming in this race the best he has all year, I think.
I keep seeing the favorites roll change hands in here. Fierceness 7-2 right now. Forever Young, the 5-horse, at 3-1. At the moment, Sierra Leone takes favoritism back. Forever Young is favored on the pick 3s, the pick 4s, the pick 5s. Fierceness favored in the doubles. And then you're going to see those prices pretty similar between those two. Speaking of Forever Young, Joaquin has more with his camp.
Here, trainer Yoshida Yohagi, who brings in Forever Young for another crack at the Breeders' Cup Classic once again. Hiroshi, his interpreter, is with us as well. Yoshida, when you look at his training last year versus this year, how is Forever Young coming into the Breeders' Cup Classic?
去年と比べて調教とかもこう見ててどうですかと。
いや、もう明らかに成長しているのが分かりますよね。
He's a lot improved compared to last year.
How was his comeback race for making his first start off a long layoff in preparation for this?
前走から間空いて使ってそこから今日みたいどうですかと。
前回 75% で今日 100% にできたと思ってます。
Yes, last time he ran was 75% condition, so this time we prepared the 100% condition this time.
In the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, he was on a fast pace, down on the rail. What type of trip would he like today?
去年はね速いペースで内側入ってとか苦しい競馬でしたけど今年はどういうプラン考えてますか。
いやいやもうジョッキーに任せるだけだしどんな競馬でもできると思ってます。
Yes, just we leave it to the jockey for tactics. He can do any flexible race, so we have confidence for that.
Thank you so much for the time. Great to see you here at the Breeders' Cup once again. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yoshida Yohagi has won multiple Breeders' Cups already, and he's campaigned this horse all over the world, including a victory in the Saudi Cup. I've said it all week. I thought this was one of the races of the year, this battle with Romantic Warrior. What would it mean, Simon, if Japan were to win the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Oh, I mean, it's huge. They've been pointed to these types of races for the last several years, and they've had success. And Kate, and I think, I mean, you could argue he was one of the best 3-year-olds in North America with only one start in the Kentucky Derby.
In each instance in the Kentucky Derby, he could have in any other year been the winner.
Yeah.
That's how narrow the margin of victory was. Very much consistency is a key, I think, to go along with the quality. The fact that this horse shows up almost every single time. His one loss in the Dubai World Cup could be accounted for because of the effort of the Saudi Cup. Everyone has said that none of the horses who did well at Saudi came back to win well in Dubai. It was just a little bit too much, but he's recovered beautifully. He has that win under his belt against easier competition to set him on his way here. And this is the test, right, for him to get the chance to shine on this international stage.
But they've mirrored last year's plan into this race. Top class horses don't race in Tokyo during the summer. It's just too hot and humid. They take a break. Last year, big summer break, an easy prep. This year, same thing. And Christina, we've been looking at him all week, and you've seen him here. I mean, nothing phases him. I mean, he walks around here and he does it every single day. He's out of the stall for 2.5 hours every day, and nothing phases this horse.
And Kate, we were all there when he competed in the Kentucky Derby, and he was the same at that stage as a 3-year-old. Just such a cool customer around a huge atmosphere.
He's the type of horse, too, that does what his rider wants him to do, and I think that's going to be a real key here because last year, I think he got involved a little bit more than was ideal, but now with the opportunity to settle, perhaps a little behind the pace setter and others, could be in a perfect spot.
Post-parade begins, Simon, with Fierceness.
Fierceness, yes, brought back here for redemption after last year's runner-up finish. Good effort in the Pacific Classic. Pay attention to him breaking out of the gate. We know his antics in the Pacific Classic. I don't expect it this afternoon, though.
And there's Faeza, Hector Barrios aboard, looking for 2 Breeders' Cup wins after yesterday. John Sheriffs trains him. He's 8-1 on the board.
Nevada Beach is kind of the forgotten Bob Baffert horse, though he comes off back-to-back woods, including the Grade 1 Goodwood at Santa Anita at 1 1/8. Improves with each step, but the 3-year-old faces his toughest test.
We warn you, Baffert at 19-1 in the Classic. The 4-country thinking, not much to say here. This is the rabbit or the pacemaker. Hopefully he sets an honest pace. and separates the field so everyone gets a clean trip.
And there's your co-favorite, Forever Young. And I tell you what, he looks an absolute picture out there. Has never been worse than third in 12 career starts, and brings his racetrack with him everywhere he goes.
Talk about good looking, Sierra Leone. I mean, he was strutting his stuff in the paddock. He is even a little bit sharper, I think, this year than he was in this situation last year. Coming off that layoff, second most recently in the Jockey Club Gold Cup with some legitimate excuses.
Fierceness is 7-2. The stablemate, double the price. Mindframe, don't dismiss him at 6-1. Obviously, he had some issues last time out, but he is only, 5 for 8 lifetime with 2 runner-up finishes. His record is outstanding.
And there's Journalism at 5-1. Jose Ortiz is going to ride him for the first time today for trainer Michael McCarthy.
And the third of the Todd Pletcher trio, Centennial Farms Antiquarian, was successful in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. He does his best running from off the pace, so much like Sierra Leone, he may be up against it from a style standpoint, but he's a nice horse.
That is your field for the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, the 1.25 mile classic distance. You have 9 minutes to get your wagers in the FanDuel Racing app. Dave Weaver is right there at the app in our FanDuel Racing studios.
Yeah, and 4 more chances for that money back special, but this is the big one, the $7 million Breeders' Cup Classic. When I look at all the horses, Fierceness, Forever Young, Sierra Leone, even Journalism, I think they've already run the best race that they've had in their career. I keep coming back to Baeza. He's the one horse that I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. When I saw him win at Parks in the Pennsylvania Derby, that move was just breathtaking. So at 8-1, that's going to be my win bet for the money back special. I'm also going to play an exact the box. You can scan that QR code to go to the FanDuel Racing page with Forever Young. That win when he beat Romantic Warrior in the Saudi Cup. Romantic Warrior was the #1 ranked horse in the world at that point. He was beaten, and he has so much heart. Forever Young is going to run his heart out once again, but Baeza is going to be my top pick. Let's check in with Mike Joyce.
Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds with some new jewelry. Let's show him it. They just put it on you. This is the whoop.
Fancy.
So it's going to measure his heart rate, which, is it spiking yet?
If you ask me about it, it will. Yeah.
I want to talk about Journalism just because that seems like the appropriate topic for the time being. The way that he handled the track here, the trip in the Pacific Classic, have you guys taken anything out of that, knowing about how he's going to perform today? Is there anything you could have learned from his most recent effort?
I think we just like to be a little bit more tactically forward than we were in the Pacific Classic, and hopefully he'll take Jose to a spot and let the chips fall where they may from there. Watching these horses walk into the paddock is like, being in the Louvre. Every stall that has a horse being saddled is a masterpiece. So what a field they've assembled here at the Breeders' Cup Classic.
As far as how the horse is doing physically, he had a very ambitious campaign, as you do with a big horse like that. But the spacing from the Pacific Classic, we haven't seen him run with this type of a layoff and this kind of a break in racing. I feel like that was probably by design. And how does that set him up? I know you guys had some questions about when you were going to prep him for the Breeders' Cup. How has that worked out thus far?
By all indications, he's handled the gap very well, and that was by design. And in fact, from the Low Sal Futurity at age 2 to the San Felipe age 3, he had a similar gap, which gave us the confidence to do what we're doing today. And hopefully the tank is full of gas.
At this point in his career, do you think there's still more under the hood? Do you think he can give more? You think he can show a better race than the sensational races he's already run?
We do. Conventional wisdom tells us physically, pedigree-wise, his whole disposition is the best is yet to come. It's been an incredible campaign, and he's going to have to run the race of his life to have a shout here. But we have conviction that he's right there with the best of them.
Right now, heartbeats per minute, over under 100 right now?
Over.
Best of luck.
Thanks, brother.
Joe, we've wondered about the tactics with Jose Ortiz being put aboard, and now we're sort of hearing they want him to be a little bit closer. Are you seeing that reflected in the warm-up just in terms of how Jose Ortiz is preparing him for this race?
Oh, for sure, Christina. Yeah, if you notice, he did break away from the pony. Not only did he give him a really good warm-up and he looked fantastic, he visually looked a lot more into the bridle. So I would have to think, not that he's going to try and overdo it and try and lay second or third, but I would have to think that Jose Ortiz being aboard for him for the first time. You could get a good look at him. Is going to try and lay somewhat close. And that's kind of the art of being a rider, especially riding a horse for the first time. Sometimes if you keep them too close on a closer, it can take away their final kick. So you really have to judge really to perfection in a race like this. Are you too close or not to get them in that real sweet spot?
I was blown away by Nevada Beach behind us, Kate, and I know he's a 3-year-old boy. He doesn't look like it. He's every bit as big and sort of hulking as the rest of them out there.
When he first came in, before I could see him clearly, I just saw Bay with a tiny speck, and I wondered if it was Sierra Leone. And because of that, it makes me look at him again. I liked him all along, and then got to looking at speed figures. He's going to have to run faster than he's ever run before, but he's improved with every start of his life. Only 4 starts. Perhaps we haven't come close to seeing the best or gotten to the bottom of him. The 1.25 miles is the big question mark, I think, whether he's as effective as he was in the Goodwood, but he sure looked like he would be the type that could run on.
Yeah, I think every bit of the added distance will be his friend today, and he is at 20-1. Scott is with his trainer.
Well, trainer Bob Baffert has Nevada Beach, and he's gotten good here as of late. Is he ready for this test here this afternoon against this level of competition, Bob?
This is an extraordinary level of competition. I was looking at them all. They all look so good in here. This is a good field. I mean, Fierceness, he looks terrific. Forever Young looks terrific. Sierra Leone, they all look. Baeza look. I mean, they all look good, and we're just hoping, you know, the trip's gonna down the inside. I think Mike, we're trying to maybe follow Fierceness around there, hopefully, and stay up with him. But you know, I don't know what's going to happen with the 4-horse, what's going on there. But you know, just to be in a race like this and have your clients, he earned his way in there, and we know he can get the 1.25 miles, but you know he's going to have to get the right trip, and he's never run against this caliber of horses. But we're excited.
In all your years of coming to the Breeders' Cup, can you compare this group of classic runners to any in the past?
Oh yeah, I remember Game On Dude had Uncle Mo and all those good horses. I mean, they're usually Zenyatas here. There were good horses. It's tough. You know, they're just different kind of horses, you know, but this is a group of horses that a lot of them are, you know, they make it to the end. You know, usually at the end of the year it's tough. You know, it's been a long campaign, but they all showed up.
Good luck today, Bob.
Thank you.
I love hearing that. A man that has won this race multiple times, just sharing the same sentiment that we all feel about this field. We are fans of these horses. We're here because we appreciate what they do and what they have done on this calendar year to lead us to this point. We'll quickly get in a few selections for you here as we approach post time. Do note you have 3 minutes to bring your wagers in the FanDuel Racing app. Here's a look at my top pick. I'm going to go with Mindframe in here. Todd Pletcher, 23% off the 61 to 180 day layoff over the past year. You could apply that to other horses as well that he trains in here, but Mindframe also has the fastest late pace figure of the field. I don't think he's going to be too far off the early pace either. Simon, there's some other multi-race wagers beginning here. Where are you going?
I'm jumping in the pick 4 pool, and it's quite healthy. If you look at the top right-hand corner of the screen there, nearly $2 million, 1,257. I hate to make choices in this race. All these horses do look good, and I think part of that is 6 of the 9 last raced in August. There's been a dramatic change in, you know, having a nice break into the Classic and kind of giving them a little freshening from that hard campaign. Race 10, 3, 4, 7, 10, 11. Very, very tough race in race number 10. That's the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. I think there's all kinds of ways to go in there. Salam will be my European play in there. Nysos was one of my best bets of the day in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He just looks so good. His form is good. I'll be paying attention to how Mindframe runs here. It could be indicative of the chances of Nysos. And then 6, 9, 11, 14. See the Fire will be my top pick. Bad Post. Good form on the outside in the Breeders' Cup filly Mare Turf for Andrew Balding. That's a filly that ran second in the Prix de l'Opera ARC weekend.
$2 million in climbing that pick 4 pool. 2 minutes to get your wagers in for this Breeders' Cup Classic. Now 1 minute until post time. Inside post position for Fierceness. He is your current 3-1 favorite right now. Kate, and I'm curious, we sort of heard Bob Baffert saying we're going to follow Fierceness around there. Do you think that's how it's going to shake out in terms of contrary thinking Fierceness Nevada Beach, or would you reverse those second 2?
No, I really think in a perfect world, we get over the first hump out of the starting gate, crossing onto the main track. Fierceness will be sitting forwardly, saving ground along the inside. The beauty of him, though, is that he has shown now as a mature horse that he can settle. He has has very good early speed, but he also doesn't have to use it, and I think that is going to be key. So, yeah, I do think it may very well go that way. The problem for me is that if Fierceness is in that position all the way around, he may have a hard time getting room when he needs it to kick on. And that could enable someone else who's running late or just a little bit later to get the jump. I'm curious to see who stays closest, though, to the pace setter. Contrary thinking in a perfect world breaks sharply, goes to the front. Yeah, Fierceness is right behind him, but how close? And where's Mindframe in all this? Because he also is, to me, the only other horse that has enough speed to keep everything honest and to stay in contact to the pace setter. No one is going to want to let that pace setter get so far out in front that you can't reel him in.
Exactly. Florent Geroux, he's the key to this race, really, as far with a 50-to-1 shot. I know it sounds crazy, but I think what will happen if he does go so far in front, I think they'll ride the race. What will happen is they'll ride the race like he's not there and hope he comes back. And then the other thing, he's got to set just the fractions just enough, fast enough for Sierra Leone. If he goes too slow, he hasn't done his job.
Scan to bet now, last few seconds, last few opportunities to get involved. Let's go up to Larry Colmus. It is a classic for the ages. $7 million on the line in the 2025 Breeders' Cup Classic.
Baeza takes his position in the starting gate. Fierceness and Forever Young are in. Here's Nevada Beach. Contrary Thinking steps up to the starting gate. Next to stablemate Sierra Leone. Mindframe. Waiting for Journalism and Antiquarian. Journalism goes in. Antiquarian, the last one. Antiquarian is in. They're all in line. We're ready for the start. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Baeza was off to a slow beginning. Fierceness goes out to the early lead and runs straight today and straight to the front. Contrary Thinking now moves up alongside of him, and Contrary Thinking will take the lead. Forever Young is close. He's right there on the outside, and Fierceness is down toward the rail. Then comes Mindframe and Antiquarian. Journalism is guided inside by Jose Ortiz. Nevada Beach is along the rail. Baeza is second last, leading only last year's winner, Sierra Leone, past the opening quarter mile in 23.04 seconds. So Contrary Thinking out there doing his job. He's in front by 2 lengths. Forever Young on the outside of Fierceness, second and third. Break of 2 to Nevada Beach, who's down toward the rail. Mindframe on the far outside. Journalism between those two, just 4 from the front. Then Antiquarian, and it's 3 back to Sierra Leone and Baeza. 45.97 was the half mile, and with 5 furlongs to run, Contrary Thinking leads the field up the Breeders' Cup Classic in front by a half a length, with Forever Young right alongside. Mindframe just to the outside of them makes it 3 in a line. Fierceness just in behind with Journalism to his outside. Then Nevada Beach. Baeza, Sierra Leone between them, and Antiquarian is the trailer. Around the far turn, Forever Young pokes his head in front. Mindframe, and now Journalism confronts them. As Contrary Thinking drops back, Baeza is 4 wide. Fierceness in behind horses. Sierra Leone is right in contention too, as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And they're into the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Forever Young turns for home with the lead. Journalism is second. Sierra Leone, Fierceness, 1 off the rail. Still Forever Young to catch. Fierceness is coming. Sierra Leone and Journalism, they're coming to the finish. And it is Forever Young. Celebrate Japan! They've won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone was second. Fierceness was third in a final time of 2 minutes, 0.19 seconds.
Japan takes the classic, the land of the rising sun, celebrates where the turf meets the surf. Forever Young, he was close to the pace, he was always in contention, stormed to the lead as they turned for home, Simon.
He was always in a perfect spot. He had Fierceness locked in down the inside. I said to Joe, I looked over leaving the half-mile pole, I said, Forever Young is traveling smoothly, and he's got Fierceness right where he wants to be, Joe. And he is, I mean, he ran to his looks. He was touting himself all week long. right up until he came in the paddock this afternoon.
I mean, we were talking about him all week, how he would come up to the set and actually stand here for a couple minutes. Just so cool. But what a trip he had. This was unbelievable. And they picked it up down the backside. They went 23, but then 45 and 4. That middle half was pretty quick. He was right off the pace. And then right here, mind frame, journalism coming to him. He was having to work here, but very, very impressive fending them off.
And Kate, here we are 365 days later, and the top 3 finishers from the Classic all come back. They run 1, 2, 3 in a different order, but to hold that form for a whole calendar year, just remarkable.
Just a remarkable training feat from all the conditioners involved, but a pivotal moment for Japan to kind of avenge some near misses along the way, including last year's Classic. A picture-perfect trip for Forever Young. Fierceness on the inside, maybe had to wait just a little bit longer to be able to make his run, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone was beating Forever Young.
And I think at the end of the day, everybody got what they wanted, right? Journalism was closer like they wanted. Sierra Leone started moving earlier like they wanted. Forever Young was close to the pace and in contention. Baeza circling the field as he does. They all ran their race today. There wasn't a clear excuse for anybody. Forever Young was just best.
He was just best on a day where they went 23, 45 and change. I would imagine those splits would be very happy for the connections of Sierra Leone. He came running, obviously a little quicker last year, but Forever Young, he's still improving. I mean, he pulled away from this group. Tremendous, tremendous performance.
And Christina makes such a great point. This was such a great race with us making a case for just about everybody in here. This is what you wanted to see. Everybody got the trip they wanted. The pace, as far as the horses coming from behind, was solid enough to where anyone, which we saw, was able to run into it. And just a great finish in the end.
And I think we have to go back to, Kate, and remember that Kentucky Derby where Sierra Leone and Forever Young were all over each other down the length of the stretch. There was a lot of talk about that bumping and that traffic trouble. And the sportsmanship from the Japanese horsemen on that day in defeat, in coming back here multiple times with this horse and sending him to the winner's circle today, this is a very fulfilling moment for them, and one that you feel like he deserved for the last 2 years.
For sure.
It's kind of what the Breeders' Cup was designed to do, to give you an opportunity to showcase those stars from the Triple Crown races as they continue to mature. And though they were raw talent there, they were consummate professionals today.
And real quick, Christina, that Kentucky Derby you mentioned, Sierra Leone, Forever Young, a neck apart. They were a half a length apart last year. I mean, we're talking 2 years worth of form that has just held steady, you race in, race out.
This has been a rivalry that has been fun to watch, and they've all had their moment in the sun. Today, Forever Youngs and Japan in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Number 5, Forever Young was first. Second, number 7, Sierra Leone. Third, number 1, Fierceness. Fourth, number 9, Journalism. And fifth was number 8, Mind Frame. 5-7-1-9-8. Now your official order of finish in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. And now entering the winner's circle. And now about to enter the winner's circle is the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic number 5, Forever Young. He's a 4-year-old bay colt by Real Steel out of Forever Darling by Congrats. Forever Young was bred in Japan by Northern Racing, now owned by Susumu Fujita and trained by Yoshito Yahagi. Your winning jockey, Rusei Sake. Number 5, Forever Young, pays $9 for the win. Final time, 2 minutes, 0.19 seconds for the mile and a quarter. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is race number 10. The FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf. In race 10, there's no changes. 29 minutes to post. Now in the winner's circle are His Excellency Ali Al Ali, CEO and board member of Dubai Racing Club, and Erwin Sharpie, head of racing operations and international relations for Dubai Racing Club. They are presenting a special ribbon to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winning connections, which gives them guaranteed entry to the $12 million Group 1 Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline at Meydan Racecourse on March 28th. Congratulations, and see you in Dubai. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the iconic Longines Classic race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a model from the redesigned Prima Luna collection with a blend of classic Roman numerals, lustrous dials, and meticulously executed details. This collection speaks to those who understand that genuine luxury arises from the confidence of impeccable craftsmanship. FanDuel is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries. John Deere has been a longtime supporter of the equine industry. All Breeders' Cup breeders and owners are qualified to receive major John Deere discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289.
Well, there is a reason they call it the Breeders' Cup World Championships, and today Japan reigns supreme as Forever Young takes a Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Part of the Winner's Circle presentation, we have joining us Barbara Banke, the Breeders' Cup chairman. We also have Drew Fleming right behind me, the CEO of Breeders' Cup, and of course for the trophy presentation as well as these beautiful timepieces, Farah Marin, the marketing director for Longines.
On behalf of Longines, congratulations on the win.
We'll hand off the beautiful trophy for the Longines Classic to winning owner, Mr. Susumi Fujita. Mr. Fujita, if I could have a word for a moment. I saw you take a deep breath after the win. In only your 4th year of ownership, can you describe the emotion of winning the Breeders' Cup Classic?
ブリーダーズカップクラシック勝った気持ちを教えてください。
日本の競馬の新しい歴史を作ったという気持ちです。
I feel like I create a new page for Japanese horse racing industry at the moment.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit and what people back home watching a Japanese horse win one of America's biggest race might mean?
日本の競馬ファンの方とか皆さん応援してたと思うんですけど、アメリカ競馬の中の一番最大のレースの一つのレースを勝ったお気持ちはいかがですか？
長い日本の競馬の歴史で本当みんなの努力の積み重ねによっているものなんで、みんなにおめでとうと言いたいです。
You know, many Japanese horses try challenge the Breeders' Cup. We have a long history to challenge, and this meaning is like a create to build up for winning for at the moment. So I'd like to say thanks for all of the Japanese horse racing industry people.
It is wonderful to see what the Japanese have done around the world with your incredible horses. A massive congratulations to you. We hope to see Forever Young back.
またいろいろ世界中回ってますけど、フォーエバーヤングがまたブリーダーズカップに戻ってきてほしいそうです。
去年と今年来たんですけど、ちょっとまだ来年はわからないです。
Yes, I came 2 times last year and this year, but I couldn't say at the moment for next year.
All right, well, we'll enjoy the moment for now, taking home, of course, the beautiful trophy and the honors, Forever Young in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Hello. Yo. Hey. You know what I'm thinking? What are you thinking? Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay. Okay. I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought. Oh my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Join me as I take a deep dive into the least consulted ticketing app in history, SeatGeek. Did SeatGeek invent the ticket? No, but we do make them work. Drum roll, please. Ooh, how do I use the Seat View feature?
It shows seats with a pole blocking the view. Don't buy those.
What if I want to sit behind a pole?
Buy those.
Join me as I bore you to death with a series of interviews about a ticketing app that just does what it's supposed to do.
Conceived as the Super Bowl of horse racing, where champions are crowned, the Breeders' Cup can cement a horse's legacy and forever define him as one of the all-time greats. No fewer than 7 starters by champion sire Gunrunner are entered in this year's Breeders' Cup, including defending classic champion Sierra Leone. There's an old expression in the horse business which says, like begets like. At 3 Chimneys, with Gunrunner, we call it Breed True.
More Than Looks scored a decisive win in last year's FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile at Del Mar, giving trainer Cherie DeVoe her first Breeders' Cup win. The brilliant Miesque was the first horse to win the mile in back-to-back years, her initial score coming in 1987 at Hollywood Park. And superstar Goldikova holds the record for consecutive wins in the mile. The 3-year streak culminated in 2010 when she rallied to win at Churchill Downs.
Goldikova true champion. 3 Breeders' Cup wins. Olivia Pellier, the perfect.
This is the $2 million FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
Well, we've collectively caught our breath after an incredible Breeders' Cup Classic. And looking ahead, still 3 more races to go on this championship Saturday. The FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF, is coming up next. And a perfect look overhead. This is why we call it Where the Turf Meets the Surf here at Del Mar. We're happy to be bringing you this race on behalf of all of us at FanDuel. You can grab your phone, scan that QR code right there if you'd like to get involved. We still have our new customer no sweat first bet offer available of up to $500. This is available to anyone signing up for the first time on FanDuel Racing, even our legacy TVG customers. Welcome back to the set. Christina Blacker, Simon Bray, Joe Talamo, Rishi Prasad joins us again on the set. Rish, I do want to give you the opportunity to react to that Breeders' Cup Classic. You've seen Forever Young all over the world. How impressive was he today?
It's been one of the most extraordinary hours I can remember in horse racing. And after watching Willie Mullins' horse win the Breeders' Cup Turf, the Classic has more than fulfilled expectations. And I was just chatting away with Joe a few moments ago saying, I think Forever Young might be the best international dirt horse I can remember. If there's a dirt horse that's traveled like he has and achieved what he has in recent years or ever, I don't think anything has quite come up to that. Saudi Cup, UAE Derby, the Saudi Derby, place in the Kentucky Derby, place in the Breeders' Cup Classic, finally getting his just reward today. He is a magnificent horse.
Incredible to watch just a few moments ago, but we do turn the page with more champions to crown here and more winners to celebrate. 19 minutes until the FanDuel Mile on Turf at the flat mile distance. Taking a look at the early wagering. Notable Speech opens up as the favorite. Really no surprises there, Simon, in terms of the money coming in support of Charlie Appleby's runner.
No, he had a nice effort up in the Woodbine Mile last time out. Very good performance, and he's got some top-class European form. You know, obviously second in the Jacques Lamar behind Diego Velasquez. That running line there would kind of stamp him here, right, Richie?
Yeah, all his runs this season gives him a chance. And fairness, he's been a bit unlucky. The run behind Diego Velasquez, as you mentioned, Simon, he was really unlucky. He got bottled up down on the rail, couldn't get a run. And at the line, he was just in front just after and was half a length clear, 10 yards after the line. He was unlucky on that occasion. He was a bit unlucky in the Queen Anne Stakes at Royal Ascot. He was below par possibly because I think he followed too fast a pace in the July Cup, but I think his prep in the Woodbine Mile was just ideal.
We say cheers to the breeder of all the runners here in the FanDuel Mile. Joe, if you're William Buick, what type of trip do you want to see or have unfold underneath you on this Son of Dubawi?
I would really use the number 2 post to my advantage. He's a horse that, to Rishi's point, I wouldn't keep him too close, although I don't think we're going to see a super high pace. It's not really what you would call like ideal speed horses that are going to go out there and 45 and change. So I would just try and save ground like he can and just make sure, you know, turning for home, whether you're coming up the rail or swinging out, just try and get clean run and run. I mean, just in this race last year, he was only beaten 3/4 of a length. So I think just clean run, turning for home is key.
Rishi, I want to ask you a question because I like the 3 Salam. This is more your expertise, European run. What realistic chance does the 3 have here at 6-1?
Well, he's an improving 3-year-old, Simon. So at this time of the year, you just don't know what the ceiling is. And interestingly enough, you're looking at the way he has been trained through the year. I think connections have made it quite clear they always believed he would improve, particularly as a 4-year-old. And in fairness, they believe that he's perhaps ahead of schedule. And his win last time may have been a little bit lucky because Rosalia never got a run in time and was just closing him down at the line. But that form puts him very close to Notable Speech because Notable Speech and Rosalia, there wouldn't be too much between the two of them, but you'd give Notable Speech the edge.
Won the Prix de Moulin last time out. There's a look at Salon. Price is right, though, at that 7-1 as compared to the 5-2 right now on Notable Speech. Scott Hazelton is with Charlie Appleby.
Well, Godolphin's Notable Speech back at it again for another try here in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, and his trainer Charlie Appleby brings him in off of a win up at Woodbine. Was that a key race to get under his belt here stateside for you?
Yeah, we felt so. Obviously ran a very creditable race there in Deauville. You know, some people could have said, well, we're a bit unlucky, but, you know, one thing we learned about the horse was, firstly, he was back on track to where we needed him to be to come to potentially a meeting like this. So, but what I always feel is nice to come into a meeting like this, as I said before, is off a win. And so we felt if we went to Woodbine, he'd hopefully do that. But secondly, also gain experience on that inner track.
When you look at his year overall, the lock-ins to the Queen Anne, to then backing up to sprinting in the July Cup, how would you describe the approach that you've taken with him this year?
Frustrating for the first quarter, but so that's why I was keen to get back on track and get a win under our belts in the Woodbine Mile before we came here. And it's a race that sets up well to come to a Breeders' Cup as well. Historically, it's a good way in, should we say? But been delighted subsequently since he's won the Woodbine Mile and what we've seen here this week.
Good luck today, Charlie.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
We've really seen the dominance with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby in this race specifically, Simon, over the last several years.
Yeah, I mean, this race was written and made for the European. It's tailor-made. Before we had Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Breeders' Cup Filly Turf. These were the races they dominated. Notable speech. I think part of that Woodbine prep is the timing. I think it just works out perfectly into the Breeders' Cup.
The Lion in Winter is the 4-horse on your screen right now, 7-1. Rich, as far as the pace goes, do you see this horse as involved in the early stages?
It'll be interesting to see how Christophe Soumia rides him. He was quite prominent in his most couple of recent runs where he's actually performed better as the season has worn on. But I'm watching him here today. I've watched him this week. I've spoken about him a few times.
Get washy normally, right?
He normally gets really sweaty. I like the way that he's progressed through the week. Christophe Soumia, when I spoke to him on Thursday, mentioned that he feels the horse has really settled into a nice rhythm and a really good mental space out here. And watching him here today, he looks as relaxed as I've seen him this season. A horse who had huge expectations this year, hasn't lived up to them. He's just getting a bit better on the track, and his behavior in the build-up to the race is really positive.
I always feel that way in Del Mar. Go to the beach, a little bit more relaxed.
You'll never
My
see
demeanor
me.
improves.
You'll never see me sweat here, Rishi.
Ever.
Ever.
7-1 there on the Lion in Winter, who does make a picture-perfect appearance behind us in the paddock right now. Let's go back into the paddock with Michael Joyce.
Aidan O'Brien here with the Lion in Winter. I just wanted to get your impressions on that last race. It was a game second, really showed a good turn of foot. And how does that set him up for today?
Yeah, good. He's come out of the race well. We've been very happy with his last two runs. He obviously didn't win, but he very good, solid seconds in both, you know. So he seems in good form.
How do you think he'll take to the tight turf here in the U.S. in the short stretch at Del Mar?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. Sure, obviously you never know, but I think he'll be okay. He's an off-handed horse. He does handle fast ground, and we think he's tactical, so hopefully he'll run well.
You still on that watch? 28 is the mark you set for yourself. What would it mean to get by it?
Oh, listen, we don't really think about it, to tell you the truth. We just take one race at a time and see what's going to happen. And every Group 1 are very hard to win. And you don't take any of them for granted, really. So it's great to be here and have a chance in this one.
All right, best of luck in this one.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Great to hear from Aidan O'Brien. Good luck to him as he continues to chase his own record. Rich, can you put that in perspective for us, the Group 1 record that he's chasing?
Well, quite extraordinary. Aidan's chasing, as you say, his own record of 28 Group or Grade 1 wins in the season. At the start of the year, people thought he had a really strong team, and then a few disappointments. Obviously, this horse, at the beginning of the year, turned into a little bit of a disappointment because he didn't really deliver. And you're thinking, where are the stars coming from? But as he often does, he puts together a wonderful team, and he's done that again. And he's on 26 at the moment. He's got, obviously, the London Winter here. He's got Bedtime Story to come a little bit later on, so he could equal it today.
We will find out. Simon, we're looking at the 11 rhetorical DRF formulator fact on your screen as well. We've noticed trainer Will Walden on the shank with this horse since they walked into the paddock. Can you tell me a little bit about the horsemanship that you've seen from him with this horse so far today?
Yeah, he wanted to take a hold of him. Obviously, there's new surroundings, a lot going on here. And, compared to the majority of this field, he's very lightly raced. He doesn't have a lot of racing experience. I know he's had 6 starts. He's very talented. I thought he made a tremendous appearance. He's not getting too worked up. I mean, this is a horse that primarily has been living in state-bred condition races and allowance races for most of his career. His bust-out party was last time out, and I don't think that was a fluke. I think that was a legitimate win. And he's, again, a 4-year-old improving because he's so lightly raced. There's a lot more left in the tank than what you saw last time out.
Joe, is he the best of the American runners in your eyes always rhetorical, or would you look to a Johannes or some others in here?
Rhetorical. I watched this win last time in the Turf Mile, and he's improved literally every single start. But I went with Johannes. We'll get to him earlier after the post break, but he's another one. Only 2 starts this year, but very impressive win last out.
Start with the 1 here at 40-1. That's 1 stripe for Graham Motion, a horse that's had a long journey all the way from South Africa. Don't look at what happened in the Woodbine Mile. They just wanted to get him out. He should be fitted today.
And there's your current favorite, Notable Speech, looking very nice out there. William Buick aboard for Charlie Appleby, coming off that win in the Woodbine Mile.
An improving French 3-year-old is Sarlan for Francis Graffard. He's had a wonderful season in France and indeed in Europe. And this horse produced a career best last time when he won the Moulin.
They walked right behind us on the way. I was very impressed with the way the 3 looks. And to your point, Rishi, the Lion in Winter, I remember you talking about him in breakfast of the Breeders' Cup. He looks very good right now.
There's program training at 11-1. Flavian Pratt aboard for Chad Brown. There's 1-for-1 here at Del Mar, winning the Hollywood Derby.
Gran Oriente. I don't know what to do here.
Well, it's a Chilean contender, I was about to say, who's clearly capable of some useful form in his own native country. But this is a massive task today.
Big time. Johannes the 7. Joe likes this horse, and rightly so. I mean, he's a horse that ran in this race last year, only beaten 3 parts of a length.
And this formidable man, 13-1. Johnny V is aboard for Michael McCarthy.
And then we have another of the Japanese contenders, Argine. Frankie Dettori has been booked to ride this horse, who has got some excellent form in Japan. Again, it's very difficult to understand exactly where it fits in internationally in this company.
I think this is Frankie Dettori's last mount riding in the US, correct? Yeah, I mean, he wraps it up here with a few more South American mounts later at the end of the year, but this could be it here domestically. Up to the 11 we're looking at, that's Rhetorical, and here's the 12, Joe.
Yeah, Gas Me Up, Jose Ortiz is aboard. Big long shot at 40-1, coming off a 3rd place effort in the Woodbine Mile.
And finally, speaking of long shots, Kirat won the Sussex Stakes at 150-1 earlier this year when he was deployed as a pacemaker for a horse called Field of Gold. He's run a couple of times since then. His trainer was telling me earlier this week that he had excuses for those 2 performances, and he expects much better today.
That is your field for the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the PDJF. You have 9 minutes to make your decisions. Let's go to the studio with Dave Weaver.
I've made my decision. It's a money-back special race through your FanDuel racing account. You see that where it says promo up there. And I'm going with Johannes. This is just such a fun horse to follow for Tim Yakteen. When he broke his maiden 12 starts back, he's only lost 3 times since then. 2 of them he went out of state. One of them was Saratoga this year, first start after coming back from the injury. The other one was when he went to Churchill last year. He didn't show speed in those races. He's usually a little bit more forward here in California, whether it be Santa Anita or Del Mar. And his only other loss was in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year when he lost to More Than Looks, who's gone on to stand at Lane's End. So he's definitely has the home turf advantage against the rest of this field, in my opinion. And right now, he is at odds of 8-1. Let's check in with Mike Joyce.
Here with Tim Yakteen, who's training Johannes. And I want to get back to that City of Hope Mile, because was that like an exhale to make good after a subpar effort for him and get him back on the win streak?
Well, you always take a big sigh of relief when you pull off a win. You know, that's what we're in it for, is to win. So it was nice.
Was that the kind of race you needed to set him up for today? Because he's a horse that's piled wins on top of wins. He had a nice streak going last year. Coming into this race, how do you feel that set him up?
I think it set him up absolutely perfect. You know, we were looking for a good race from him. We got the good race, so we're ready to roll.
What kind of a trip are you looking for?
You know, we're going to leave that in Umberto's hands. You know, the race came up a little bit paceless, so everybody's going to play the break and ride it from there.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Joe, let's stay with that. I know this is your top selection in here, Johannes. Look, the return race and the 4-star Dave just didn't go as they had hoped. A lot of traffic trouble there. But to the point in the interview, did he get enough out of the City of Hope Mile to propel him back into this type of competition?
Yeah, I mean, in the 4-star Dave, he was coming off about an 8-month layoff in there. And to your point, had an absolutely brutal trip, was 9th beaten 5. But coming back in the City of Hope, a race that he won last year, too, I thought was very impressive. And it looks like he's starting to roll back into the form that we saw last year. And one thing of note, too, he was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year, and he beat Notable Speech, who's your current favorite.
He is 5 for 7 at the distance on the board in both starts here at Del Mar. One of them was that 2nd place effort that Joe mentioned, another victory over the course here. And he has a huge turn of foot when he gets clear sailing. Simon.
Yeah, there were 2 if you want to call them bad races on his past performance. The last time, 2 starts back, when he had the most horrific trip that anyone could imagine. And the other one was on the Derby undercard when he ran, he was 5th, beaten 2 lengths after a rough trip. So I think he's back to his best. That race, to me, Christine, the last time out, was a pivotal race to see if he had regressed. I don't think he has. He's lightly raced. He could run another bang-up race this year.
Let's go all the way to the rail. Big 45-1 on One Stripe. Rich, we have the South African bred here who prepped at Woodbine. Sort of an even effort, I would say, but it looks like he had some trouble there in the Woodbine Mile.
Yeah, he did. He was a very high-class horse in South Africa. Races like the King's Plate and the Cape Guineas, there are some of the best races. The King's Plate is one of the best races in South Africa. And he's not the first South African horse to try and compete at the Breeders' Cup. We remember Isi Vunga coming over as well. But I thought, even though he had excuses in the Woodbine Mile, it just sort of exposed him where he sits in with the best of the American and European runners.
And I think the odds are telling you that.
Yeah, Graham, we talked to Graham earlier this week, and he said the one thing, the admonition he made, I mean, it took a long time to get him here. They've got a quarantine in multiple places. Mike de Kock, the champion South African trainer, he oversees this. He didn't train this horse in South Africa. He traveled here to the Breeders' Cup. But Graham said the only reason he ran him in the Woodbine Mile, there were no other races to run. He wasn't quite fit enough, and timing-wise, he gave him a chance to regress and regroup. So I think he's going to improve, but he's going to have to.
Let's hear more from the trainer with Kate and Bradar.
Well, in a sea of yellow one-stripe caps, I found Graham Motion. Graham, what has to happen differently than his last race at Woodbine?
Well, I mean, he definitely needed the race last time. It was his first race for a while, first race in North America. So, you know, the object of that race was the timing. I didn't really necessarily want to run against what was going to be the Breeders' Cup favorite, but it was a good place to get him started. And, you know, honestly, he ran a respectable race. But he's going to have to improve significantly.
As far as positioning-wise, do you anticipate something different, a little more into the race earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to go forward. He kind of has to from the one hole. It's a little bit hard to judge the pace with the European horses, but I think he'll go forward from the one hole.
Best of luck.
Thank you, Caden.
Good luck to them. Big price along the inside. 45-1 right now on the one horse, One Stripe, the South African bred. Back to the 11. And we saw Will Walden on the shank with Rhetorical. He's certainly minding his manners, has definitely kept his cool out there. Son of Not This Time, he is 5 for 6 lifetime. And stepping into much deeper waters, but it looked like he really proved that he belongs in this race off that last victory, Simon.
He does. I mean, he earned his way here, and like I said, he's just improving incrementally, which I like. I mean, he's going up in class, and he's improving each and every time, and I think he takes another step forward today.
Scott is with his trainer.
Well, here with trainer Will Walden. And Will, you must have worked up a sweat with Rhetorical dragging you around the paddock. How good is he feeling right now?
Very. No, he's normal for him. So that's what we're looking for. That gives us confidence for him to be acting the way he's always acted. Doesn't mean it doesn't take a toll on me. I'm exhausted.
How's he going to get this job done if he's able to?
I don't know. I'd say he'd probably be forwardly placed. There's not near as much speed as there was in the last race. But ultimately, we're going to leave it up to Irat and him and, see what happens.
How's he trained since his Grade 1 win at Keeneland?
I mean, really good. I know you guys saw the last work. It was very good, and that's kind of vintage the way he's been over the past month and a half, 2 months since he got back from Saratoga. So he's going into it the right way. We've done all we can do. It's up to him now.
Good luck, Will.
Thank you.
Joe, let's stay with that just in talking about the pace scenario in here, and Will Walden saying maybe not as much pace on paper in this race as there was in the Turf Mile. How do you see the pace shaking out, and who will be involved on the lead?
I couldn't agree more with what it does look on form a little bit messy as far as who really wants to lead. And quite honestly, I think it's a race to where if someone wants to kind of shake things up and take it to them early and try something new, to go for it, because there's really no true quote-unquote speed horse in there. There's quite a few, including Rhetorical, that they have that stalking speed right off the pace, but no one that you see that goes to the lead 22:45. And to be honest, I think that could help some of those stalking horses that sometimes might find themselves a little too far back, and they could lay a little bit closer.
Well, one of the European horses employed as a pacemaker in the Sussex Stakes, Kirat, won the race at a huge prize, and he clocked some really good fractions that day in enabling himself to win that race. I wouldn't be surprised if he went forward because he produced his career best in that manner. He's also on the outside. They've also got Jonquil in the race, who would appreciate a good pace to aim at, judged by his most recent run where he got caught in traffic traffic last time out. So I'm half thinking maybe they may go forward on Kirat to ensure a fair enough pace and give him a chance as well.
60 to 1, he's less than half the price when he wins on big days.
Yeah, and to your point, I think more of it, they're going to have to try and establish position coming out of that gate.
Rich, of the European runners in here, and I'll just throw a blanket sort of over all of them, who is too high a price on the board right now? We always knew that Notable Speech would take money, would be one of the betting choices in here. I think there was a lot of talk about Salon, and 7 to 1 seems appropriate on him. But as far as the others, is there anyone up there that is just way too big a price and we're letting get away?
Well, I think some people might point to John Quill because he had really good form at the start of the season because of his run in the French Guineas, and he went down and tripped. That didn't work out, and he came back again. So maybe his price at the moment. But the horse, I like Notable Speech to win. I said I think he's the most talented horse, but the horse who keeps bugging me, and I don't know if I've played him enough, it's Lion in Winter.
Lion in Winter up there on the board at about 7 to 1 himself as well. As they head into the starting gate, we go to Larry Colmus for the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
Notable Speech takes his spot in the starting gate, just to the outside of one stripe. Formidable Man is in. Here's Salon, Argine, Frankie Dettori in his final Breeders' Cup ride in the gate. Johannes goes in. The Lion in Winter. John Quill is in. Here's Program Trading and Rhetorical. Gran Oriente has moved into the starting gate. Just a couple left to load here. Gas Me Up moves into line, and that will leave just Kirat to be the last one to step forward to the starting gate. Green cap here. The other Juddmonte, Kirat, into the gate. All in line, and we're ready for the start. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Mile. The Lion in Winter goes out to the early lead. One stripe on the inside. From the far outside, Kirat is sent along. Johannes is close as well. Then Rhetorical, Formidable Man, and Notable Speech on the inside. Salon in behind them, and then it's John Quill. Program Trading is down toward the rail, about 8 lengths off the lead early on. And then comes Argine and Gran Oriente, and Gas Me Up as the trailer. One stripe takes early charge here, leads at 3/4 of a length. Kirat to the outside is second. The Lion in Winter third, 22.59 the first quarter. Rhetorical and Arad Ortiz are fourth on the outside. They're 3.5 lengths off the lead. Alberto Rispoli has Johannes right in behind that group, racing 4 from the front. Then comes William Buick on Notable Speech down toward the rail. Formidable Man is next. In behind that group, Salon and John Quill. Program Trading on the inside. Then Gas Me Up, Argine, and Gran Oriente. 46.76 the half for one stripe. A 50 to 1 long shot who leads the field around the far turn. Rhetorical ranges up alongside in hand, and now they're side by side on the far turn. Formidable Man tries to get going. The Lion in Winter behind them. Johannes swings up 3 wide. Meanwhile, Notable Speech is down toward the rail. He's got running room, but he needs to go now to catch Rhetorical with a furlong to run. The Lion in Winter, Notable Speech, and Formidable Man on the outside. Here comes Notable Speech charging up the fence. Notable Speech and William Buick explode late to win the Breeders' Cup Mile. And that was Formidable Man, the Lion in Winter, and Salon.
Give it to Godolphin and Charlie Appleby again. They score in the mile here with Notable Speech. A beautiful trip along the inside. Joe, William Buick saving all that ground.
Yeah, definitely used that post to his advantage. And we talked about it early. It wasn't too much early pace in here. They went 22 and change, 46 and 3, but very, very good ride coming up that rail.
We'll take a look at the replay one more time, and let's pick up the winner. Rishi here, we knew this horse would come with his best race. He's so consistent, but he didn't have as much of a forward position, I think, as they might have wanted, given that we didn't have a lot of pace in this race.
I think William Buick would have been happy enough, but there would have been that little bit of concern when they turned for home. Where am I going to go? And in the end, one stripe just comes off the rail enough, and he spies the gap. But you have to have the horse to take it. And this horse is a 2,000 guineas winner. He's a high-class miler. And look at the turn of foot he produces. He quickens up in fine style. Some fine efforts in behind. I thought Lion Winter has run really well. And the French horse, Sarlan, has also stuck on well down on the inside rail.
Yeah, I was very impressed. This is the ISO look at William Buick, the trip he gets. And you're going to see, I think he got, like you said, he cut the corner and he got the split. It was one stripe on the lead who was backing up. Sometimes those horses on the lead, when they're getting tight, Joe, when they're backing up into the field, they can cause all sorts of problems. But he managed to slip through. And a lot of it is because he had the horse to do it. And when he pressed the button, I mean, it opened up daylight.
That's when it's fun, when you know you have enough horse to actually be patient and wait there to have a trip. And me and Rishi were looking at each other. The Lion and Winter, who he was following, I thought was having an almost better trip than him. You could see he gets out there, he's second, but no doubt, notable speech. What a turn of foot that is. I mean, visually, just watching him right here, that stride looks like he's just going so fast. Very, very impressive.
It looks like we put the replay in fast forward.
Yeah.
I mean, that's real time. Taking a look at the way this horse finishes. Rhetorical ran his race, and he had his clear jump 2 or 3 lengths on him at that point.
Yeah, just the experience. He got to the front here, but he's run down. This is how tight it gets. You can see one stripe yellow silks. Look how tight. But William Buick had the horse to put his head in there and establish position. And you've also got a racehorse that's tiring to your outside. It's not like one stripe was going faster than him, and he just puts daylight between himself and the rest of the field. Quick shout out to Formidable Man.
Yes.
I mean, he ran a huge race to finish second here.
Johnny Velasquez aboard Formidable Man from just off the pace. Huge effort from him to finish second. For Michael McCarthy, you mentioned the Lion in Winter, checking in third. Rhetorical holding on for fourth. Salon was fifth. Notable speech. It's Godolphin in the mile once more here at the Breeders' Cup.
Number 2, Notable Speech was first. Second, number 8, Formidable Man. Third, number 4, The Lion in Winter. Fourth, number 11, Rhetorical. And fifth was number 3, Salon. 2, 8, 4, 11, 3. Your top 5 finishers, unofficially. The final time, 1 minute 33.66 seconds for the 1 mile on firm turf. And this race is now official. Number 2, Notable Speech, pays $7.20 to win. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. $1 million guaranteed at a mile on the dirt. Scratch number 4, Mystic Dan. 33 minutes until race number 11, the penultimate race on our program today. That middle pick 4 returns $3,627 and a quarter.
Now entering the winner's circle, the winner of the 2025 FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. Number 2, Notable Speech. He's a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Dubawi out of Swift Rose by Invincible Spirit. Notable Speech was bred in Great Britain by Godolphin, who now currently own. Trained by Charlie Appleby, your winning jockey, William Buick. 30 minutes until race 11, the Dirt Mile. Now in the winner's circle are His Excellency Ali Al-Ali, CEO and board member of Dubai Racing Club, and Erwin Sharpie, head of racing operations and international relations for Dubai Racing Club. They are presenting a special ribbon to the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile winning connections, which gives them guaranteed entry to the $5 million Group 1 Dubai Turf at Meydan Racecourse on March 28th. Congratulations, and see you in Dubai.
Presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, William Buick, 4 times in 5 years, all by the Godolphin stallion Dubawi as well. This time, of course, delighted to welcome from FanDuel Scott Hazelton to present the trophy to the chairman of Godolphin, His Excellency Mohammed Al Shavani, and joined by the Chief Executive, Hugh Anderson. Scott?
On behalf of FanDuel and the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the boys in blue once again dominate the mile, and this time at Del Mar. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to you both. You're all making this race your own, Hugh, and you've got a pretty special team to get the job done for you.
It's a fabulous team, Nick. Delighted that the chairman, His Excellency, is here today. But for Will and Charlie to do what they've done on this horse over 2 or 3 years now is fabulous. They've completely worked it out how to ride him. Huge credit to Will for using that amazing final furlong, and the pace is extraordinary. So delighted for the whole team, and delighted, of course, for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. And we've got one more race to go. We love Del Mar. We love the Breeders' Cup.
You've got one more race to go as well, and you've had a choice to make again in that final race, the filly and Mare Turf. Last year's unlucky runner-up, Cinderella's Dream, over Diamond Rain. How confident are you you've got it right?
Look, I'm very hopeful. You know, she was desperate and unlucky in the race last year, and I'm hoping I can make that right this year. But you know, Diamond Rain, she's no second number. She's there with a solid chance, and you know, obviously Cinderella's Dream has the experience at this track, which I think counts for quite a lot.
Great words about Rebels Romance a little earlier as well. It's been another fruitful afternoon here in the Del Mar sunshine for Team Godolphin. A 4th win in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the PDJF in 5 years, Ahmed.
All right, thank you, Nick. Luck always.
FanDuel is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries. Yamava Resort and Casino has you covered for all your gaming and entertainment needs with award-winning dining, Forbes 5-star luxury spa, and over 7,000 slot machines. Check out Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was going to be. I don't know. Ooh. Betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh, my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Join me as I take a deep dive into the least insulted ticketing app in history, SeatGeek. Did SeatGeek invent the ticket? No, but we do make them work. Drum roll, please. Ooh, how do I use the seat view feature?
It shows seats with a pole blocking the view. Don't buy those.
What if I want to sit behind a pole?
Buy those.
Join me as I bore you to death with a series of interviews about a ticketing app that just does what it's supposed to do.
This has always been my dream, to ride great horses like Life is Good. He broke like a rocket from the gate. His acceleration pure speed whenever I ask him. That explosive kick to the finish. Man, life is good.
The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile produced an upset last year at Del Mar when Full Serrano took over turning for home and didn't look back. In the previous renewal of this race at Del Mar in 2021, Life is Good was much too good for his rivals in a runaway victory. In 2020, Nick Sko dominated the Dirt Mile at Keeneland, and the next year, he returned to win the Classic at Del Mar.
But Nick Sko is still well clear as they come down to the final yards, and Nick Sko goes all the way in the Dirt Mile.
This is the $1 million Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
We stick with the 1 mile distance, but we switch back to the main track. The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile is next, 20 minutes until post time. And we have quite a few returning champions in this race. Incredible field that's going to line up here. And as you take a look at the odds, 2 to 5 right now on Nisos, there's about $800,000 in the win pool. About $500,000 of that is already bet on Nisos. You are going to see a pretty heavy favorite in this group with him. But the defending champion, as I mentioned, is in this field. Full Serrano, 8 to 1 on the board right now. Let's take a look at one of his most recent starts. Simon, what are you expecting from the defending champ?
Yeah, I think Nisos, to me, obviously, all week long I've liked him coming in. His form, I guess now looking at it, Banishing got beat in the sprint, Mindframe got beat in the Classic, but Dr. Venkman ran well in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Wasn't he placed, I think, earlier today? Or maybe, I think so, yeah, if my memory serves me right. So, look, he's 2 to 5. I think it's a very short price, but I think he's got a huge shot.
Let's hear from his trainer.
John, Full Serrano has that front-running style. That's been a good thing today. What else has to go right for him?
What's that?
What else would have to go right for him here?
He's just got to get a good run into the first turn. It doesn't mean, first or bust, but, get around cleanly. So if he's second or whatever, just get around the first turn.
What has he been showing you since his last start?
Well, he loves his track. I mean, he's just brightens up when he gets down here. So he's been very bright this week. So, saddling him now, he's really pumped himself up. So he's, I like that a lot. This is a different race than last year and a little tougher, obviously, with Nisos in there. I know how good he is. So, we're ready to go.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's take a look back at that performance last year in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. I think at the time, they had to take their time with him a little bit. There were some ideas of maybe running him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. They even considered that this year prior to his final prep race in the Goodwood. But he was powerful, dominant over a track that we just heard he really enjoys.
Yeah, he was, and this is where he belonged. They ran in the Goodwood, Joe, and I think that was an easy answer. That was to see if he could go the Classic distance, and clearly he couldn't see out the 9 furlongs against this type of horses, so they come back to this distance. I think he's built for the mile.
Well, John Sadler said it too. Not only does he like it here, he's 3 for 3 at Del Mar going a mile. So, and he's a horse too, ever since coming to the U.S. from Argentina back last year in August. He's never been worse than second. So, I mean, his form speaks for itself. Here, 3 for 4 at Del Mar. His only defeat here was when he was second in the Pacific Classic. To your point, that was going a mile and a quarter. And even his prep last time in the Goodwood, which I thought was a good second, that was going a mile and an eighth. So I think he's going to love the cutback today.
Another returning champion on your screen, White Abarrio, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner from 2023, posted a 106 by her speed figure on that occasion. Now, since then, he has had some big performances as well, but I would say his last few prep races maybe didn't go according to plan. He was a little bit unlucky in that last race as well.
He was, yeah. He was part of that chaos, what happened out of the starting gate. The jock lost the eye and all kinds of issues. So, look, is he the same horse as he was in 2023? Off his last couple of races, maybe not. But again, he was getting beaten 4 lengths by Sierra Leone and 5 lengths by Raging Torrent, who knocked off multiple grade ones this year.
I love him at the flat mile distance. He has the speed to just go on with it. And a lot of these horses do. Michelle has more on White Abarrio.
Former Breeders' Cup Classic winner White Obario lines up in the dirt mile. I'm joined by one of his partners, Mark Cornett. What went into the decision to go mile over Classic?
You know, everything that happened to us basically in the last race in the Jockey Club, and we just really wanted to cut him back in distance to the mile. We thought he'd appreciate that. And, you know, this is a little drop in class for him, so, you know, combine that with a pace scenario we thought would happen here, and we think, you know, this is the right spot for him today.
What do you think the pace scenario is going to be in here?
Well, the 2 horses will probably go out there, and then, you know, Irad's got coming out of the 9 hole now with a scratch, but so we should be sitting 3rd or 4th in the first flight, hopefully on the outside, stalk and trip like he likes.
So nice that he's been in training as a 6-year-old, continuing on. What's he been like for you and your brother?
Oh, it's just been a great run, you know. Anytime you can see him develop and mature and stay sound, you know, like he has this whole time, it's just a pleasure to get to see him run. You know, this will be about his 22nd run for us, so it's just a big happy family with him at this point.
10 lifetime wins, over $7 million in earnings. Best of luck with White Obario.
Thank you.
White Obario sitting up on the board at 5-1 right now. He will lead from the outside at post position, as you heard. Let's come back to the favorite, to Nisos, at 1-2. Do they just take it to him from a tactical perspective here, Joe, and try to put this horse on the lead?
I think his stablemate, Citizen Bull, I think they're going to try and send. So going to Citizen Bull for a second. To me, he's a horse. I think his best shot is if he does go in front. Nisos, I think, has an advantage to where he's quick enough to be in front or forward, that necessarily doesn't have to. So if Citizen Bull goes out there, full Serrano's right to him, I think he could have a similar trip into San Diego where he was laying right off the pace, not too far back, kind of 4th the whole race, and able to sit back, take a little bit of kickback, and power away like he did here.
Impressive win. The quality of the competition behind him, not a strong Miramati Tarantino stablemates here. Gets a little tougher, but I like the way he did it. Also, Bob Baffert got goal-oriented in here at 10-1. He's another horse that's just drawn inside of Nisos that can be laying close as well. But I'm with Joe. That trip in the San Diego, if he gets that same trip, that'll give him every chance.
There's a look at Nisos, 3-5 right now. Let's go to the stablemate that you mentioned, Citizen Bull. Actually, we dive to the inside here with the 2-horse goal-oriented, the other from Bob Baffert's barn. This horse went the 1 1/8 in the Pennsylvania Derby. I think this is what's so interesting to me about the dirt mile year in, year out, is because it's a middle distance, you have horses that are backing up from 1 1/4 miles. You have horses that are backing up from 1 1/8 miles. You have sprinters sometimes trying to stretch out, maybe those 7 furlong types. It's the most dynamic race in terms of bringing horses together whose specialty might be in another scenario.
Yeah, and getting back to goal-oriented, I definitely wouldn't sleep on him at 9-1, especially on that cutback from 1 1/8 miles last out.
Let's go back into the paddock with Michelle Yu.
SF Racing's Tom Ryan joins me right now with a pair of representatives in this race. Goal-oriented, we'll start with him. Why the turn back to the mile in this spot?
Look, it felt like in the Penn Derby he was travelling to the top of the stretch, and you know he didn't quite kick. We feel a turn back to the mile is the right move to make at this point of his career. We can see if he wants to stretch out further down the road, but this will be a good experiment, and if he shows up, we know what we got.
Now you also have Citizen Bull, who was the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner of last year. He was the champion. He's coming in so under the radar, but I feel like he's been working lights out. How ready is he for this?
Oh, the Bull is ready. You know, Bob texted me about 2 weeks before the Share Belief, and he said the Bull is back. And I was like, ooh, yeah, so this is great. So look, he is back, and he won the Share Belief. I know it was a short field, but he won it in style. He's training like he's the best horse in training. Like he thinks he is King Kong. He's just got that attitude and demeanor about him. He's a special, beautiful champion 2-year-old, and I think the mile is exactly where he wants to be.
How has he developed from last year to this year?
Physically, he's just gotten stronger. He hasn't gotten necessarily any bigger, but he didn't need to. You know, he's one of those perfectly conformed horses. He's kind of, if you wanted a silhouette of a commercial horse, he's that. He's built. He's eye-catching, he's strong, and yet not too heavy.
Have you been able to keep a close eye on his competition, Nisos, in the barn as well?
All day, every day. I tell you, it's the biggest danger out here, isn't it? Nisos is, look, he's a brilliant horse. He has brilliance in abundance, and if he shows up, he'll be very hard to beat.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Post parade begins with Will Take It, a big 45-1 on screen, Simon.
Massive price here for Dallas Stewart, but that's what Dallas does. When he wins these races, it's usually at a price. The horse has got a good record. He's got to probably improve a little bit off his most recent start.
Here's goal-oriented up next. One of 4 3-year-olds in this race and one of 3 trainees for Bob Baffert. Luis Saez is going to be aboard. It's going to be his 2nd race off a 2-month freshman and was 3rd in the Pennsylvania Derby last out.
2nd of the Bob Baffert runners, Nysos. We've been talking about. Here's your 3 to 5 favorite. He's been idle since July. Comes in here very fresh and with some very sharp works.
I tell you what, he looks like a tank out there too. The number 4 Mystic Dan is a scratch. Here's Tumbarumba, Tyler Gaffalione aboard for trainer Brian Lynch, coming off back-to-back wins at Ellis Park and Churchill Downs, taking the ACAC by 3/4 of a length last
Here's your
out.
defending champion, Full Serrano for John Sadler. Been pointed for this race most of the fall, and he looks tremendous here. He's sitting on go, and Sadler's horses are running out of their skin right now.
That was last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Citizen Bull. Juan Hernandez is aboard for Bob Baffert. 3 for 4 here at Del Mar. Expect him to be on or near the lead early.
Chauncey McPatrick for Chad Brown, very talented horse. Hasn't really got back to his 2-year-old year. I think he's better around 1 turn, but this is the best spot for him here. He's 30 to 1.
Another big long shot, Touch of Destiny, 35 to 1 for trainer Michael McCarthy. Another 3-year-old in here, making his first career start in the U.S. from Uruguay. Hasn't done anything wrong either. A perfect 6 for 6 in his young career.
White Abarrio will be the first horse to pull off the Breeders' Cup Classic Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile double. That would be a rare feat in and of itself. He's 5 to 1, and he's always attracted the eye here with a, I mean, he's almost white, and that's why his name is White Abarrio.
Striking individual on screen, and 5 to 1 in the wagering right now. Tumbarumba, the 5 horse, is 35 to 1. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle for trainer Brian Lynch. He's a 7-time winner in 24 starts. Lynch 14 for 47. That's 30% with jockey Tyler Gaffalione over the last 5 years. One of his go-to riders. Joe, as far as Tyler goes, what would you say are some of his strongest attributes as a rider?
I mean, Tyler could do pretty much anything. I've ridden with him for quite a few years, especially since moving to Kentucky. And I think his strongest suit is a horse like this, position. And whenever he's, you know, laying 1, 2, 3, he has a great sense of pace judgment. If they're going quick, he knows to back off a little bit. If they slow it down, he knows when to move accordingly. And he's definitely going to need that in a race to where, on paper, it looks like they could go quicker early, or if Citizen Bull does go out on his own and slows it down, I think he's going to have to ride accordingly to keep him a little bit closer.
Let's go to Caton for more on this runner.
Case Clay for Wathman Racing has Tumbarumba. How is he doing coming into this big race?
Yeah, he's doing fantastic. He's on good form. He's won his last 2 races, and excited to have him here. He ran a good 4th last year, and I think he's in better form than he was last year.
He comes into the race in a different way, a different route, and on a winning note. Style-wise, what are you hoping for? Will he show the same speed he did last time, or can he settle?
I'm hoping so. It seems like speed is holding today on the dirt. So I'm hoping he gets a good break and goes for it.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Kate.
Caden, we have 2 more money back special chances through your FanDuel Racing account. Go to race number 11 here, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And this is the race that Bob Baffert has 3 horses in. But did you know he's never won this race before? Did you know he's 0 for 12 lifetime in this race with 11 off-the-board finishes? The only time he finished in the money in this race was 2 years ago with National Treasure behind Cody Swish. Yeah, but he's probably never had a 3 to 5 shot before. He did with Dortmund back in 2016. So if I can get around the 3 Baffert runners, to me, it becomes between Full Serrano and White Abarrio. I've got my $10 to win on White Abarrio, who's going to make that move late to get the win. That's the way I see it. Let's check in with Scott Hazelton.
Chad Brown with Chancellor McPatrick here in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Is there a sense of urgency in needing this pace to be either extremely quick or have him more into the race, given the way the racetrack's playing today, Chad?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, clearly it's a speedy track today, and I think all the top jockeys in the world here, so they're seeing as the card unfolds here what's going on. So I'd say a lot of them, there's already a lot of speed signed on to begin with, but a lot of them are going to really probably try to get early position there, which will help a closer like us. Maybe it'll turn our way here late in the day.
Good luck, Chad.
Thank you.
Chancellor McPatrick looking well out on track there, 30 to 1 from his 15 to 1 morning line for Chad Brown, the winner of the Curlin 2 races back. That was at the 1 1/8, and they turned him back in distance to the Alan Jerkins at 7 furlongs last time out. He is going to drop back, though. As you said, he needs to hope that there is a bit of a pace duel up front to set it up for him. Is that a potential from what we're seeing on paper?
And Chad Brown made such a great point. It definitely, I feel like the track is playing for speed, and he noticed that some of the best jockeys in the world are riding here today, and they'll ride that accordingly. But saying that, sometimes on a speed favoring track, a lot of guys might change their tactics and try and go early. But then when you go too fast, at some point it will set up for a closer, and you could definitely see that in this race if it transpires.
6 minutes now to make your wagers for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Still, our heavy choice is Nisos. No surprise there. He continues to be very strongly bet in the win pools and really across all sequences. I know a single on some tickets. Simon, as far as your double, adding one more in here to start.
Yeah, look, I like Nisos all week, but in this situation, I'm adding goal-orientated, especially having seen what's happened in the last hour with the Breeders' Cup Classic. This horse was running against Journalism and Baeza. Journalism ran a good race in the Classic. Yeah. He was 4th. He was only beaten 4 lengths. So that form has held up well. Goal-orientated was 3rd in the Haskell behind him and Goska. So I'm using him. I'll use Nisos. And then in the filly and Mare Turf, that's a tough race. It really is. I have no strong opinion in there. Diamond Rain I'm going to use the 9, Cinderella's Dream, obviously. The 11, 13, and 14 will be my top picks. See the Fire for Andrew Balding and Ocean Murphy to the outside. I liked her effort in the Prix de l'Opera. She ran twice against the boys, against Ombudsman. He would have been one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Turf if it showed up.
That double is available if you'd like to play it. FanDuel Racing, 4 minutes until race number 11, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Touch of Destiny, sort of the X factor in here. We don't know a lot about this horse. He is 30-1, the Uruguayan bred. He is now in the barn of trainer Michael McCarthy. Michelle caught up with him for some info on this runner.
The undefeated Touch of Destiny comes postward here from Michael McCarthy, who's had quite the weekend with some big runner-up efforts. How is Touch of Destiny going to do one better for you?
That's a good question here. We're going to go ahead, bounce on out of there. I'm not sure if Uruguayan speed is anything like American speed, but drawn outside, or
ladies and gentlemen, your attention,
one horse outside
please.
of us, we're going to need to go ahead and run away from there. Don't want to get too
10,
caught too far wide into the first turn.
Scratch.
We'll leave that up to Luis, and hopefully he comes with his run. He's a little bit younger than some of these
10,
in here.
White Barrio from this race.
Seems like he's really turned the corner the last month. We feel like it's an honor to represent everybody from Uruguay and Harris Philipson. So we'll see what happens here.
Is he the most underrated, undefeated horse that's been in the Breeders' Cup?
At least the most underrated, undefeated horse that's 6 for 6 in Uruguay, probably, yes.
Good luck here, Michael.
Thank you.
You can never doubt an undefeated horse. Now this has just transpired over the last couple of seconds. You can see White Barrio jogging off the racetrack. The 10 horse has been scratched here. It's important to note that at the Breeders' Cup, we talk about all of the safety protocols that are in place, and with the veterinary checks that begin days and weeks in advance of race time, those continue to happen out on the racetrack. Now, we weren't watching him throughout the entirety of the warm-up here, Joe, but this could be a number of things. The vets could have taken a look. Perhaps the rider didn't like what he was feeling. Someone at some point just raising a flag to say, hey, this might not be the day for him to compete.
Yeah, those are really good points, Christina, especially someone like Irad Ortiz, who has ridden this horse so many times. I don't know if it was him that went to the veterinarians or if they saw something, but that's one thing of note, too. I mean, there's at least, what, Simon, 8 to 10 veterinarians out there, so I'm sure at least if one of them sees something that, even if it's 2 or 3% off of 100, they do not want to take a chance.
And again, they have notes on these horses that they've been following all week. We saw him on Breakfast of the Breeders' Cup show, and we were talking about how the vets follow these horses all week. They have a baseline, so. Yeah.
I think it's important to note as well. Obviously, it is disappointing to the fans, to any bettors. You do have some time to make your adjustments out there. If you had this horse in sequential wagers, you'll move to the favorite. but also just from a racing perspective, we're here to support the vets, and we're here to support the safety protocols, and we all are here to embrace the same outcome, which is a safe finish and the best horse winning.
No, absolutely. Not only for the animal, but the jockey as well.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't want anything to happen to anybody out there. Not only that, the horses and riders behind them. So it's a lot better and safer to side on the side of caution.
Only a minute until post time here. Nisos continues to be our heavy choice. One of the shortest price runners I think that we've had throughout the afternoon here. And as they begin the loading process, we'll turn it over to Larry Colmus for the call of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Horses are at the gate for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Will Take It will be the first one to load. Citizen Bull is moved into line. Here's Goal Oriented. Chancer McPatrick coming up to line. Nisos is in. Tumbarumba. Defending champion Full Serrano. And Touch of Destiny will be the last one. Touch of Destiny about to step forward to line. Touch of Destiny goes in. Rolling line, they're off in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Citizen Bull is sent to the lead. Nisos goes with him. Full Serrano is close. And then Touch of Destiny on the outside, racing for the turn. Goal Oriented sits back, runs along in 5th position. They're moving right along early on. Then it's Tumbarumba, Will Take It, and Chancer McPatrick. So it will be Citizen Bull and Juan Hernandez to lead the way in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, with defending champion Full Serrano right behind, and the Uruguayan Touch of Destiny alongside of him. A length and a half back. Then comes Goal Oriented outside of the favorite Nisos. They're 4 ahead of Will Take It and Tumbarumba. Chancer McPatrick trails. The pace is supersonic here. 21.74 seconds up the backstretch. Citizen Bull up top, the leader by a length and a half to Full Serrano in second. Touch of Destiny starts to give way now, passed by Nisos on the inside, and Goal Oriented on the outside. Then Will Take It in Tumbarumba. Chancer McPatrick trails through a 44.96 half mile. Around the far turn, Citizen Bull on top by 2. With his stablemate Nisos starting to cut into the gap a bit in second. These two turn for home 3 lengths clear of stablemate Goal Oriented. Bob Baffert 1, 2, 3 here. Then Full Serrano and Tumbarumba. Chancer McPatrick has made ground on the far outside. Starting to close in, but a lot of work to do to catch these top 2 up front. Citizen Bull and Nisos. Nisos and Citizen Bull side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be, Nisos or Citizen Bull in the Dirt Mile? It is too close to call. Was it Nisos? Was it Citizen Bull? The Bob Baffert trainees noses apart on the wire.
Lightning fast, and as advertised, this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile coming down to a photo between the 2 Baffert runners. Juan Hernandez on the inside with Citizen Bull looking for his very first Breeders' Cup, and to the outside Nisos, who sat a perfect trip, Joe.
I'm not sure who quite got their head down, but I know Bob won. That's for sure. But I tell you what, win or lose, what Citizen Bull did here, 21-3, 44-4. I mean, this is sprint fractions, and for him to truly fight back, so determined in the end. What a horse race this was from the top of the stretch.
This is where you want to be on the main track all week long, no matter how fast the fractions go. We saw it in the distaff. These two ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Inside, outside, inside, outside.
Photo in behind as well, but that would definitely lead you in the direction of Nisos, your 3-5 favorite in here. And solid credit efforts to these top two finishers, just absolutely laying it down, ears pinned, giving their all. Flavien Prat able to sit back off of those very, very fast fractions, keep Nisos comfortable, not only at a slower tempo, but also saving ground and just relaxed back behind this horse, and they hit the wire together.
Go ahead, Joe.
I think the key ride, too, for Flavien Prat, if you notice, Nisos, I think, broke in front, and Citizen Bull with Juan Hernandez was very intent on going to the lead, and you can see they just posted it. Nisos did get up, but I thought the key in this race was him actually taking back and conceding, being there up early, and he was able to finish accordingly in the end.
I know we have no more dirt races left for Christina, but when you get the lead here, I mean, the track does take you a long way. You know, running these fractions, there was nobody else closing. Chancellor McPatrick was third, big race from him, but he was a distant third. But yeah, Citizen Bull kind of set the table for his stablemate. Nisos, huge race to rally from off the pace and run him down.
It's almost tough to believe with his talent and now this record. He's 6 for 7 lifetime. This is his first Grade 1 victory, Nisos. I mean, he's been a Grade 1 animal since the second he stepped on the racetrack.
He's only running one Grade 1. He was beating a neck off a long layoff behind Mindframe, and a huge effort that was. Dead heated for second, right? They do make contact there late, but I don't think that's of any significance.
Nisos home on top, 3-5 as your heavy post-time favorite. Citizen Bull finishing second after those blazing fast fractions. He was 5-1. Chancellor McPatrick did run on from off the pace. We heard from Chad Brown prior to this race. He crosses the wire third. Tumbarumba gets a piece of it, and last year's winner, Full Serrano, checking in behind those runners. Here's a look one more time, isolated replay on Nisos, and this is right when Flavien Prat starts to really set him down, but Citizen Bull was not giving up without a fight.
I tell you what, this is so enjoyable to watch these two coming down the stretch, especially with Citizen Bull setting those lightning fractions, but Nisos under a really, really good ride under Flavien Prat. Saved ground the whole way, tipped out, turning for home. Had to really work for it in the end, but nonetheless got the job done in exciting fashion.
Photo finish in the dirt mile. It goes to Nisos, your 3-5 favorite.
Number 3, Nisos was first. Second, number 7, Citizen Bull. Third, number 8, Chancellor McPatrick. Fourth, number 5, Tumbarumba. And fifth was number 6, Full Serrano. 3-7-8-5-6. Now your official order of finish. 1 mile completed in 1 minute 34.71 seconds, of course, on the dirt. Number 3, Nisos, pays $3.40 to win. A reminder, we have that consolation double of the late scratch of number 10, White Abario, paying $3.70. The regular double for 2-3, $5.90. Also, the consolation pick 3 pays $9 even. 5-2-3 pick 3 for 50 cents, $15.30. And now entering the winner's circle, the winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, number 3, Nisos. Nisos is a 4-year-old bay colt by Nyquist out of Zeta Z by Bernardini. Nisos was bred in Kentucky by Atkins Susie, now owned by Bama Corporation, trained by Bob Baffert. Flavian Pratt, your winning jockey. That's 2 wins today for trainer Bob Baffert, also giving Team Baffert the exacta here in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Your winning jockey Flavian Pratt with a pair of victories this afternoon. Up next is race number 12, the finale on our program. The Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Scratch number 3, Atzilla. Post time, 30 minutes away. FanDuel is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries. Yamava Resort and Casino has you covered for all your gaming and entertainment needs with award-winning dining, Forbes 5-star luxury spa, and over 7,000 slot machines. Check out Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
So coming out on top, and for the winner's circle presentation, so pleased to have, I know, a horse racing fan, Elizabeth Banks, actress and Breeders' Cup ambassador, to the winning owners, Charlie and Susan Chu.
Congratulations on having a Breeders' Cup champion.
Thank you.
Susan, it is a very heavy trophy.
Charlie,
you can put it back down there if you want.
Charlie, you hold it, Charlie. There you go.
There we go, up high. Susan, a few words with you. Thrilling finish. Did you think he got up in time?
Absolutely, yes. I'm very confident on him, very, very.
Had full faith the entire time.
Exactly. I put my sweat and tear in this sport. I've been so patient, waiting for almost 10 years now. Another Breeders' Cup winner.
Of course, you had Dre Fong, champion sprinter. Just describe Nisos, though. We know that he's brilliant on the racetrack, but for you as an owner, what does it mean to be here with him?
I think we're just so proud about him. I know Bob, of course, he's one of the best trainer all time. And then we've been so patient. We know he can make it, but we just have to give him more time. So we never rush. and we know it will happen today.
And that it did. A big congratulations to you, Nysos, your Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile champion. Worth the wait. Woo.
Elegance is an attitude.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Douglas trusts Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story.
I'm Douglas, and I'm from Chicago. I was looking for something specifically for my brain. That's when I chose Prevagen. And the confidence I've received from Prevagen allows me to continue to do those things that I love. I have been taking Prevagen for more than 9 years, and it really works for me.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
When the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf came to Del Mar in 2021, Love's Only You became the first Japanese-based winner of a Breeders' Cup race. Another 5-year-old won this race at Del Mar last year as Moira took home the trophy in her 3rd try and took trainer Kevin Attard to the Breeders' Cup winner's circle for the first time. Ouija Board is the only horse to win this race twice. She recorded her first one in 2004 as a 3-year-old at Lone Star Park.
Ouija Board, and Karen Fallon to win the Filly and Mare Turf. She did it in a perfect journey.
This is the $2 million Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
One more race to go on championship weekend. 23 minutes until post time for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf at the mile and 3/8 distance here at Del Mar. She Feels Pretty, certainly a runner that figured to take a lot of attention in here for Cherie DeVoe. Johnny Velasquez will be aboard. She's the 13 horse currently on the board at 9-2. Cherie breaking through with her first Breeders' Cup winner last year, more than looks in the mile. She looks to follow it up again with a winner this year. Let's hear from her now.
Cherie DeVoe, She Feels Pretty, comes in off of a layoff. Cherie, what is the game plan here?
Well, from our post, it's going to be to try to get a good position and not be too wide. Hopefully early in the race, but if not, Johnny's going to have to do that in the second turn because it's probably going to be too much if she's caught wide both turns.
The time in between races by design with this as the target?
Most definitely. She had a tough campaign. Didn't run a whole lot of races, but every race she runs in, she puts it all out there. And it was with the EP Taylor. We just wanted to get her feeling as fresh, as happy as she could be, and take her here, with that being in mind.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck to them with She Feels Pretty, John Velasquez in the saddle. Welcome back to the set. Christina, Simon, Joe, and Rishi with you for this last of our Breeders' Cup Championship events. Simon, let's start with the distance for She Feels Pretty. She tries the mile and 3/8 for the first time today. Is it a concern for you?
I don't think so. I was impressed with her American Oaks win at the end of her 3-year-old year. She wanted 1.25 miles. She wanted 1.25 miles last time out. So I don't really have a problem with the distance for her. So, I mean, she deserves a chance in here. She's as legitimate as any of the other favorites in here.
We can take a look at the EP Taylor. She was a winner last time out over that course. This was back on August the 16th. Then as we take a look at the breeders of these horses. And Joe, what I was most impressed with in this backtrack is just the way this filly drags John Velasquez to the lead. She knows her job.
Yeah, she does. You can see Johnny's so confident, even a peek, look back, turning for home there. And Johnny knows this filly well. He's ridden her 11 times out of all 12 of her starts. He's won 5 grade 1s on her. He knows her very, very well. And you can see her, it's almost like she was waiting a little bit in the end there. She only wins by a head there over Diamond Rain, who came flying in the end, and she's the number 6 horse in here. But I think more than anything, she definitely has to deal with that 13 post. A turn here at Del Mar comes up very quick, going 1 3/8 miles. So she's definitely going to have to work out a good trip.
Rishi Diamond Rain was chasing her in that race, as we saw, second beaten ahead. And I think it's pretty easy to argue that if they had a few more jumps, which they will today, it looks like she might have been able to catch her.
I agree with that. And also, Diamond Rain will never have run, or would prior to that run, have encountered a track quite like that before. Even when she won at, say, Haydock or Newcastle, and it's a turning track, yes, it turns, but it turns gently and it's long galloping straight. And yes, there's time for her to get going. But I think the extra distance and that experience of that race will really help her.
Worth noting that She Feels Pretty did hold her off on the gallop out too. Maybe she knew right where the wire was out there. But Diamond Rain, a formidable opponent here today, and she is on the board at 5-1. Here's a look at our current favorite, Cinderella's Dream. Cinderella's Dream favored in the doubles, the pick 3, the pick 4. You're going to see this money stick with her. She Feels Pretty favored in the pick 5s and the pick 6, interestingly. So we'll watch the money between those 2 horses. Rishi, tell us about Cinderella's Dream. She's been here to the States before. She's been here to Del Mar and was close to victory here last year.
Yeah, she finished really well last year, arguably a little bit unlucky. This season, she's had her moments. She's had some good moments, but the real issue with her was on a couple of occasions she hasn't had her ground. But this is where Cinderella's Dream is kind of at her best. Turning track, quick ground, and she's bottled up on the rail. She couldn't get her run quite enough time. And I remember speaking to Charlie Appleby earlier in the week, and I said to him, I need you to tell me a horse that you think you want to win this week at the Breeders' Cup and a horse that you think will win at the Breeders' Cup. And he said, I want Rebel's Romance to win, but I think Cinderella's Dream will win. Primarily because she came out of her most recent race so well. He feels she's improved, she's bouncing after that run. Just in watching her going around the paddock here, she seems in really good shape with herself. She seems really alert and bright, but settled.
Well, with what we saw from Notable Speech and William Buick in that ride, certainly forced to be reckoned with. Coming up next here in the Filly and Mare Turf, Michelle is with their trainer.
A pair in here for Charlie Appleby. We'll start with Diamond Rain coming in off a runner-up effort in the EP Taylor last time out. You think the more ground today is going to work in her favor?
Yeah, most definitely. The ground will work in her favor. The track will probably be against her. She struggled a little bit round Woodbine there on the outer track. But look, she's gained experience from it. We've tried our best at home to try and educate her a little bit more. But when you see her come into the paddock, there won't be too many bigger than her. So, you know, she's going to have to, Billy's going to have to work hard to try to help around these turns. But, you know, she's in contention, you know, coming into that last turn. The one thing she will do is she'll see this trip out well.
Cinderella's Dream also going in here. She was a runner-up last year. How is she going to do one better?
Well, look, we were pitched it down on the rail there last year and probably didn't ideally work to our favours. But look, she comes here in good shape. I know was beaten on her last start, finishing 3rd, but I feel the step back up in trip for her is going to suit her as well. So, look, she gets a clear run out of it. I think she's got a real live shot, should we say.
Already have a fantastic weekend with the winner, so congratulations there and good luck here.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to Charlie Appleby, to Godolphin, to the riders on his 2 charges here in the Filly Mare Turf. Now 16 minutes until post time. Rishi, I'm curious about the 5-horse in here, Gazora, the French-bred filly. I thought looking at some of her races, just the way she runs, she's one that could be very suited to the American style of racing.
I think with her, the big thing will be in her favor today is better ground. She disappointed in the Arc last time. She never really got into that race. The run prior to that was the Vermeil in France. And she finished second to Aventure, who was obviously very well fancied for the Arc itself. And in fairness, Aventure won with any amount in hand. The run that gives her a big chance is her win in the French Oaks, where she beats Bedtime Story, who was also in the race again today. And that was on better ground. I'm hoping that for her connections, the better ground today brings out the best in Gazora.
Scott has more with her trainer.
Gazora travels in from France for trainer Francis-Henri Greffard off of a lack of run in the arc. What happened that afternoon?
Look, it was a very competitive race. The ground was very soft, and she found herself way too far back. And so she made her move, but it was too difficult, really, against this field in that ground. You couldn't make up too much ground.
When did this race come on the radar? When did this become a plan?
It was always a plan to come over to America because she would probably stay in America as a 4 years old. So Mr. Brandt was very keen to give it a go here. The distance will be perfect for her, and I said to him, if she's in good form and come out of the arc well, why not giving it a go? Sorry.
And does the quicker ground upgrade her chances?
Yeah, no, she can handle that, no problem. It just you need a little bit of experience around tight turn. I've seen that with my two runners previously. It's quite difficult, and my two runners, they hit a flat spot at the wrong time in the race and finish strongly. So I hope she doesn't have that, and she will finish strongly. So fingers crossed, really.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Gazora for the Greffard barn. Good luck to them. A 4-time winner in 9 starts and getting over the tighter turns, as he mentions. Might be a bit of a learning curve there, but she certainly has the acceleration to go on and catch them at the end of this journey. Here's the 14-horse 5-1. All the way from the outside post position. See the fire for Andrew Balding. Second, beaten just a neck in that last start, Simon.
I like her in here. Look, she's got a lot to overcome in post position. She's been trace clipped there. You see she's starting to get a winter coat where many of these haven't. But Rishi, I mean, is it crazy to think she has a chance here? I mean, her runs behind Ombudsman put her right in the mix, don't they? Ombudsman would have got money in the Breeders' Cup Turf if it showed up.
He'd have been a close to, if not challenging, for favoritism.
Yep.
She is a very, very good, she's got a very good chance. If she was better drawn, I might have made her my pick for this race. Watch this performance here at York. Now, admittedly, it wasn't as good a field as what she'll face today, or even when she was second last time out in France. But this is a setup for her. 1.25 miles, this was on this occasion, quick ground. Obviously, she's got the extra furlong to go today. I don't think that's an issue. But she bolts away.
Yeah.
She'll get hopefully she gets a decent pace and she can drop in and come through horses that are tiring. I think she's a big danger.
We saw Oisin Murphy yesterday with Valentina in the Turf Sprint. Beautiful trip there. He certainly knows how to ride this course and any course around the world. But it's a tall task from the outside post, but definitely the right jockey for the job as Oisin Murphy aboard See the Fire, 5-1 from the outside post. We'll head back into the paddock for more.
Andrew Balding has See the Fire here in the Maker's Mark filly and Mare Turf. And how vigorous has this campaign been for this filly?
Well, she's been on the go quite a long time, obviously, because we started early in April with her. But she's run some good races this season at a very high level in Europe, and you know, that we always felt this was a good fit for her, with an extra furlong looking to suit, but unfortunately, still 14 isn't very helpful.
What does Oisin have to do?
Work some magic.
Good luck, Andrew.
Thank you.
Good luck to Andrew Balding. Yes, recognizing the outside post will certainly be a challenge, but we'll see if they can get there 5-1 from the outside post. Curious about the 4-horse in here. Village Voice is 14-1. Chad Brown has won this race 4 times. Zagora, Day at the Spa, Stephanie's Kitten, Sister Charlie. No one would be surprised to see Chad Brown win the filly and Mare Turf, and yet his runner is up on the board at 14-1.
I think it's, I mean, Rishi can back me up on this. I think if you look at her, she's had 1 U.S. start, and it was an okay, nice win in a Group 3, which is a lot weaker, but her European form doesn't match up to some of the others. Not even close, is it?
No, that's a fair point. She was a very capable filly when she was trained in Ireland, but she hasn't really delivered the type of performance that would make her up there with See the Fire, Cinderella's Dream. She would, if this race was run in Europe against the European horses, she would be one of the longer plays.
Post parade begins. Mission of Joy from the inside post, Simon. She is on the board at 60-1.
For trainer Phil D'Amato, she won the Rodeo Drive, kind of the local prep here, 60-1 respective chances.
There's Stella Fly, Florent Giroux aboard for Brad Cox. She's been sharp lately. It's won her last 4 races, including the Grade 3 at Kentucky Downs in her last start.
Scratch the 3.
4 is Village Voice, who's an ex-Irish horse, now with Chad Brown, had that 1 start in the States. Her best form in Ireland and in Europe leaves her a little bit shy of the very best horses here.
Silks are Resolute Racing. Peter Brandt, Silks aboard the 5 Gazora. It's a filly that might find herself stateside here in the Chad Brown barn after this race. Who knows? But yeah, put a line through the last race, ground too soft.
Next up is Diamond Rain, a Charlie Appleby trainee. Just missed last time out in the E.P. Taylor up at Woodbine, finishing second by a head to She Feels Pretty.
She weighs 570 kilos.
She is huge.
She's a big, big mare. 7 is Be Your Best, trained by Safi Joseph, was behind Beletza last time out. Again, one of the long shots in this race. Her best form leaves her shy of the very best here.
Cathedral, the 8, 90-1. The second longest shot in the field here. Ran behind Cinderella's Dream last time, was well beaten by her.
And here's your favorite coming up, Cinderella's Dream, taking a lot of plays, 8 for 14 lifetime, and we saw that backtrack last year in the Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf, just missed by a half a length, finishing second there. A little better luck today, could be right there in the end with William Buick.
There's your longest shot in the field, Lakika, 99-1. They don't have enough digits to make her 100-1, so that's as large a price as you're ever going to get in pari-mutuel wagering.
This is an interesting filly, 11 bedtime story. When she won at Royal Ascot last year, everyone thought she was going to be a world beater. That hasn't happened. She's run some really good races, hasn't always had the best of luck this season. And Aidan O'Brien trying to add another Breeders' Cup winner to his illustrious haul.
12 Beletza for Miguel Clement. She won the Flower Bowl in New York. That was back at Saratoga. She's had some time off. That's been the theme with a lot of these Breeders' Cup runners, taking a break from August all the way to this race.
And there She Feels Pretty coming up. Johnny Velasquez aboard for Cherie DeVoe. Hasn't run in 2.5 months, but coming into this race really good. Does have to contend with that outside post.
14 See the Fire also has that issue of coming from a wide stall position. She's got the form, she's got the ability. She's also, I think, going to have the setup in this race to run well, but it'll be a challenge for the British champion jockey, Oisin Murphy.
We were a little out of order, but there is Lakika, the Peruvian bred. She is 6 for 12 lifetime. Let's go to Dave in the studio.
This is it. It is your final chance for the money back special through your FanDuel Racing account. Bet $10 to win on one of these horses, and if you finish second or third, you get your money back in a racing bonus. But we're going to pick a winner here. I like the 6 horse Diamond Rain. You know, William Buick had his choice of the 2 Godolphin runners. He's going to go to the 9 Cinderella's Dream. But the young Billy Loughnane has gotten the mount on Diamond Rain. His only other ride today, he finished 3rd with El Cordobas back in the turf. So I think he's primed to ride the race of his life here. Current odds on Diamond Rain are 9-2, so our $10 win bet right now would get us back $55. If you want to get in on the action, scan that QR code right there, and it will take you to your FanDuel Racing account. Let's check in with Michelle.
Beletza goes postward in here for Miguel Clement. 2 things this filly loves, the distance and the firm turf. I feel like that's a very nice recipe. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, agreed. We were very much excited about that. I think she's 2 for 2 going a mile 3/8 and on firm turf. So she'll get both of them today.
What about the pace? Is there going to be enough pace for her?
I think there will be. There's 2 or 3 speeds, on the inside. We're drawn in the parking lot, so Tyler needs to decide. Do you go forward and drop in, or you just take back? So he needs to play the brake a bit. But he's a top-class jockey, and that's why he gets paid the big bucks.
So is that something you guys are going to talk about, or it's just all up to him?
No, my job's to train it. His job's to ride, so don't worry about it.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Beletza, the 12 horse, 20-1 for Miguel Clement as he seeks his first Breeders' Cup victory, and it would be an emotional moment. Certainly, it's his late father's birthday today. He would have turned 60 today, Christophe Clement. Here's our DRF formulator fact. Miguel Clement, 10 for 38. That's 26% with a $2.23 ROI in graded stakes races on the turf. We'll see if Beletza can add to those statistics today at the big price. We are going to come back to the 4. We mentioned Village Voice a little while ago. What kind of trip do you think we'll see from her as far as the pace goes here, Joe? Fabian Pratt already on the board with 2 Breeders' Cup winners in these first couple of days. Can he get another one here?
Yeah, she's definitely going to have to move forward there off of that grade 3 victory, that Belmont Aqueduct the last time out. One thing that is a positive for her, that was almost off a year layoff. So, I mean, that's a pretty big race, especially going 2 turns, and that's a 1 3/8, so the same distance she's running today. So I think she needs to move forward a little bit more than what she did last time, but still right there. And again, to come off a year layoff and run like that, I would have to think second time off of that, she's going to move forward even more.
Simon, you're playing an exacta in this race? Who's on your ticket?
That's all I got left. I'm kind of out running on fumes here. I don't know what's left.
You had Nisos in your doubles.
I did
You're
have
alive
Nisos.
in that.
Oh, I got the doubles still alive,
Yeah.
but with a 3 to 5 shot.
Do you have prices on that ticket, I hope?
Yeah, I'm just going to bullet the 14. I'm going to go against everything that makes sense, that post position's bad, and I've seen enough chaos here this weekend that we could overcome that. I think she's got the best form, and then use those 4 horses underneath, the 6, the 9, the 11, and 13.
Rish?
Well,
One of your own?
Thinking that the Appleby team, and bearing in mind they've had today 3 runners, 2, the 2nd and 3rd with Rebels Romance and El Cordobas, and then Notable Speech winning. It's clear their horses are running very well. So I'm going to say Diamond Rain, 6, 9, Cinderella's Dream. And I'm going to add Jazora in there because I just feel that she might appreciate this contest in terms of the conditions of the race, the ground, and if she gets a nice, easy pace and she can travel in behind. I'm annoyed about leaving out See the Fire, though. I can understand why Simon wants that, but just the draw puts me off.
Final leg of a lot of multi-race sequences here. That $1 pick 6 yesterday paid $89,000. If you're alive in the $1 pick 6 coming into this race, the 9, your current favorite at 3 to 1, brings back $52,000 in the pick 6. Let's see if our second choice in the wagering farther to the outside, $31,000 back to the 13. $65,000 back to the 14. Interesting to see all the money and the action on the 13 horse out there. And then a couple of them paying to 5 of 6, the 1 and the 10, I believe that is, a little over $8,500 with those 2 runners at big, big prices. Let's go back to Caton for more.
Jed, did Village Voice, coming off the victory last time out, obviously a different situation here today. What does she have to do to be equally successful?
Yeah, well, she hadn't run in about 11 and a half months there, so I think that race probably gave her a good bit of fitness, so I'd expect a good forward move with her numbers. I mean, she's going to have to. There's some really fancy horses in here, and but her first number was a solid number, and if she comes forward a few points, that actually puts her in the mix.
With the configuration here today in this field, do you anticipate her sitting the similar trip?
I do, and she's drawn well. So if Flavien can sort of find the fence maybe and get a good forward position and just kind of gallop around and cover, I think she's got a fast last quarter in her.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We haven't talked much about Stellify, about the 2 in here. 30 to 1 morning line. She's taken a lot of attention, and it has to be because of the pace and the speed that she shows.
Yes, I would think so. She's a one-dimensional filly. As the races have got longer, she's got a little quicker. The fractions get a little slower. That enables her to control the race a little bit. Watching her train earlier this week, she's a big, what I would call a one-pace type filly. I don't think she's going to quicken. That would be evidenced in her past performances. Kind of big filly that's got a high knee action, true middle-distance filly. She's the one to catch. I don't know whether she's got the class, though, against some of these.
One thing she does have is stamina. When she won those back-to-back races at Kentucky Downs, going 1.5 miles and 1 mile and 5/16, that was off 10 days rest. And we know how demanding Kentucky Downs is, the undulation up and down and stuff like that. And she's a filly we talk about improving all the time. Every single one of her 6 career starts, she's improved on the Beyer scale. She's still going to have to take a step forward today, obviously, but to Simon's point, if no one goes with her, she does have a pace advantage.
I'm kind of shocked real quick. She's 11 to 1. That seems a little low for me.
I would
looking
agree.
at her form, right? And I think the reason she's getting played is because of the pace scenario and her post.
And the turn comes up quick, right?
Yes.
Joe, from where she is, the lead is right there for her, provided that she breaks cleanly.
Besides the one hole with her style, she has absolutely best post. Now, saying that, there is another horse in there, Be Your Best, in number 7. She's one that can show early speed, although I will say I think Stellify could be quicker, but there is a scenario to where maybe she doesn't get quite the easy lead she thinks she could, but if not, she will definitely get the distance. It's just a matter if she can hang with this company.
They cross over to the turf course. Bear in mind, this is on the other side of the racetrack. So again, a 3-turn race, 1 mile and 3/8 the distance that they run the filly and mare turf at here at Del Mar. Still our favorite is the 9-horse Cinderella's Dream at 5-2. Plenty of respect for She Feels Pretty, the 13 up on the board at 9-2. And then outside, See the Fire, tough post, but respected in the wagering at 5-1.
And you can see that. This shot here exaggerates, or doesn't exaggerate, it shows you how tough that run is into the first turn. If you get parked wide, you're going to lose a lot of ground.
I'm still watching the price on the 5. I like the 5 a lot in here. She was 7-2 as the morning line favorite. Scott's got the check mark there. She's 9-1 right now, Gazora. Does the ground suit her, Rich?
I think there are a lot of elements about the race that will suit her. I think she's a player in the race. I still feel that Cinderella's Dream holds the best chance, which is why I think a few of us have selected her. But I think Gazora is certainly better than she's shown in her, even in the run behind Aventure in the Vermeil when she was second. I still think she's better than that. And Francis-Henri Graffard's had a few runners. Goliath's been a bit disappointing. Sarlan actually ran okay. He ran really well behind Notable Speech. And I think this filly shows that in these conditions, she can be a player.
They've reached the starting gate. It is post time for the final championship race on this Saturday. Let's go to Larry Colmus.
The filly and mare turf, last but not least on this Breeders' Cup Saturday. Field moving into line. Here's Cathedral taking her spot in the starting gate. Lakika moving into line. Here's Jazora and Baletza. Diamond Rain, white cap. Bedtime Story. Leaves just 2 left to load. She Feels Pretty and See the Fire. See the Fire is the last one to move into the starting gate here for the filly and mare turf. She steps forward, steps back here, and goes in. They're all in line. They're off in the filly and mare turf, and Be Your Best is the early leader, going immediately to the front from Village Voice, who takes a spot on the inside. Farther out, She Feels Pretty now moves up and takes second. Entering that first turn, Cathedral is in 4th early on. And it's Mission of Joy, followed by Between Horses Jazora and a 3-wide Cinderella's Dream. Diamond Rain behind her, and 3 lengths more back to Baletza. They're being followed by Stellify, who's down toward the inside. After that, See the Fire, Bedtime Story is second last, and Lakika is the trailer as Be Your Best and Arad Ortiz Jr. run a 24.36 quarter and lead the way early on here in the filly and mare turf by 2.5 lengths over Village Voice, and She Feels Pretty heads apart second and third by 4. Cathedral is in 4th, Mission of Joy 5th on the inside, then Jazora, followed by the 2 Godolphin runners who are right together. Diamond Rain inside of Cinderella's Dream. They're 9 lengths off the lead moving into the turn. And then Bedtime Story racing on the inside of Stellify. Baletza is next. After that, See the Fire and Lakika. 47.43 the half mile. On to the backstretch they go. Be Your Best on top by 2. She Feels Pretty on the outside is second by a head over Village Voice, who's down toward the rail. A 4-length gap back to Cathedral. After that comes Jazora and Mission of Joy. And then still together are Diamond Rain and Cinderella's Dream. They're still 9 lengths from the front with Bedtime Story to the inside. They make their way into the far turn now. Be Your Best on top with She Feels Pretty 3/4 of a length behind. Village Voice, Cathedral next, then Jazora. Mission of Joy on the inside. Diamond Rain, Cinderella's Dream being asked for her run. She's 3 wide. She's got 5 lengths to gain. In the meanwhile, She Feels Pretty has taken the lead at the top of the stretch. and opens up the lead by 2. Jazora second on the outside. Down toward the inside, running along in third position is Cathedral. And then in the center it is Diamond Rain. They're coming down to the wire. Here comes Jazora! Jazora runs down. She Feels Pretty to win. Then Diamond Rain followed by Cathedral.
Jazora gets there right on the line after the full mile and 3/8 journey. It's the last 3 jumps, Simon, that she puts her head in front.
She does. I mean, she drops her head right on the wire. I thought the filly on the lead had gone for home. I thought she might have opened it up, got some separation, but class prevails here. Very, very nice performance for Gazora and owner Peter Brandt.
Yeah, and you could see right here, She Feels Pretty with Johnny V. He is just absolutely loaded, turning for home here. Looked like she was going to take off and not be caught, but Richie, here comes Jazora in the end. Very, very impressive in the shadow of the wire.
These are the sort of conditions that she enjoys, and she's had a perfect setup because the pace has been genuine enough for her to have something to aim at, and she's done exactly that. She Feels Pretty is out in front, and she's coming at her. And Mikel Barcelona and Francis Graf have had the most amazing season. They won the King George at Ascot. They won Champion Stakes on Champions Day. Francis-Henri Graffard also won the Arc with Dariz as well. And now a Breeders' Cup winner as well. What a fabulous year.
He talked about maybe a little bit of a learning curve for the horses, and it looks like it just took her a while to kind of figure it out, right? To really set herself down, to give her best down the stretch once she had clear sailing.
I think the ground is a big factor, right? I mean, to come from a 10-length defeat, finishing 13th in the Arc, a month later to come back here, to me, she looks like she's suited to North American racing. Let's keep her here.
And she's only 3, too.
Yeah.
Richie doesn't like that.
No.
Right. You know, we need as many horses as we can to keep our racing as competitive as possible in Europe. Thank you, Simon.
California does too.
Yeah, we do too, yeah.
Gazora home on top at 9-1. Congratulations to all the connections. Let's take a look overhead at where the winner came from. She was sitting back about 5th at this stage, and this was kind of a carbon copy looking at She Feels Pretty, Joe, of what we saw from her in her last several starts. She knows her job. She takes John Velasquez right to the front. I think she saw out the distance today. She was just run down by a better filly.
Yeah, for sure. And hats off to Johnny Velasquez, too. From the 13 hole to be able to get over a 2-wide trip, that is absolutely incredible. I thought in defeat, take nothing away from her, but Jazora, what a great finish this was. I feel like between this and Nisos, these were 2 really good finishes, and no way to end the day on a race like this.
Tough beat for She Feels Pretty. I mean, John Velasquez, you know, he didn't move too soon. The filly just took him there.
Yeah.
I mean, just took him there so easy, and it took everything for Gazora to come and get her. Diamond Rain ran huge. Yeah, Rishi, you're talking about her size the whole time. In the running the race, you're like, look at her next to stablemate. I mean, it was unbelievable.
I'm saying beforehand, she weighs 570 kilos. Cinderella's Dream weighs 470. So sorry, I should say in pounds, shouldn't I? 1,250 odd pounds as opposed to 1,000 pounds for.
That's like Simon compared to me.
Almost exactly the same numbers, actually.
Yeah,
exactly.
Our final Breeders' Cup race of championship Saturday, the Maker's Mark Filly and Mare Turf goes to Jazora.
Number 5, Jazora was first. Second, number 13, She Feels Pretty. Third, number 6, Diamond Rain. Fourth, number 8, Cathedral. And fifth was number 11, Bedtime Story. 5, 13, 6, 8, 11. Your top 5 finishers. This race is still unofficial. The final time for 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf, 2 minutes 12.54 seconds. This race is now official. Kazora pays $20.20 to win. Late double, $18 and a dime. Late pick three, $17.45. The late pick four pays $113.35. Late pick five, $5,666.45. 6 of 6 in the pick six. A good payout there. Now in the winner's circle, the winner of the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, number 5, Gazora. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Almanzor out of Germans by Silverhawk. Gazora was bred in France by Haras de Etram, now owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Henri Francis Graffard. And your winning jockey, Michael Barcelona.
Normandy, France. Now down to the winner's circle one final time. Nick.
Ahmed, this is it then. The 14th and final Breeders' Cup race of 2025 was the Maker's Mark Filly and Mare Turf. Owner Peter Brandt successful here with Jazora, trainer Francis Graffard and rider Mikel Barcelona. And here to present the trophy from Maker's Mark, the director of Higher Purpose, commitment to sustainability, better flavour and a better world, Valerie Netherton. Valerie, welcome to the Breeders' Cup.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the entire team at the Maker's Mark Distillery in Kentucky and around the world, we are honored to celebrate your win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's an honor for me to win this race, and it's one of my favorite races, and it's just, I'm so excited to be here today and to win this great trophy.
Peter, we spoke a few moments ago, but the one question I didn't ask you was, are your famous Peter Brandt lucky cufflinks on today?
Yes, they are right here. They're right here.
And they've been to just about every one of these, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly, they have.
Fantastic. Well, that is very reassuring. I wanted to ask you a little about Sierra Leone, in whom you are a part owner, who ran such a valiant race, just failing to defend that Breeders' Cup Classic crown. How proud were you of him today?
I'm so proud of him. I mean, just to have that as his final race and go to stud in Kentucky, and I just, he's one of the really great horses and probably the greatest horses greatest horse I've ever owned. And he just is a solid warrior. He's always been there every time he's been called on, and he's just very brave and attractive, good-looking horse, and I wish him the best in the future at stud.
Solid warrior. Words that could equally apply to this little filly, but how talented she is. She's a classic winner now, and she's a Breeders' Cup winner. Jazura wins the Maker's Mark, filly and Mare Turf. Ahmed?
All right, thank you, Nick.
Well, we will echo all of those thoughts and say congratulations once more to Jazura in the filly and Mare Turf. Gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for us here on an epic 2 days of Breeders' Cup racing. Was there a performance or a race that will stick out with each of you? Simon, I'll start with you.
I think the Classic lived up to its billing. I mean, you're always worried. You build it up so much and maybe get some crazy result that you didn't expect. But we had all the major players in the mix turning for home, and I think the best horse won. I think it's a little bit of vindication for Forever Young for what happened to him in the Kentucky Derby. There was a lot of bumping back and forth. There was no claim of foul. Well, there was no claim of foul. There's no steward's inquiry into it, really. And so I think that's some vindication. I love the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Joe, a race for you, or a performance, a ride, anything in particular that sticks out?
Yeah, I definitely echo what Simon said in the Classic, but definitely the Dirt Mile with Citizen Bull and Nisos coming down to the wire. I thought that was such a great stretch duel, and then Nisos finally getting up at the shadow of the wire.
Rishi?
I'm going to say these words, and I still don't believe
Ethical
them.
diamond.
Yeah.
Willie Mullins, who won the Grand National back in April, has won a Breeders' Cup race with a horse who's never even run at this level and won a race over hurdles at Punchestown back in February. Ethical Diamond and Willie Mullins. Extraordinary. One of the most extraordinary experiences I've seen in sport.
And I think that will stand the test of time. A trainer that's won the Grand National and the Breeders' Cup Turf in the same year. I don't think that will ever be broken.
We've seen history here at the Breeders' Cup. Simon, last question, Horse of the Year with Forever Young winning the Classic. Does that wrap it up for Sovereignty?
I think it does. Journalism ran his race. And the good thing about the 3-year-old form this year, it's been a tremendous what I call a handicapping yardstick. They've ran true to form each and every time. I don't want to take away anything from Forever Young, but just imagine if Sovereignty had been in the race. I'll leave it there.
Maybe we can settle it in Dubai.
Yeah.
I'll see you all there. The last Saturday in March, let's get it on.
Hopefully I'll be there, Dave Weaver.
Everybody's trying to get
We're all
Weaver
booking
off
our
that
flights
trip.
now, let's be honest. We all want to go. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Breeders' Cup this year. A special thank you and a blanket thank you to everyone behind the scenes that makes this possible. It is a Herculean effort. It starts weeks and months in advance, led by Michael Schiffman, Rebecca Somerville, Christian Lee. Thank you to everyone. Guys, great job breakfast at the Breeders' Cup. We loved the lead up and just getting us all in the spirit for Breeders' Cup weekend. So congratulations to all 14 winners, to the trainers, to the jockeys, to everyone that cares for these runners. We will see you at Keeneland next year for Breeders' Cup 2026.
FanDuel is proud to sponsor the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, providing financial aid to jockeys who have suffered career-ending on-track injuries. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. This year, John Deere is the proud sponsor of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf and the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Torrey Cup cocktail made with Maker's Mark bourbon and visit Plaza de Mexico to learn about the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup private selection. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey.
You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Hawks, Pelicans, Raptors, dinosaur parlay.
Okay.
I feel like mascots should affect the over-under, no? Try saying player props 3 times fast. Player props, player props, player props. A little easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Ooh, betting in space? I'll be honest, I think the moon's overrated. I'm sorry. Back to my original thought.
Oh my God.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
You might take something for your heart. You might get support for your joints. Or even use something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you? Your brain. People all over the country take Prevagen for their brain. In fact, Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Try Prevagen for your brain today.